amplification and distribution. Where do you fall?
Yeah, you know, it was interesting. I was initially skeptical when I hear Sacha Baron Cohen's going to make a speech, but I read it, he delivered it yesterday, and I was really surprised at how well argued it was. And I think one of his main points was really cogent, which is his whole shtick is using a common set of facts that people believe in to undermine biased or bigoted attitudes out there. And now we're in a world with the Facebooks and YouTubes and Twitters of the world where we're no longer really able to rely on a shared set of reality and of facts. And I think in the Valley, CEOs are really grappling with the idea that do they want to be the arbiters of what is reality? And they're in a weird position where I would suspect that they actually want to invite regulation just in terms of having more guidelines around what is and isn't allowable, just because they don't want to be the ones choosing that. They're really in a real hard place right now. So a lot of really good points from Sacha Baron Cohen, and I agree. I would love to see them kind of go back and forth on this.
Silicon Six makes me think of Sinister Six, the group of Spider-Man villains that I think is an interesting
Why am we not surprised?
So, somewhere out there's a parallel universe where Donald Trump is a reality TV star and Sacha Baron Cohen is a comedian. And yet here we are in 2019 and things are different. I wonder, though, if this is really about, Kevin, this age of data has kind of upended some of the basic tenets on which governments and economies were based. That's got to be part of what this trade war is about when we look at 5G, when we look at big data and AI and the fear about, one civilization dominating another. And it feeds into this whole issue around what speech does to a democracy as well.
Yeah, and I think that one of the questions, and we're seeing this actually play out with Twitter banning political advertising and Google actually preventing the micro-targeting to the point of the amplification of it. What these platforms enable you to do is actually have conspiracy theories, test them hundreds of thousands of times till you find them to the point of maximum emotional effectiveness, and then micro-target them at people who you think are susceptible to them, including people who might be swing voters who you can target with misinformation. And so I think, to your point, John, this is related to the data capabilities of these platforms. And I personally think that what Google is doing by reducing the availability of micro-targeting for political advertising is actually probably one of the only meaningful ways that you can start chipping away at the monster that these guys have created.
Right. And Mike, given some of the headlines from Dow Jones yesterday, do you think Facebook is truly on a path to adjusting their own stance on that?
Yeah, I was watching that Journal headline pop, and we had a story. I published a story this morning that basically got into what's going on in the ad world right now, we matched what the Journal said, which is essentially Facebook is considering moving that micro-targeting audience from 100 to 1,000, so sort of making it slightly less granular. But I think the dilemma here is really Facebook has to essentially decide if it wants to handicap the efficacy of its product that it's been trying to sell to advertisers for years. And in DC right now, political strategists and campaigns are freaking out because this is part of their election strategy going into 2020. So Facebook has sort of intimated internally that it's not going to try to rush out a decision like they feel Google and Twitter have, but they're still really deliberating right now and haven't made any final decisions yet on what changes will look like if they come.
It's going to be one incremental thing to watch. Nice to have you two together.
Excellent. Thanks.
Kevin and Mike, have a great weekend.
Thanks for having me.
We were holding an all-hands-on-deck meeting earlier last hour, just hours after announcing the company would lay off 2,400 employees. Deirdre Bosa has the latest from San Francisco. Hey, Dee.
Hey, Morgan. Now, during that all-hands, Executive Chairman Marcelo Clary sharing a strategic plan that he presented to WeWork's board of directors earlier this week. Previous turnaround presentations have outlined major changes, including divesting all non-core businesses and disciplined focus. Also, major layoffs. As Morgan just mentioned, the startup just announced that it would cut 2,400 jobs, accounting for nearly 20% of the total workforce. That previous plan, however, came before the SoftBank rescue package. And over the last few weeks, more challenges have piled on. According to Bloomberg, SoftBank is looking for a way to reduce the size of its $3 billion offer for WeWork stock, designed in part to limit ousted CEO and co-founder Adam Neumann's billion-dollar exit package. WeWork is also being investigated by the New York State Attorney General. Now, just ahead of today's meeting, Senator Elizabeth Warren piling on, tweeting, WeWork is laying off employees while its founder walks away with a massive golden parachute. This is an example of a rigged and corrupt system. I'm fighting my heart out to put power in the hands of American workers. Guys, that all hands should be wrapping up any minute now. We've reached out to the company and to sources, and we'll update when we hear more. Back to you.
All right, Deidre, thank you. And after the break, a beat on the top and bottom lines, not enough to keep shares of Intuit in the green. That stock down about 4.5%. Intuit's CEO, Sasan Goodarzi, joins us exclusively on the quarter. Next, stay with us.
'Tis the season to be hunched over your laptop. Not on our watch. In real life, you can feel your senses and your baskets. Feel all the sights, sounds, lols, and OMGs. Wear laughing emojis on actual smiley faces. Battery is running low. Take the kids to Santa's Grotto. In real life, you can find just the right present using the most advanced search engine in the world. Your eyes. We can't in real life. Brent Cross, London. Free parking for all sleighs and cars.
At Lidl, we're big on all those Christmas parties. The season to be jolly. Try our Party Time Indian snack selection for only $2.99. And our Party Time mac and cheese bites for just $1.19. Big on a Christmas you can believe in. Now that's big on quality and always Lidl on price. Subject to availability, selected stores excludes an eye.
If you're planning on driving this weekend, expect delays on the A406 North Circular Road. There'll be road closures between Tottenham and Edmonton from 10 p.m. on Friday the 22nd of November to 5 a.m. on Monday the 25th of November, while we carry out essential maintenance and repairs. All roads in the surrounding area will be extremely busy, so please allow more time for your journey and expect delays in the area. Plan ahead and check alternative routes at tfl.gov.uk. To the Mayor of London and TfL, every journey matters.
Dear noble shopkeeper, is 25 the magic number?
That's right. For one night only, the Lotto birthday jackpot is £25 million. And it must be won this Saturday.
Lotto, celebrating 25 years of the National Lottery. Your numbers make amazing happen. Rules and procedures apply. Players must be 16 or over.
The world is a noisy place. But whether I'm here or here, my phone calls are always loud and clear on my Doro 6620. Hi, love. Yes, I can hear you perfectly. I'm 10 minutes away. Get your Doro 6620 from Amazon, Tesco, and O2 today.
Every day it's a little harder.
Disney's Frozen 2. Anna, Elsa, Krista, Sven. The worldwide phenomenon has returned, captivating critics everywhere.
I believe in you, Elsa, more than anyone or anything.
With big laughs and even bigger songs. Disney's Frozen 2, in cinemas now.
I'll bring the snacks! Welcome back. Shares of Intuit are down this morning, post-earnings, about 4.5%. That's despite a beat on the top and bottom lines. It was a strong quarter for profitability, but Intuit did not raise guidance. And now, joining us, Sasan Goodarzi, the CEO of Intuit, for an exclusive interview. Sasan, good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
Great to have you. So tell me if I'm reading this correctly. You're going to spend more on marketing in the current quarter, especially letting people know that there's live help inside products like TurboTax ahead of the tax season. And that's part of the reason you're spending more, why you didn't raise the earnings guide?
Yeah, that's exactly right. First of all, we're very proud of our first quarter earnings. As you mentioned, we beat both top and bottom line. We reiterated the year to grow double digits. And in the quarter, based on the data that we have, all the experiments that we've run, we believe there's a great opportunity to raise more awareness that our TurboTax Live offering can help customers get their taxes done. So we've pulled in
more spend into the second quarter because we believe we have a great opportunity to deliver great experiences for our customers.
So tell me how that plays out, though. If you do get more people right out of the gate, as soon as their W-2s are available, to get in there and use the product to its fullest capability, what does that get you? Does that somehow mean that you have more people completing the process during tax season, or does it mean that they're more likely to trade up to higher margin versions of TurboTax as they're getting that help? What's the benefit that you expect to see from this marketing spend?
Sure. Well, first of all, TurboTax Live is really about connecting people to experts and really providing the help that customers need when they're doing their taxes, whether it's through chat or just pushing a button and having a person come on video to help answer any questions that they have. Last year was really the first year where we started raising awareness throughout season, and we had a lot of learnings. And one of the big learnings was that customers really are looking for help throughout the entire tax season. So what we've done is shift more dollars to raise awareness now that the product is really delivering great customer experiences early in the season. That should help us drive faster growth, conversion, and ultimately help them understand all the choices that they have throughout the season once they start into the tax product. So we're excited about the possibilities.
Okay, I want to broaden it out for a moment, talk macro. I believe your CFO said on the call, we've gotten a lot of questions about the macro environment and what we're seeing in our business. At this time, we're not seeing any evidence of a slowdown in our business related to the macroeconomic environment. Tell me, are you not seeing any evidence of a slowdown in your customers in the way they're doing business, or are they just still relying on you despite whatever macroeconomic headwinds they might be facing, so your business is steady? Does that read across the board? You're not seeing a slowdown in your customers or in your business?
Yeah, it's both. We're actually quite bullish about the U.S. consumer. One of the things that we look at and we measure is how much they're spending with small businesses, how many employees our small businesses have, and both in charge volume and number of employees, we see strength. We see strength in spending. We see strength in the number of employees that they're hiring. So one is the consumer, very bullish. The second is the need for our platform. As you know, we have a platform that really helps fuel the success of small businesses, from really invoicing their customers and getting paid, to being able to pay their customers, to getting access to capital when they need it, and to be able to have access to CRM tools to be able to run their business. And what we're seeing is there's just a digital tailwind and the ability to be able to use our platform to drive their success. So it's just both of those are playing hand in hand together, which is driving the strength that we see.
There have been calls in recent weeks to have the IRS work harder to close the tax gap. This past week, it was former Treasury Secretary Summers. I have to imagine if audit rates went up substantially, that would have to be an additional tailwind for you, wouldn't it?
Well, especially with TurboTax Live, where we provide help to our customers, that includes auditing expertise and making sure that they get the help that they need if they ever need it. And so it may be a tailwind, but our hope ultimately is to do things in a way that delivers confidence for our customers, and we partner with the IRS to ensure that it's a seamless experience no matter what.
I want to dig more into the AI capabilities and all the machine learning that you're applying in terms of your services and tools. I'm married to a small business owner. Tax filing, really tough, really nuanced. What can all that technology do that human beings can't?
Yeah, that's a great question. I'll just use a specific example. When you do payroll and you have to do overtime in payroll, there are so many different industry, county, and city codes. And when you have to put all of that in manually, the error rate can go up. And if you make an error, you in essence get a letter where you're penalized for the error that you've made. We use knowledge engineering and machine learning to be able to digitize all of the entry of the code, do it for the customer to increase their compliance. And in fact, by applying AI, we've almost doubled the compliance rate to make it easy for customers to pay their employees and ensure that they're compliant. That's one compliance aspect. Another example I would use is we use machine learning to be able to help our customers have access to loans that they otherwise would never have access to, or for the money that they work so hard to earn, when they get paid, having instant access to that money. And those are all machine learning capabilities that we use, all focused on driving their success and finding ways to put more money in their pocket.
All right, Sasan Goodarzi, CEO of Intuit. Rough morning for the stock after earnings, but still up about 30% over the past 12 months. Thanks for being with us.
Thank you for having me.
When we return, how Netflix is transforming downtown New York today in promotion of its film, The Irishman. We're going to explain that from Little Italy after the break. Don't go anywhere.
Tomorrow.
For the independent bookseller who found you that first edition. For the baker who brings the smell of freshly baked bread to your door.
And for the barista who never needs to ask your name.
We've all got a part to play.
Every little tap keeps your high street alive.
And helps your communities thrive.
So if you love where you live, shop small.
Shopping on your local high street can make a big difference. Shop small. Only by American Express.
At Lidl, we're big on all those Christmas parties. The season to be jolly. Try our Party Time Indian snack selection for only $2.99. And our Party Time mac and cheese bites for just $1.19. Big on a Christmas you can believe in. Now that's big on quality and always Lidl on price. Subject to availability, selected stores excludes an eye.
On 3, our unlimited data is actually unlimited, like for reals. That means you can scroll and scroll and scroll through all the Black Friday deals.
Because we have no speed limits, no data caps, and you'll be 5G ready at no extra cost.
Wow, so many savings.
Our Black Friday deals are now on. Save up to £480. Switch to 3, in-store or online. See 3.co.uk/unlimited-data. Savings on selected phones on 24-month contracts. Ends 5th of December. Terms apply.
If you're planning on driving this weekend, expect delays on the A406 North Circular Road. There'll be road closures between Tottenham and Edmonton from 10 p.m. on Friday the 22nd of November to 5 a.m. on Monday the 25th of November, while we carry out essential maintenance and repairs. All roads in the surrounding area will be extremely busy, so please allow more time for your journey and expect delays in the area. Plan ahead and check alternative routes at tfl.gov.uk. To the Mayor of London and TfL, every journey matters.
Christmas is such a magical time of year for little ones. But why should the big kids miss out? This season, take the family to Santa's Wonderlab at West London Audi. You get to test drive the latest Audi models, and the children get to test drive the latest toys with Santa. There's something for the whole family. Visit santaswonderlab.com to find out more about how to register for your place at Santa's Wonderlab this Christmas.
London. There's nothing like coming back to a warm home after a long day at work, especially when you've been stuck in rush hour for what seems like an eternity. Luckily, with Hive Active Heating, you can turn your heating on from wherever you are. And with our Black Friday offer, enjoy 25% off, plus a free Amazon Echo Dot. Search Hive Heating to buy now. Hive services require broadband and Wi-Fi. Terms apply. Offer ends 2nd December.
Getting some alerts here on the FCC and Huawei. For that, we'll turn to Elon Mui. Morning, Elon.
Good morning, Carl. The FCC has just voted to ban the use of federal funds to buy equipment from companies that pose a national security threat, namely Huawei and ZTE. The commission voted unanimously to approve this ban, and it's tied to the $8.5 billion in the annual Universal Services Fund, much of which goes to rural telecom companies. Now, under these new rules, they could also be forced to, quote, rip and replace any existing equipment from Huawei or ZTE. The FCC is proposing to create a reimbursement program to help offset that cost. But this morning, FCC Chairman Ajit Pai said the commission will not sit idly by and hope for the best. Back over to you.
All right, Elon, thank you. Comes a day, of course, after Huawei's been allowed to buy some mass market software from the likes of Microsoft, which we'll talk more about later. In the meantime, Netflix is taking over 5 blocks of the city this morning in a mega marketing push for its original film, The Irishman. For that, we'll turn to Contessa Brewer in where else but Little Italy. Hey, Contessa.
Hey there, maybe you heard about this de-aging technology that Martin Scorsese used for Robert De Niro, Al Pacino, Joe Pesci, and Harvey Keitel for the movie The Irishman. Well, now Netflix is de-aging Little Italy. They're taking this neighborhood in New York City back to 1975 to the day after Jimmy Hoffa disappeared. It's a big marketing push for the film The Irishman. Now, this is a movie that has already had limited release in movie theaters, but it doesn't get posted on Netflix until Wednesday, the day before Thanksgiving. So in this big final push, Netflix is doing this experiential,
He's disappeared. I mean, he's
very
disappeared.
immersive
We all know what that means.
my God. Marketing push. They've hired actors to come out and play people to talk about Jimmy Hoffa's disappearance. They've set up these phone booths, branded phone booths, but if you go in and answer the ringing telephone, it plays a clip from the movie. And in fact, they've got these people talking about Jimmy Hoffa, engaging the passers-by here. They've even printed up all of these newspapers dating back to 1975 and where Hoffa was disappeared. In these old Cadillacs, they're encouraging people to come in and make a confession. Hi there.
Want to go for a ride?
Let's go for a ride. What kinds of questions do you ask in a confession?
What do you know about Jimmy Hoffa?
I know nothing about the disappearance, but I do know why Netflix is doing this. They say they want to create a fun experience, build brand engagement, deepen brand loyalty. And how will they measure if this is a success? They say, well, number one, the amount of foot traffic they're getting. There's a lot of buzz about this in New York City. Number two, social media traffic. And number three, earned media. And there, guys, I'm doing my part. Back to you.
Contessa, please get a cannoli for me while you're in Little Italy. Meantime, I'm curious, is this something that other competitors are doing as well?
Yeah, well, we've seen this with Hulu and The Handmaid's Tale, where they had women dressing up in the costume. We saw it with Amazon and The Marvelous Mrs. Maisel bringing back an old-time deli. But here's the thing, Disney, for instance, they don't really need to do that because there are immersive opportunities for marketing at every one of their 300 retail outlets and all the theme parks and the cruises. Disney definitely has the geographic property to do this on a regular basis. So we haven't seen the same kind of experiential, immersive marketing push for Disney Plus that we're seeing from Netflix.
Contessa Brewer, thanks for bringing this to us. It's time now for a news update. Sue Herrera has that for us back at HQ. Sue.
Indeed, I do. Thank you, Morgan. Here's what's happening at this hour, everyone. Foreign ministers of G20 member states attending a dinner in Nagoya, Japan, after their first day of meetings. They'll continue to meet Saturday as they discuss issues based on the outcomes of the Osaka summit in June, aiming to further facilitate trade and investment. Maria Butina, convicted of being a covert Russian agent in the U.S., denouncing U.S. prosecutors at a meeting on human rights in Moscow. Butina said that she was strip searched 5 times a day and called a Kremlin temptress in prosecutor indictments, and she says that that was an insult to her as a woman. A commuter train struck a motorhome in Southern California this morning. The camper burst into flames after that collision. The train was headed to Los Angeles. Luckily, no one on the train got hurt. It's unclear if anyone was in the motorhome at the time of the accident. And the rock group U2 was named Artist of the Decade by trade publication Polestar. The Rock and Roll Hall of Famers raked in over $1 billion in sales over the past decade, the most of any rock group. The Rolling Stones came in second at $929 million, followed by Ed Sheeran at $922 million. You are up to date. That's the news update this hour. John, I'll send it back downtown to you.
All right, thank you, Sue. First place. Maybe they finally found what they're looking for. European markets lounge is closing.
Oh my God, I actually laughed at that one.
Gotcha, Carl. Dom Chu's got the breakdown of today's market action overseas. Dom.
I'm not sure if this is what you're looking for, but those Irish markets were still doing pretty good along with the rest of Europe. Generally speaking, higher today, as you can see behind me. The major bourses closing the week out on that high note. The German DAX, the CAC in France, and the FTSE 100 in the UK all up on the day to close out. Traders and investors had a real chance to digest some data that showed more evidence of a slowing economy in both the Eurozone and the United Kingdom. The German economy did manage to grow by 0.1% in the third quarter, helped along by at least some modest growth in their export markets. Now, the European Central Bank also very much in focus as newly minted President Christine Lagarde made her first policy speech in that role, commenting on a number of things. She talked about the dampening effects of ongoing trade conflicts on the global economy, adding that Europe needs to innovate and invest in order to keep its competitiveness over the long run, and that higher rates of trade growth no longer a certainty, adding that some European governments may need to fiscally stimulate things going forward. Now, a notable stock on the move today, you got shares of French-based Edenred, which are falling. This after the payment services company said that it was the victim of a malware infection, but that it implemented countermeasures to contain the cybersecurity breach. It's also working with authorities as well. So a lot going on in European trade, but definitely, Carl, a green day mostly across the screen. Back over to you guys.
All right, Don, thanks so much. Let's get a check on where we stand across the major averages on this Friday. Banks are actually leading today. Dow's up 51. S&P, though, still trying to hug 3,100. Back in a moment.
I'm a regular in my neighborhood.
'Tis the season to be hunched over your laptop. Not on our watch. In real life, you can fill your senses and your baskets. Feel all the sights, sounds, lols, and OMGs. Wear laughing emojis on actual smiley faces. Battery is running low. Take the kids to Santa's Grotto. In real life, you can find just the right present using the most advanced search engine in the world. Your eyes. We can't in real life. Brent Cross, London. Free parking for all sleighs and cars.
For the independent bookseller who found you that first edition. For the baker who brings the smell of freshly baked bread to your door.
And for the barista, who never needs to ask your name.
We've all got a part to play.
Every little tap keeps your high street alive.
And helps your communities thrive.
So if you love where you live, shop small.
Shopping on your local high street can make a big difference. Shop small. Only by American Express.
At Lidl, we're big on all those Christmas parties. The season to be jolly. Try our Party Time Indian snack selection for only $2.99. And our Party Time mac and cheese bites for just $1.19. Big on a Christmas you can believe in. Now that's big on quality and always Lidl on price. Subject to availability, selected stores excludes an eye.
On 3, our unlimited data is actually unlimited, like for reals. That means you can scroll and scroll and scroll through all the Black Friday deals.
Because we have no speed limits, no data caps, and you'll be 5G ready at no extra cost.
Wow, so many savings.
Our Black Friday deals are now on. Save up to £480. Switch to 3, in-store or online. See 3.co.uk/unlimited-data. Savings on selected phones on 24-month contracts. Ends 5th of December. Terms apply.
If you're planning on driving this weekend, expect delays on the A406 North Circular Road. There'll be road closures between Tottenham and Edmonton from 10 p.m. on Friday the 22nd of November to 5 a.m. on Monday the 25th of November, while we carry out essential maintenance and repairs. All roads in the surrounding area will be extremely busy, so please allow more time for your journey and expect delays in the area. Plan ahead and check alternative routes at tfl.gov.uk. To the Mayor of London and TfL, every journey matters.
Turning back to a smashing debut for Tesla and the unveiling of its Cybertruck pickup last night. The street mixed so far on its initial reaction. Early Tesla investor and former Tesla board member Steve Wesley joins us now, along with Loop Ventures' Gene Munster. Gentlemen, happy Friday to you. Steve, I'll start with you. Your takeaway from this event, been a lot of debate on whether this will be niche or something that could actually become mass market. Where do you fall?
Well, look, people said Tesla's original electric car was niche, and it has completely disrupted the premium market. Tesla's Model 3 is now the number 5 selling car, electric or gas, in the country today. I think they may do the same thing with trucks. Trucks are the number 1 selling vehicle in the country. No one has been able to knock off the Ford 150. Elon came out with a car last night that is absolutely unique looking. It's a little edgy. I think it's cool. I think it's going to be very attractive to the millennial market. And it's posting some eye-popping numbers, including a 10,000-pound towing capacity and a 0 to 60 number of as low as 4.6 seconds. I think there's going to be a big market.
Yeah, Gene, I mean, the specs certainly look pretty solid, but the design getting a lot of flack, you could say, especially among analysts. What do you think of this? I mean, do you think that sales could actually be pretty strong for this vehicle, and that Wall Street is poo-pooing it too soon?
So maybe as a starting point, I shoot to be a level-headed on the Tesla story, which is a hard thing to do given it's an emotional story. I tend to view this more positive. I do view it more positively longer term. In terms of the pickup, to answer your question, we think this is probably going to account for 5% of their total sales in 2023. It's going to ship end of 2021, ramp production 2022. globally, pickups are 6% of sales. In the U.S., they're 18%. I think that this the type of design it's called a brutalist is the technical term. The novice term is Tron-like. I think that will appeal to a small subsegment of the pickup market, and separately of the SUV market. So it will capture a couple segments. To answer your question, though, this is 5%. It's not a huge needle mover, but it is important that this is incremental to their business. They're not cannibalizing any products here, and I think that this is another step in the company reaching escape velocity and ultimately being a much larger company than the $60 billion market cap today.
Hey, Steve, what do you think the chances are we go through a Model 3 dynamic in which 39.9 sounds good now, but once it gets to delivery, there's no way it sells for that price?
Well, look, 39.5 is still a high price for the American consumer. But the fact is, the cost of lithium-ion batteries is going down. I think you're going to see Tesla bringing the price down over time. But look, it's hard to complain about this. Tesla is now the number one selling vehicle in the Netherlands, in Norway, in Switzerland, number 3 in the UK. Whatever else you might say about Elon, they've been extremely successful at going international and showing there's a larger market than people had previously thought. And then this month, literally, they are beginning to deliver their first cars off the assembly line in China. So they're doing an awful lot right, including getting to profitability sooner than people thought. The big question now is, how soon can they get this new Tesla Cybertruck to market? Historically, they've been a little late to market, but they've really improved their manufacturing game. And as analysts have noted, the Model Y, they just moved up the entry date by 3 months. They know this is a tough race. They want to beat the others to market. The only other thing I'd say about the design is it is a little edgy, but what Ford and GM have been doing are making ultra-conservative traditional vehicles. I think the market's ready for something newer.
Well, Gene, that goes to my question. I mean, this Cybertruck, you say 5%, I think in about 3 years. Is this essentially a branding exercise? I mean, I'm seeing Model 3s now just sort of around. They're almost becoming like Camrys in a way. Some of the special patina around the Tesla brand perhaps risks fading. But this thing, I mean, everybody's going to know exactly what this is, and there are not going to be too many of them, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's incremental to the story and a revenue perspective. I think the branding impact is probably more significant over the next couple of years. It really is a shock to the system. The breaking of the glass, that we could spend a lot of time talking about that, because I think that captures more than just a demo gone bad. What it really captures is a willingness of the company. You can look at this two different ways, but a willingness of the company to be aggressive around building a brand, and they want to really wanted to emphasize the strength of this vehicle in several ways during this presentation. So yes, they want to build a brand that they are radical around design. Their design language is fluid too. This is a very different type of a looking car than Tesla usually does.
Yeah.
And this concept of breaking the rules, I think, is important to them.
Yeah, certainly getting a lot of attention today. Gentlemen, thanks for joining us. Steve and Gene, shares of Tesla are down 6% right now.
Thanks for having me.
Still to come on Squawk Alley, Michael Dell weighs in on the U.S.-China trade rift and who is really going to suffer. We'll tell you what he told me at the Economic Club of New York yesterday. That is next, and we're back after a break.
On 3, our unlimited data is actually unlimited, like FOREX. That means you can scroll and scroll and scroll through all the Black Friday deals.
Because we have no speed limits, no data caps, and you'll be 5G ready at no extra cost.
Wow, so many savings.
Our Black Friday deals are now on. Save up to £480. Switch to 3, in-store or online. See 3.co.uk/unlimited-data. Savings on selected phones on 24-month contracts. Ends 5th of December. Terms apply.
If you're planning on driving this weekend, expect delays on the A406 North Circular Road. There'll be road closures between Tottenham and Edmonton from 10 p.m. on Friday the 22nd of November to 5 a.m. on Monday the 25th of November, while we carry out essential maintenance and repairs. All roads in the surrounding area will be extremely busy, so please allow more time for your journey and expect delays in the area. Plan ahead and check alternative routes at tfl.gov.uk. To the Mayor of London and TfL, Every journey matters.
Looking for a great phone to take brilliant photos, like an incredible iPhone 7 with a 12-megapixel camera? Then look no further than Tesco Mobile's best ever Black Friday event. You'll find an iPhone 7 for just $14.49 a month, our lowest ever price. Be quick, this deal ends Sunday, 1st of December. Tesco Mobile, every little helps.
Best ever Black Friday based on range of products in promotion. Was £19.75, now £14.49. Offer ends 1st of December. 36-month credit agreement, rolling monthly usage agreement, subject to status. Various policy applies. See tescomobile.com/terms.
Did you know that at Boots.com, there are thousands of amazing gifts to choose from? And if you order online, they can be delivered to the boots of your choice for collection. So gift like you get them at the fantastical choice of thousands of gifts to order and collect boutique. Charges may apply. See Boots.com for details.
The puck drops. 12 players face off to win. The suspense is pure torture, but you wouldn't miss this for the world. TuneIn brings you every minute of the NHL season. Listen live to hockey when it matters most on TuneIn. When you're not listening to your team, take it to the end zone, the rim, or the net. Keep up with the biggest moments in sports by following TuneIn on social media.
Block, hook into the end zone for the touchdown.
From reminders of the live top games to tips of the best sports stations and podcasts.
Welcome to Undisputed. We are live from Los Angeles. I'm Jenny Taft here with Skip Bayless.
Follow at TuneIn on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram to get the most out of TuneIn.
I'm Scott Wapner. Here's what's coming up. Halftime report, top of the hour on this Friday. We're going to put two big bulls to the test today. Tom Lee, Brian Belsky join us. We'll debate the markets and why stocks will reach their big price targets in the year ahead. Plus, is Alibaba worth a look today? The stock just got upgraded. We're going to kick that around in our call of the day. And Josh Brown was selected for Fortune's 2020 Investor Roundtable. He'll reveal the names and sectors he thinks are going to have a winning year in the year ahead. All at noon on the half. John, we'll see you in about a little more than 10 minutes.
All right, see you then. Happy Friday. Meanwhile, I sat down with Michael Dell yesterday at the Economic Club of New York for a conversation on where he sees the world and Dell in 10 years. I asked him specifically about our trade rift right now with China and who, in his opinion, would come out worse over the next decade, I should say, should there be a long-term split. Here's what he said.
We have to be ready for either scenario, either a bipolar world where you have a China-centric and a U.S.-centric. But if I'm the Chinese government and the U.S. government, and I run out the NPV calculation of a bipolar world versus something else, the bipolar scenario is really bad
for both,
especially for China.
Why especially for China?
Well, because China has built a manufacturing base that is the factory for the world in many regards. And if you imagine a bipolar scenario, the U.S. and all of its allies, no Android, no Applied Materials, no Tokyo Electron, no AMSL, no Intel, no Microsoft, no ARM Holdings. How do you make stuff? No Texas Instruments, no Analog Devices.
They can't build enough of their own versions of those in 10 years.
Take a long time. Take a long time, and it would be a huge setback.
And that is certainly what the Trump administration seems is counting on as they continue to try to play hardball with China. I asked him also about the potential HP Xerox tie-up. He said there is going to be more consolidation in the enterprise, but that he made a very different move with the EMC VMware tie-up, arguing that that was more of a cloud and data play, which has worked out well. Also said he's really excited about 5G and the way that lays down rails for new types of business to be built on top of it and creates a market for the sorts of things that Dell sells.
I think the labor force comment is interesting because supply chain people in China would say China's seen this demographically coming for years, and that explains why they're investing in Africa hand over fist, because they're going to need a new army of people who can assemble stuff.
Yeah, I wonder to what degree the split, if there is one, and there's a China-centric world and a U.S.-centric world, goes the way that we would expect at this point. We kind of think we know who's in our camp, who's in their camp. I think China's pressing to try to change the scenario on who falls where and maybe who tries to play both sides for a long time. we'll see whose multilateral strategy or unilateral strategy, one-to-one, when it comes to these negotiations, works out and where that leaves us.
Yeah. It's great to get Dell's point of view, though, especially on a week where Hank Paulson said a lot of the same things in different ways. Meantime, Dow's trying to hang on to some gains here. We're up almost 80 points, 3106 on the S&P as this Friday rolls on.
I heard you guys have Workday now.
On 3, our unlimited data is actually unlimited, like for reals. That means you can scroll and scroll and scroll through all the Black Friday deals.
Because we have no speed limits, no data caps, and you'll be 5G ready at no extra cost.
Wow, so many savings.
Our Black Friday deals are now on. Save up to £480. Switch to 3, in-store or online. See 3.co.uk/unlimited-data. Savings on selected phones on 24-month contracts. Ends 5th of December. Terms apply.
If you're planning on driving this weekend, expect delays on the A406 North Circular Road. There'll be road closures between Tottenham and Edmonton from 10 p.m. on Friday the 22nd of November to 5 a.m. on Monday the 25th of November, while we carry out essential maintenance and repairs. All roads in the surrounding area will be extremely busy, so please allow more time for your journey and expect delays in the area. Plan ahead and check alternative routes at tfl.gov.uk. To the Mayor of London and TfL, every journey matters.
Dear noble shopkeeper, is 25 the magic number?
That's right. For one night only, the Lotto birthday jackpot is £25 million. And it must be won this Saturday.
Lotto, celebrating 25 years of the National Lottery. Your numbers make amazing happen. Rules and procedures apply. Players must be 16 or over.
Christmas is such a magical time of year for little ones. But why should the big kids miss out? This season, take the family to Santa's Wonderlab at West London Audi. You get to test drive the latest Audi models, and the children get to test drive the latest toys with Santa. There's something for the whole family. Visit santaswonderlab.com to find out more about how to register for your place at Santa's Wonderlab this Christmas.
How can I help you?
Just a latte, please.
Grande. Guatemalan bean.
Oh.
Hazelnut syrup.
Wow.
Whipped cream.
All right.
That's $5.25, please.
Oh.
You can't always control what you spend, but you can save as you spend with Save the Change. When you use your Lloyds Bank debit card, we'll round up the amount to the next pound and transfer the difference to your nominated Lloyds Bank savings account. Feel in control every day with our mobile banking app. Lloyds Bank, by your side. T's and C's apply.
Welcome back to Squawk Alley. Amid a flurry of trade headlines and worries over a manufacturing slowdown here in the U.S., investors are taking a closer look at which industrials could still push higher. Seema Modi explains that back at HQ. Hey, Seema.
Hi, Morgan. At a time when manufacturing is slowing down here in the U.S., a growing number of industrials are doubling down on investments in technology, but it's for different reasons. Honeywell, for example, is using technology to cut costs. Cummins investing in new services aimed at reducing carbon emissions as electric vehicles gain more popularity. Rockwell Automation continues to bet on digital offerings to automate factories. And another name to watch in this space is Deere. Now, Deere is set to report earnings next Wednesday. The farm equipment maker recently unveiling a prototype of an autonomous sprayer at an ag conference 2 weeks ago. Analysts at Melius Research say once this product comes to market, it has the potential to help farmers identify weeds early on and overall increase their efficiency. It comes at a time when farmers are feeling the effect of the trade war. Now, what's interesting is that investors seem to be rewarding these companies that are making bets on technology. A quick check on stock performance shows you that all four of these companies are trading about 35 to 40% off their lows. Back to you, Morgan.
Seema, thank you. I'd note that Honeywell's $4 billion software business now. It's definitely at the lead of the pack there. Also, Roper, Siemens, GE have been getting into this game. It's definitely a big trend to watch. When we return, Squawk Alley gets busy. We're going to explain that after the break.
Sectornomics is sponsored by Sector Spider ETFs. Visit them on the web at sectorspiders.com.
The S&P 500, the benchmark for most U.S. equity investors. Only Sector Spider ETFs can divide the S&P 500 into 11 investable pieces. This allows you to underweight and also overweight sectors to best meet your clients' objectives. Sector Spiders, write your next chapter in investing. Before investing, consider the fund's investment objectives, risks, charges, and expenses. Go to sectorspiders.com for a prospectus containing this information. Read it carefully.
It was Sophie's big day. By the way, she's the next Mozart. As usual, we were behind schedule. But Sophie's enthusiasm could not be dampened. Not even by a runaway donut. We powered through it in our Toyota Prius. Because the star's gotta shine. No matter what.
It's unbelievable what you can do in the Prius. Toyota. Let's go places.
I had 3 credit cards. I was completely tired of the interest rates.
19.99%.
I have a very good credit score and I knew Lightstream would be an option.
Lower your interest rates the easy way with a credit card consolidation loan from Lightstream.
I applied online. It took me less than 5 minutes. I got a great interest rate on my Lightstream loan.
I'll save $8,000 over the life of the loan. Who wouldn't want an extra $8,000?
Consolidate your high interest credit card balances to a fixed rate loan as low as 5.85% APR with autopay. Apply now at trylightstream.com for your discount.
Okay, you ready?
Yes.
Now.
A Peloton? Give it up for our first time ride.
All right, first ride. I'm a little nervous, but excited. Let's do this. 5 days in a row. You surprised? I am.
6 a.m. Yay.
Rising with the sun.
That was totally worth it.
Let's go race in Boston. 50 rides.
She just said my name. A year ago, I didn't realize how much this would change me. Thank you.
This holiday, give the gift of Peloton.
I'm a regular in my neighborhood. I'm a regular at my local coffee shop and my local barber shop. When you shop small, you help support your community, from after-school programs to the arts. So become a regular, more regularly. Because for every $1 you spend at a small business, an average of 67 cents stays in the community. Join me and American Express on Small Business Saturday, November 30th, and see how shopping small adds up.
Looking for the best balance transfer cards? Introducing CNBC Select, the authority on all things credit cards. We do the research, you reap the rewards. Head on over to cnbc.com/select and take control of your money.
Welcome back to Squawk Alley. Actress, writer, and comedian Busy Phillips visiting the New York Stock Exchange yesterday on tour promoting her new role as the spokesperson for Airbnb's Hotel Tonight brand. I caught up with her earlier to talk about that new gig, but also get her thoughts on branding and how she uses her massive influence on social media. Take a listen.
Everybody's kind of trying to figure out what's the best, most direct way to the consumers that they're trying to reach. And right now, social media seems to be working in some respects for some people, but it's not all across the board, I think, a successful way to go. And I just think that moving forward in the future, there will have to be a way for brands to be able to target their audience and the people that they want more directly. I mean, with all of the streaming services and everything becoming so disparate, spending $80 million on like huge ad buys on network television, I'm not sure what that gets you.
She does have a following of 2 million on Instagram. She's seen as a social media influencer, spokesperson, not only for Hotel Tonight, but Aerie, Olay, Michaels. And one of the points she made in our conversation is that as a television actor, she said to me, you're at the mercy of whatever commercials they play. And in this instance, she's happy to stand behind the brands she uses. We also talked about streaming, since she's a content creator. And the way she said she sort of sees it is we're basically getting rid of cable and creating new cable with all these paywalls and new services, which we've heard before.
What if Instagram kills likes, right? What is that? Does it change everything?
I have a feeling they'll figure out a way around it.
Yeah.
Those influencers.
They've been creative so far. Let's get to the judge in the half. Have a good weekend.
Carl, thanks. I'm Scott Wapner. Front and center this hour, running of the bulls. 2 strategists, 2 big targets for stocks, and why some say the 10-year run for your money is just the beginning. It is 12 noon. This is the Halftime Report.
Upward and onwards. Bullish new calls on this record-breaking rally. While you may want to keep riding this run in 2020. Plus, the stocks and sectors Wall Street is betting on for next year. We'll break them down. Alibaba shares on fire this year, up 35%, outperforming Amazon. And the stock just got a huge buy call. We'll debate it straight ahead. The investment committee is ready to go. Halftime report starts right now.
Welcome. It is good to have you with us on this Friday. Our investment committee today, Josh Brown, Jim Leventhal, John Najarian, Steve Weiss. Shannon Sakosha is the Chief Investment Officer at Boston Private Wealth. Tom Lee, Fundstrat Global Advisors, Managing Partner and Head of Research. And Brian Belsky, BMO Capital Markets Chief Investment Strategist. We begin today with the market. Stocks are higher Friday. Still, though, the S&P on pace for its first losing week in the past 7. Tom Lee, I turn to you. I said in the tease to this show today, we were going to put two bulls to the test. Your 2019 year-end target is 3,200. So you're looking for basically 100 S&Ps between now and the end of the year.
Yes.
You gonna get there? Confident?
Yeah. I mean, I think we could even exceed it in the next 7 weeks.
Because of?
Well, I think the cadence of economic data is really improving. I think as people start thinking about next year, they're going to see upside risk to growth. And then when you look at positioning, I think people are still uncomfortably defensively positioned. So that movement of, cash into equities is part of that rocket fuel.
Okay. Belsky, so on October 30th, I'm going to read something that you wrote, because it sort of caught my eye. You're a generally bullish guy on the market. This didn't sound all that bullish.
Hit me.
As we have mentioned frequently, we do not expect significant gains from current levels for the remainder of the year, with the main reason being the unpredictability associated with geopolitical headwinds and developments, particularly trade, which has been the predominant topic of our client conversations lately. Talk to me. You were getting a little cautious at the end of October?
Well, first off, when we initiated our target for 2019, we were at 3,150, and then obviously we had the terrible fourth quarter last year, and then the even worse December. So we thought it was apropos and prudent to move it to 3,000.
And you never moved it off that?
Never moved it off that. Why would you move a target for 6 weeks left in the year? That doesn't make any sense to us. Number one. Number two, when we invest, Scott, 18 months.
No, but you had chances all along the way to move it up.
Yeah, of course we did. But at the end of the day, too, we still think that we don't have an absolute perfect trade deal. We think that the Santa Claus rally actually moved forward into October this time around, basically given the fact that people became way too bearish in August and positionally were way too short-term sighted. And sure, yeah, if you want to nitpick and change a target by a few percentage points, but at the end of the day, we still think we're in a big 20-year bull market, which has been our call since 2010. And we think stocks move higher, and we're entering into this mid-90s type of Goldilocks scenario where earning stability and high quality really matter. And that's why large-cap U.S. companies, we think, are the best positions in the world.
What I wanted to tee up by getting your perspectives between now and the end of the year, which is somewhat, unimportant looking at the big picture, are the calls like that you make. Tom Lee, well, this may sound perplexing. We believe 2019 was the start of a new global equity bull market. Belsky just laid his out too. Welcome to the second half of the bull market, implying your 20-year thing. We've been on a 10-year run. I want to open that to the panel. Is that what this is? Is this mid-cycle of bull market? Are we looking for a much more prolonged cycle, Josh, than we've thought?
So, first of all, let me unveil my year-end. My year-end target is December 31st. So I think I'm gonna nail that one. I'm not good with targets and timing bull markets. I don't really think that my opinion is any better than anyone else's. But what I will say, where I agree with both of the views that we heard, I really don't understand why we're still talking about 10-year runs. We had a bear market low in March of 2009. That was the bottom of a secular bear market that lasted from the year 2000 until 2013. You had a 13-year secular bear. When we talk about bear markets, bull markets, historical bull markets, 1982 to 2000 is the greatest bull market ever. We talk about it all the time. We don't time that from 1974, which was the low of the secular bear market that preceded it. So the 2009 comp, the 11-year, the 10-year, whatever, it's incorrect. We made a new S&P record high in the spring of 2013. It is the first time we got definitively above the 2000 high and the 2007 high from the prior peak. That's it. So basically, it's a 6-year run. And in the midst of that 6-year run, we had a down year. It was last year. So we have had bear markets, cyclical bear markets already within that long-term bull. It is not as though we've been rallying for 11 years nonstop. And by the way, the global component of it is the most interesting to me. And I don't know if it'll be right, but I hope it is. We may have had a really nice run in U.S. stocks. International stocks have essentially lagged, have done almost nothing. Emerging markets have been disastrous. If that part of the equation began to get fixed this year, and it is possible, that could extend the run, because you're talking about middle-class populations in the billions coming on in the next 10 years that have not really taken part in fueling earnings growth. And if they do, if you start seeing a pickup in consumer demand in Asia, in Latin America, in Europe, that's a whole new leg, not just for international stocks, but for S&P 500 companies that cater to them. So I really think that there is an opportunity for this to go on way longer than people think, given that it started much more recently than people think.
I think it's really critical that when you think about talking about whether this is a bull or a bear market, to Josh's point, that doesn't necessarily mean that every year is going to be positive. And so I think it's just, are we setting up for a period over the next 5 to 10 years where you'd rather have your money in equities if you want to continue to focus on both capital appreciation and capital preservation? You know, over the course of the last month or so, we've seen an inflection point on the economic side. We've seen some firming of economic data. It's similar to what we saw in 2012 and 2016. And we've seen the rotation back to value from momentum similar to those two same periods. And so whether this is a short-term period between now or the end of the year, or whether our expectations over the next 5 years or so are even for perhaps a shallow recession, that doesn't necessarily negate the fact that we could be in a secular bull market.
18% rise is what you're looking for next year. Earnings are going to be strong enough to carry stocks that much. The geopolitical risk that you cited earlier is going to subside?
You know, we're set up with our model, and Tom and I were talking a little bit off stage about this. My 30th year in Wall Street, his 27th year in Wall Street. We have some perspective that we'd love to share, and so thank you for having us on to be able to talk about this. But, you know, I run 7 portfolios for BMO. We average 350 basis points above the benchmarks that we run. Why? Because our turnover is 20%. Because I believe the market's a market of stocks, not just trying to worry about what cycle we're in, late cycle, early cycle, mid-cycle, growth, value. So guess what? We're set up, I think, for earnings to surprise to the upside, because analysts have been so negative, Scott. And in fact, earnings estimate dispersion remains at or near all-time lows, meaning all the analysts' earnings estimates are all lumped together. There's no added value to that. So guess what? I think CEOs and analysts are way too defensive, in that money's coming back to the United States under the theme of dollar-denominated assets.
To your point, the last earnings quarter, now that we're through it, the S&P 500, 75% of companies beat bottom line, and the average over the last 5 years has been 71%. So we were way too, I think, negative. Also, we were looking for a 3% year-over-year drop, and it ended up being more like 1%. Which is very, very manageable within the context of a longer-term uptrend. You can have those types of quarters. So I think that's a really important point.
You know,
pessimism is everywhere.
It's pessimism is always everywhere, because when people have money that's at risk, they're worried about it. But when you take a look at what's actually happening, money's going into the market, the average is going up. To me, the whole conversation is interesting to have, but is meaningless in terms of how I invest and how most people invest. To think you could look out 5 years and predict what the economy's going to do, the global economies, no less 10 years, is absolutely pure folly. So I agree with you that it's stocks. And by the way, it's not that difficult. Markets go up 80 to 85% of the time. So you're going to pick that 1 in 10 chance, or 1 in 15 chance, or 1 in 9 chance when the market's going to go down, and sell your stocks.
But if
trigger.
we've had a great year for stocks. There's an uncertain world ahead. You got an election. You got all these other things. Belsky says it doesn't matter. You still got.
Well, that's exactly 18%. So you'll get through it, right? But if you take a look at the numbers going back 50 years, 60 years, you'll see what the market did in the prior year really doesn't do much for the next year. And I've gone through it. When markets have been up 30%, the next year they're up 20%. When markets up 20%, next year up 30%. And to think that, particularly now, when you're seeing more machines that come out and read earnings estimates and quantitative models that are controlling the market, we've had Koopman come on and say, it's a different market. To try and just place your bets
on a day-to-day basis or a 6-month basis or on a 5-year basis.
Sure, but you're looking for
crazy.
like relative value, John, in the way we talk about which markets are going to outperform. We've had a great year, as we said. Maybe next year is more muted because the risk-reward, the value equation sways more outside the U.S. Maybe it becomes Europe and emerging markets are they going to be the outperformer?
It certainly could. They have not had their day in the sun for a very long time. A lot of shade on that side, Scott. But we've seen, for instance, the rates come down from the 3% that we were at last year at this time down to 1.7 that we're talking about right now. That's a huge tailwind for us going into 2020. Do I think that we'll see 3 rate cuts in 2020? No. I don't know if we'll get any rate cuts in 2020, no matter what the bond market might be saying, at least right now. I think the Fed really does want to step back, Scott. So I think the pessimism was a combination of, we had some IHS versus ISM readings that I disputed because of the changing of how those two are calculated. The IHS market, I thought, much more representative than the ISM. But nonetheless, we also had the longest strike in General Motors history. I mean, and that fed into that as far as when people were really getting ramped up about, are we going to be going into a recession in 2020?
Sure, but if you look, Tom Lee, okay, trade deal drags on, right? Earnings and growth are weak. Election looming. Who knows what's going to happen on the heels of whatever impeachment, either trial, vote, this, that, the other thing happens. Those are risks to your outlook, are they not? Are you ignoring those risks? Sounds like you are.
I'm not. I don't think we're ignoring them. I actually think earnings could really surprise next year. I think we saw that upturn in ISM exports. 5 of the last 5 times it was leading to a cyclical earnings acceleration. So I think earnings next year, when people talk about flat or down, are forgetting that earnings could actually be like up 18%.
Are you assuming that the manufacturing economy comes out of its funk?
Yes, because inventories are pretty lean. But you can look at Korea, Taiwan; they've been destocking. We've got this Goldman's writing about this huge financial conditions easing impulse that's adding 0.5% next year to GDP growth. So I think growth risks are to the upside.
If you look at, I'm curious, Brian.
We're going to hear from Jim Lebenthal too, Josh.
Jim's take too. Then, if you think about, you mentioned destocking and inventories. I'm just curious, like, if you add up industrials, manufacturing, and materials as a percentage of the S&P, I think they're under 16% now. But yet, all of the economic data that we cite on this show and that people write reports about and obsess over have to do with that tiny component.
Yeah.
Why aren't we just exclusively talking about the consumer? And if Jim wants to jump in,
I wouldn't mind, actually, because you're going right where I want to go, right? So if we're going to talk about earnings growing next year, it can't come from margin expansion. Margins are too high. You have to have top line expansion. And you know where that's going to come from, Josh? It's going to come from the consumer, which is 70% of the economy. So how does the consumer grow from here? You need continued wage growth without inflation. In order to get that, you need more capital expenditure. And I'm sorry to do this, folks, but in order to get capital expenditure, get phase 1 signed. By the way, phase 1 of this China trade deal is empty.
Yeah, what does that have anything to do with whether the consumer remains strong or not?
Well, I just explained it to you, but I'll explain it again.
Okay? I mean, I didn't get it. That's why I threw it back at you.
Okay, well, I'll explain it again. You get capital expenditure, right? That means companies are hiring on productivity enhancing, whether it's IT or factories, and that allows them to increase wages without inflation. That's the Goldilocks scenario, where you don't have a Fed that pivots to being hawkish, but you get wage gains that allows the consumer, 70% of the economy, to start expanding the top line in the S&P 500.
More than anything, though, Scott, we're spending our money in a different way, right? So that's why it's very difficult to not be overweight communication services, right, because of the content. Consumer discretionary because of the strength of the consumer and the economy. Financials because the world's most hated sector. And still, with respect to where cash flow and dividends are, the strongest dividend growth sector in the world. Technology, which, oh, by the way, we're spending money there, too, in terms of the consumer. And the second biggest sector in terms of dividend growth in the world. That's where we want you to be in 2020.
This whole conversation about value versus growth, where are we on that, Tom Lee? Belsky's got a decent mix there.
Yeah, I mean, I think the last 6 weeks has been interesting because 2 bulletproof trades have been breaking down, right? Asset-light stocks really took it on the chin, and they've worked for almost 10 years, and growth stocks are starting to underperform. I mean, to Josh, when you talk about earnings, you have to keep in mind that 16% that's deep cyclical could have a plus 100 next year, which means
that's where the earnings volatility comes from.
That's why you could add 10
you.
percentage points just from those three groups to S&P earnings growth. And so that's why, if you think about groups that have been absolute dead for 2 years, really tied to inventory correction, they could be monsters next year. So I can see why the value trade works.
What's interesting is that we talk about Europe being left behind. Keep in mind that Europe just didn't stop growing in 2008. Italy never grew. I mean, their GDP was basically flat for a decade. France also. I mean, Germany was the only one that was really growing because of the social issues that they have. Now, they've come in and they've modernized where, for example, retirement's no longer at 45 for barbers. They have to work till 55 or 65 in France. So things have changed, but still, I think the U.S. market's going to be the place to be. So maybe you can make more money in trades in Europe and so forth. But I want to go back to what Josh said. Josh, it depends when you come in the market. You had a very nice bull market from 2002 to 2008. If that's when you got in, market was up nicely. So we can make the chart say whatever we want them to say, but the history of the market is a series of rolling bull markets, and it depends when you get in. Now, if you got in and you were flat from 99 through to 2013 or whatever, that's one thing. But I think there are always opportunities in the market.
That's a fair point, and one point that gets lost in the shuffle when we talk about the starts and ends of bull markets. The majority of people don't take a lump sum, decide on a date, invest it, and hope they're right. And so even in a secular bear market like the one I described from 2000 into the middle part of this decade, the majority of market participants were going to work every day, and every 2 weeks a portion of their portfolio was purchased. Right. And they did okay if they stayed the course. And I think that's a really important consideration to not get so worried about, am I about to top tick a 5-year or a 10-year bull market.
Expand on this line that you have in a note, because I want you to clarify exactly what you're talking about. We believe that a leadership shift that many investors have been hoping and praying for is at least a few years away. There just is not enough believability in the U.S. yet, even after the performance of the past 10 years. What's that mean?
That means we're not believing in U.S. stocks yet. And the whole leadership shift that everybody wants to be in, and you mentioned it, is this whole notion of trying to buy Europe and emerging markets still. We've been on record by saying we believe Europe is the next Japan, and emerging markets still has some serious fundamental issues. Being that those two areas are linked together because they are each other's best trading partners, we think it's at least 2 or 3 more years before you can see any kind of strong fundamentals there. So therefore, believe in the U.S.
Well, haven't people believed in the U.S. this year?
No. I mean, that's
talking about money on the sidelines, money that's being put in other markets,
other people
rather than the U.S.
Yeah. Well, you think about it. We've still in 8 out of the last 10 years, we've had outflows from equities, inflows into bonds. We're not really seeing money come back into the U.S. I market in around the world a lot, and there still remains very reluctant buyers of the U.S. And they'll buy it when they feel like they absolutely feel the absolute amount of pain in their Europe trade, but they still try to bottom tick Europe and in emerging markets. I don't think the foreign flows have come back to the U.S. yet. Hasn't even started yet. So this still remains the most hated bull market in history.
That's part of the fuel you're talking about,
yes.
I suppose, for why you think the bull market has so much room to go?
Absolutely. I mean, just in terms of the last, if you take a look at the 20 bull markets since 1940, this current bull market ranks 3rd to the lowest in terms of compound annual growth rate. We talk about this as being, if depending on when you measure it, the longest bull market in history. Bull markets don't die of old age; they die of fundamental reasons, and we just don't see the fundamental impact of the market changing in 2020.
Yeah, I guess where does the Fed factor in? Right, the Fed can kill the bull market.
Well, in January,
the Fed kind of did kill the bull market for a period of time in December.
Well, it did. I mean, right. If you think about the parallels between 1994 and what happened late last year and early this year, that's why in January we came out and said that 2019 would be this generation's 1995. That's why in our report we talked about this notion of hip-hop in the 95, 96, 97 area, just to try to get people to simulate.
I love the note, by the way.
Thank you
for doing that.
This is the notorious bull market, just like the notorious BIG. But think about this. In 95, 96, 97, ushered in a Goldilocks, high-quality, large-cap driven market. I think that's where we're going for the next 3 years.
Shannon?
I think that, from my perspective, I somewhat disagree. I mean, I think if you look at globally, if institutional investors globally are using a relevant market benchmark, they're using the ACWI, which is 50% U.S. and 50% international, Europe, Japan, UK, emerging markets. And so I think that what I've seen globally is that we actually have seen, I think 2 or 3 years ago, flows from those markets that were underperforming in a traditional U.S. asset allocation, globally diversified portfolio, go into the U.S. market. I think that trend has started to deteriorate. I think that now we are starting to see intermittent interest in international and emerging markets, but it's not dissimilar to the technical correction, the technical move that we've had from momentum to value. Some of it is short covering, and some of it is us as asset allocators looking and saying, you know what, we've gotten to a point where we're dramatically underweight outside of the United States, and so we're reconfiguring and reallocating our portfolios to make up for that. So I think that there is going to be a bit of a fit and start here, but I do think that there's going to be more interest outside of the United States.
The other thing is it's a spread, right? Like markets, they don't publish the odds, but the odds, you can look at relative valuations. So if I tell you this year the Super Bowl is going to be the Patriots and the Giants, based on the way they are right now, but I'm giving you 40 points if you take the Giants, probably you're not going to take the Patriots. You're going to take the 40 points. So now let's take a look. Greek stock market's up 44% this year. Is anyone going to argue that the economy got 44% better in Greece?
And
we all understand.
But it may not have been 30% worse than what people thought.
This is the point. This is the point, right? So in the stock market, they don't publish the odds in the newspaper. They're not setting them in Vegas. It's more of an art than a science. However, Japanese stock market's up 20-something% this year. Germany, you're up high teens. None of these economies have gotten significantly better. So you're getting that benefit when you look at cheaper parts of the world. You don't have to be right on the economy. You don't have to make a big bet that all of a sudden Europe's going to have this economic renaissance. It isn't, but that's why. It's 12 times earnings versus large cap S&P, 20 times earnings.
That's unfair because it's a different.
We all get it. There's different sectors. We
right, so you got to say that. It's an accurate story, Josh.
It's in the market.
Doesn't mean
you're right, but it's in the market. We agree.
Okay.
It's there. It's there.
If the conversation is about where is the market cheap and will means revert, I just want to point out some facts here, right? Last 5 years, Russell 1000 growth is up 74%, Russell 1000 value 28%. So if we're talking about mean reversion and saying the last 3 months of rotation, it has barely registered. And by the way, Josh, I like cheap stocks, not just because they're cheap, but because I see growth there. You know where you have to look if that's your mindset? You have to look at energy. In that same time frame.
No, you don't.
Just let me finish. If that same time frame, if the XLE is down 24%. So the point being, if you want to talk about cheapness, and I actually don't, I know you well enough to know that's not your métier. All right,
but I do agree with you.
But if you want to look for cheapness, it's there in front of your face.
Just because things are cheap doesn't mean they're going to go up. Oil has come down. Oil shows no signs of going up. It's a speculative market that defies fundamentals because the fundamentals.
You want to have nothing to do with energy? Really nothing? You're zero energy?
I've done fine without energy. I don't have to be in energy.
Listen, this isn't about you and me. I'm just telling you.
Guys, we have company.
We're fine. This is a robust discussion. I'm just telling you, if you look at energy, there are ways to play it where you get dividends, so you don't have to worry about how long you wait. And yeah, I don't want to be in the high beta offshore drillers. That stuff blows my mind.
Just because you have a dividend, IBM, your dividend has done nothing to protect you.
You always do that. Forget IBM.
No,
right?
I'm not.
I'll tell you what.
Why
this
forget
year,
IBM?
this
You
year,
want me to give you others?
Listen, I love you, brother. Just listen to me, okay?
Macy's.
2020.
What's your dividend done?
2020. I'll go in with 10% energy. You go with 0% energy, and we'll discuss it during the year as brothers. We'll discuss it.
This is like Thanksgiving.
It is past the cranberries,
right?
Thanksgiving preview.
Where do you want to be next year? What sectors?
Except energy stocks or Trump.
I think we still want to stick with quality, but I think it's quality cyclicals. That's kind of how our granny shots are tilting. Which is big, large cap names that are good, but
industrials
and industrials. Yes, I think you still want to bet on upside risk to growth, so you want to have exposure to that.
But you have actual names, like what names?
Yes. So it's going to be, we have sort of 6 overlays, and then it comes up with where there's overlap. It's Amazon, Google, Apple, American Express, but it's also things like NVIDIA and Tesla and PayPal. So there's, sort of a mixture of high quality.
You really uncovered some hidden gems there, Tom.
Yeah. But where are the industrials in that?
I was going to say, where are the cyclicals within that?
Well, there's cyclicals. You got American Express, and you got But you know, it's.
But you got Amazon, you got Google, you've got Tesla, you've got a growth stock portfolio. Nvidia. Where's nothing that lines up with the three sectors that just showed up on the screen.
I mean, it's quality cyclicals. I mean, I still got to see how the next 7 weeks look before we think about 2020, but how boomy it is. But I like that list. I mean, that's what I'd own for the next 20 months.
Belsky is too optimistic for 2020? You don't have a price target yet.
So I think we're going to, so really 7 weeks are going to calibrate our view. I think I'm kind of worried that we're borrowing from the first half. I think that's why we finished the year strong. I think people are repositioning. So I'm trying to debate how the full year looks, but I think next 2 years look good. It's just hard to say what next year looks like.
Don't you have to know who the presidential front runner is before
that's right. So there's uncertainty, right? So I don't know.
Last word. Oh, you get the last word.
Hey, look, I think it's really hard to time the market, Scott, and you should be an investor. I think 12 months from now, stocks will be closer to 3,400 than they are right now.
All right, good stuff. Have a good Thanksgiving, both of you guys.
Thanks.
We'll see you again soon. All right, that's Brian Belsky and Tom Lee joining us right here on set. Here's what else is coming up on the half.
Going gaga for Baba. Chinese internet giant Alibaba getting a big buy call of 35%. Some of our experts own it. We'll debate it in Call of the Day. Plus, the investment committee is ready to answer your questions in Ask Halftime. To reach us, go to cnbc.com/halftime or tweet us. The Halftime Report with Scott Wapner and the Traders is back in 2 minutes.
1 in 10 Londoners surveyed said they'll give more to charity in the next 12 months. Are you one of them? At CAF, we help generous people like you support their favourite charities by making giving simple. And we provide charities with the tools they need to perform at their best. So together, we can make a bigger difference for our communities. We're a charity and a champion for better giving. We are CAF, and we make giving count. Visit cafonline.org to find out more.
Christmas is such a magical time of year for little ones. But why should the big kids miss out? This season, take the family to Santa's Wonderlab at West London Audi. You get to test drive the latest Audi models, and the children get to test drive the latest toys with Santa. There's something for the whole family. Visit santaswonderlab.com to find out more about how to register for your place at Santa's Wonderlab this Christmas.
The world is a noisy place, but whether I'm here or here, my phone calls are always loud and clear on my Doro 6620. Hi, love. Yes, I can hear you perfectly. I'm 10 minutes away. Get your Doro 6620 from Amazon, Tesco and O2 today.
So, on Monday I left work at 5:36 instead of 5:30. Wednesday was 5:41. Yesterday I made the whole team a cup of tea. And today I lent someone my stapler. Do I deserve this? Yes, I think I do.
Go on. Treat yourself to an O2 Black Friday deal. We've slashed our prices by up to £300 on selected handsets. You know you deserve it. Search O2 Black Friday.
It's 4th of December 2019. O2 refresh credit by Telefonica UK Limited. Eligibility and terms apply.
At TUI, we can help you find the perfect getaway for two. We fly to over 70 destinations worldwide, so wherever you have in mind, we'll help you get there. Book now and choose from thousands of holidays under $399 per person and pay £0 deposit when paying with direct debit. Book online or in store with one of our travel experts. At TUI, we cross the T's, dot the I's and put you in the middle. Offer available on selected holidays for a limited time and subject to availability. Booking T's and C's apply. At or protected.
Welcome back to the Halftime Report. I'm Dominic Chu with the news alert on Bridgewater, the hedge fund, and its founder, Ray Dalio. You may recall that earlier today, he made a lot of headlines, or the Wall Street Journal did, publishing a story with the headline, Bridgewater bets big on a market drop. Well, now, Scott, gang, Ray Dalio has used his LinkedIn post to respond to that journal story. And he says, quote,
The Wall Street Journal wrote an article that said Bridgewater bets big on market drop. It's wrong. I want to make clear that we don't have any such net bet that the stock market will fall. We explained to Juliet Chung, the author of the article, that to convey us having a bearish view of the stock market would be misleading, but it was done anyway. I believe that we are now living in a world in which sensationalistic headlines are what many writers want above all else, even if the facts don't square with the headlines. You can believe me, or you can believe the Wall Street Journal writer. I hope that you have come to know that you can believe me. So a very powerful statement from Ray Dalio responding to that Journal story about the big bet that Bridgewater had reportedly placed on the overall market. Scott, I'll send things back over to you.
We should give a dollar amount of what the big bet, Dom, was reported to be, and that was $1 billion.
That's right, $1 billion in options and stock structured trades and everything else that would bet ultimately on a decline either in the S&P 500 or the Euro stocks, if you will, there as well.
Yeah, said to be by March.
This is part of the
Dalio,
Facebook. This is part of the problem with what Facebook has done with journalism. Frankly, they incentivize clicks. It almost doesn't matter what the content is, as long as enough people hit it. Those are the metrics the advertisers want to see. So I'm with Dalio on this.
But that's a 1% position for him, which is meaningless.
It's a hedge.
It's exactly right,
Scott.
We had a chance to clarify it, and they still didn't. They want the headline. They don't even want the truth.
We pulled up the data.
Let's not go as far as that. I mean, we're talking about the Wall Street Journal, Josh. I mean,
I'm just saying in this specific case, not in every single case. It's a problem. It's a problem.
June and July, S&P 500 puts averaged almost 16 million contracts a day. It jumped 40% in August. Obviously, that's what the reporter and many other people, including us, were looking at. When you see a big open interest pop and a lot of contracts, it's not Ray Dalio, just like it's not Carl Icahn. It's the footsteps of those guys, and they're being played out by Goldman or Morgan or whoever did the hedge. Those were mentioned in the article as the people that did that. Now, I thought it was interesting, Scott, that Dalio didn't say he did not buy puts. He said it's not a negative bet. He's not betting on a big fall in the market, which is probably correct, as the gentleman next to me just said.
Steve.
We saw Stephen. I said gentlemen, meaning both of you two.
Just a foreign term.
$1.5 billion out of 150 billion is a small number, but we don't know what strike price is, Scott.
He said
it could be a very big. Anyway,
we don't have any such net bet.
Right.
Net bet that the stock market will fall.
That's why I say
people look at $1.5 billion and they say, "Wow, betting the market's going." No, it's 1%. Number one.
It's a hedge fund. It's supposed to hedge.
But he's doing what we've all suggested, which is that you take advantage of such low volatility to buy protection.
That's fine.
And it looks like that's what they did.
Between Ray Dalio and a Wall Street Journal reporter, it's simply to report what Ray Dalio said about the story that was written about what bet he allegedly had, until Ray Dalio just said it's not
a negative bet. Right.
That's it. We'll move on.
Yep.
Julia Borston in Los Angeles has a news alert. Hi, Julia.
That's right. Streaming sports service DAZN has nearly 8 million subscribers. That's according to sources close to the situation. Now, this 8 million number is double the 4 million subscribers that Forbes reported that DAZN had 6 months ago. It's also more than double ESPN Plus's 3.5 million subscribers as of earlier this month. Now, the growth of DAZN, which is run by former ESPN president John Skipper, does make it more of a contender for the sports rights that are coming up. My source tells me that growth has been driven by demand for boxing here in the U.S. and soccer overseas. It's worth noting that 90% of DAZN subscribers are outside the U.S. Scott, back over to you.
All right, Julia, thank you. Shares of Alibaba up more than 30% this year. Macquarie says they are worth buying at these levels. The firm initiated the stock at overperform. 231 is the price target. It's our call of the day. Weiss, where are you on this today?
So I own it. I have a pretty full position in the stock. What happened this week is that they marketed, they sold $13 billion worth of stock at about a 3% not even 3% discount, a small discount in Hong Kong. And my view is that you're going to see, with that attention on the name in Hong Kong, typically stocks that are over there, that are in China and the A-shares market, traded at a higher valuation because of scarcity factor. So that, to me, is now going to be the ARB. So they're going to take it higher, and I'm going to go along for the ride in the U.S.
You're the only one on the desk who owns it, but Doc, you've got some K-Web calls.
Yep, got some K-Web, which is, of course, Chinese internet. It's a way to play many of those stocks. And this is one that, I think Steve's right. This is going to play out to the upside. It's not just about Singles Day. It's about all the other things that Jack Ma's company is doing.
Yeah, let me be clear. If the fundamentals weren't so compelling, I wouldn't be there. So I know it's a foreign filer. They file 20K instead of a 10K. But the fundamentals are very, very strong. We just saw that in the last quarter. They're a juggernaut. They're getting into everything. I think you should be there.
Look, you might think I'm going to say it's too expensive, but this is something I'm taking a look at, like Amazon, because both of those names have kind of sputtered. I mean, if you look at a 1.5 year chart, they're kind of where they've been. Yes, there's a nice short-term move here, but who doesn't think that Baba is going to be what Amazon is in China? So this is something that I'm taking a look at. What I'm saying is it's coming into the growth at a reasonable price area of the market.
It's got a lower valuation than Alphabet. And you own Alphabet, right?
I do own Alphabet. Now,
the growth has not been exactly the same on the top line, bottom line. I get that, but
it should have a lower valuation because of things like political risk. It's unlikely that Trump will decide to replace the CEO of Google. It is highly plausible, and has already happened once, that leadership at this company can be told what to do, including leave. And as a result, these stocks should have lower multiples than their U.S. counterparts. However, very interestingly, Chinese technology stocks are now 29% of the China stock market. They are one of the only markets other than the United States that have that much tech. So if we're saying, international is not going to be as good, there's not as much tech, well, here's a market where that's not the case, and it's increasingly growing in size within the MSCI averages. So you might have exposure to Alibaba and Chinese tech companies that you don't even realize, just as part of a globally diversified portfolio.
I'm not concerned about replacing management there. And if you're talking about Jack Ma leaving, Jack Ma left on his own. But
sure,
well, he's still a very
Epstein
good
killed himself. All right,
well,
got it.
I'm involved in the stock. Left on his own. He's got an unbelievable private equity arm. It's not like he's not active. He hasn't been thrown in jail. He's still out there preaching for the Communist Party, which he's come out as a member of. So the Chinese really want to open their markets. They want to make their market a go-to market. They're not going to do that.
Well, that I agree with.
By arbitrarily saying, okay, one of the biggest companies here. See you later. We're going to lock you.
That I agree. That I agree with. That's one of the most important fundamental goals of the Chinese government from an investing perspective, is the legitimization of the currency and the stock market. So I agree with you on that.
You rocking the puffer till the end of the show?
Can't stop, won't stop, baby.
You get that on Baba?
JD.
JD.com.
I just wanted to address, the elephant in the room, I guess.
LOL.
I don't, what I mean.
Double entendre. I feel you, Judge. I feel you, Judge.
No, come on. People are talking about it on Twitter.
Call me elephant in the room. Should I show them that
get the
step
headlines
stool
with
you used
Sue
to get up to your desk?
I'm sorry. There was no double entendre.
Okay.
It's a feisty group today. They're still going. All right, let's get to the other news of the day at this hour. Prince Andrew seen driving away from his Windsor home this morning. Lawyers for Jeffrey Epstein's victims believe the prince may have valuable information about the late financier's sex offenses. He is facing mounting pressure to meet with U.S. law enforcement agencies. A former Boston College student charged with involuntary manslaughter for allegedly encouraging her boyfriend to take his own life, pleading not guilty in a Boston court. In Young-Yu is accused of sending Alexander Urtula more than 47,000 text messages urging him to kill himself, and he took his own life on the day of his Boston College graduation. 2 astronauts ventured outside the International Space Station for the second week in a row to repair a cosmic ray detector. They will set the stage to install new coolant pumps during the 3rd spacewalk, which is scheduled for December 2nd. And Harvard researchers found that if parents used marijuana, their children had a higher risk of also using the drug, as well as tobacco and alcohol. However, there was no association between parental marijuana use and opioid abuse. You are up to date. That's the news update this hour. Scotty, I'll send it back to you. And I like the puffer.
I'd like to commend Harvard in that study.
Yeah, we're talking about the study.
Yep.
We really needed a study on that.
Yes.
Well, the silver lining, I guess, is that there was no association with opioid abuse, which some people have linked to.
That's because the parents didn't use opioids.
That is probably correct, Steve.
There you go. I just did my own study in about
Can't
5
pull
seconds.
the wool over your eyes.
No, not today.
Or the puffer.
Or the
Sue,
puffer.
thanks. Sue Herrera. All right, options bulls. They're making bets on financials and retail today. John's got 2 trades coming up next in unusual activity. First, though, take a look at the S&P sectors before we head to a quick break. Financials, discretionary on top, real estate and tech on the bottom today. Halftime's back right after this.
How do we make the future of...
On 3, our unlimited data is actually unlimited, like 4 reels. That means you can scroll and scroll and scroll through all the Black Friday deals.
Because we have no speed limits, no data caps, and you'll be 5G ready at no extra cost.
Wow, so many savings.
Our Black Friday deals are now on. Save up to £480. Switch to 3, in-store or online. See 3.co.uk/unlimited-data. Savings on selected phones on 24-month contracts. Ends 5th of December. Terms apply.
If you're planning on driving this weekend, expect delays on the A406 North Circular Road. There'll be road closures between Tottenham and Edmonton from 10 p.m. on Friday the 22nd of November to 5 a.m. on Monday the 25th of November, while we carry out essential maintenance and repairs. All roads in the surrounding area will be extremely busy, so please allow more time for your journey and expect delays in the area. Plan ahead and check alternative routes at tfl.gov.uk. To the Mayor of London and TfL, every journey matters.
Looking for a great phone to take brilliant photos, like an incredible iPhone 7 with a 12-megapixel camera? Then look no further than Tesco Mobile's best ever Black Friday event. You'll find an iPhone 7 for just $14.49 a month, our lowest ever price. Be quick, this deal ends Sunday, 1st of December. Tesco Mobile, every little helps.
Best ever Black Friday based on range of products in promotion. Was £19.75, now £14.49. Offer ends 1st of December. 36-month credit agreement, rolling monthly usage agreement. Subject to status, phase policy applies. See tescomobile.com/terms.
The nights have started to draw in, and at DFS we know that can only mean one thing. Everyone's spending more time at home getting nice and cozy. Ah, you can't beat it. That's why our autumn-winter collection sofas are handmade to order for complete comfort. And many are guaranteed to be delivered in time for Christmas. So make sure you come home to a sofa that's perfect for you. DFS. Guaranteed Christmas delivery and selected sofas end soon.
Bootlegs out to the left, looking to the left, firing, caught, 10, 5, touchdown!
NFL fans, the action continues this weekend on TuneIn Premium. This Sunday, TuneIn has every NFL football game, starting with the Miami Dolphins at the Cleveland Browns at 1 o'clock p.m. Eastern, and closing out Sunday night with the Packers at the 49ers at 8:20 p.m. Eastern. At home or on the go, hear the home and away call of every NFL game this season on TuneIn Premium. Upgrade today.
Cutting for the net, scores! On the goal line, Marshawn scores!
Hockey fans, the 2019-20 NHL season is here.
And tucks it home!
And with this team, it's really fun to be a part of a team like that.
And you can hear the action live on TuneIn Premium. From regular season action to the All-Star Game and through the Stanley Cup in June. Hear the home and away call for every game, for every team live. At home or on the go, never miss a game with the NHL on TuneIn Premium.
Upgrade today.
All right, Ally Financial is up nearly 40% this year, and bullish options traders are betting there's more upside into year-end. John Najarian has that for us in unusual activity. Doc?
Yes, sir, Scott. I've got that unusual activity right now. Take a look at Ally Financial. They're buying December calls in this one, Scott. It was a little chilly on the way over, so I had to grab my vest, too. December 32 calls.
Yeah, Josh's looks good.
Oh, for God's sake. You look like a riverboat gambler. All right, go ahead.
All right. December 32 calls. As you saw, stock is 31.30 right now. They're buying the 32 calls, big numbers. Take a look at this. About 5,000 of those traded, 500,000 share equivalent, trading for under 50 cents. So I bought these. I'll probably be in them about a month. Second trade, take a look at L Brands, symbol LB. Talked about this one earlier in the week, Scott. It had a very nice pop. It was beneath 16, traded all the way up to 18. Right now it's about 17.50. They are buying the January 20 calls, betting that they get more of a pop to the upside. These are also trading underneath 50 cent, Curtis, or 50 cent. And shares are about 17.50 right now. Like both these two trades, I'll be in the other one almost 2 months, Scott.
Okay. Come on back over here, Doc.
Thank you, sir.
I don't know.
I don't either. We're ready to answer your questions next on Roku, Cisco, Netflix, and more. Halftime's back in 2 minutes.
We'll start this.
1 in 10 Londoners surveyed said they'll give more to charity in the next 12 months. Are you one of them? At CAF, we help generous people like you support their favourite charities by making giving simple. And we provide charities with the tools they need to perform at their best. So together, we can make a bigger difference for our communities. We're a charity and a champion for better giving. We are CAF, and we make giving count. Visit cafonline.org to find out more.
At Lidl, we're big on those little reasons to be jolly. Like our delicious Favorina all-butter mini Stollen bites for just $1.99. And 6 deluxe mince pies for just $1.35. Big on a Christmas you can believe in. Now that's big on quality and always Lidl on price. Subject to availability, selected stores excludes an eye.
On 3, our unlimited data is actually unlimited, like 4 reels. That means you can scroll and scroll and scroll through all the Black Friday deals.
Because we have no speed limits, no data caps, and you'll be 5G ready at no extra cost.
Wow, so many savings.
Our Black Friday deals are now on. Save up to £480. Switch to 3, in-store or online. See 3.co.uk/unlimited-data. Savings on selected phones on 24-month contracts. Ends 5th of December. Terms apply.
If you're planning on driving this weekend, expect delays on the A406 North Circular Road. There'll be road closures between Tottenham and Edmonton from 10 p.m. on Friday the 22nd of November to 5 a.m. on Monday the 25th of November, while we carry out essential maintenance and repairs. All roads in the surrounding area will be extremely busy, so please allow more time for your journey and expect delays in the area. Plan ahead and check alternative routes at tfl.gov.uk. To the Mayor of London and TfL, every journey matters.
Looking for a great phone to take brilliant photos, like an incredible iPhone 7 with a 12-megapixel camera? Then look no further than Tesco Mobile's best ever Black Friday event. You'll find an iPhone 7 for just $14.49 a month, our lowest ever price. Be quick, this deal ends Sunday, 1st of December. Tesco Mobile, every little helps.
Best ever Black Friday based on range of products in promotion was £19.75, now £14.49. Offer ends 1st of December. 36-month credit agreement, rolling monthly usage agreement, subject to status, phase policy applies. See tescomobile.com/terms.
All right, let's answer your questions now. Jimmy, we're going to revisit a topic we've hit a number of times. It's Alan in New Jersey wants to know about Roku and you.
Yep.
What's the latest?
So I just bought a little more yesterday at 157. I now have what I consider a full position. It's 3% of the portfolio. That's a lot for something that's this high beta. Obviously, I'm telling you, I think it's going higher. I can't find a reason to sell it. Somebody may say valuation. Valuation has never mattered.
You've sold it before, though.
You're correct. You're correct, and every time it's gone higher. So, on pullbacks, I've bought it again. And over the last month, I've built this position back up, roughly a 142 average price. I think it's going higher from here to the end of the year. I can't imagine anyone really wants to sell this here and take a tax gain. Let's revisit in January.
Okay, that's why I can't find a reason to sell it.
Yeah.
That's because you just don't think there are going to be any sellers around.
Exactly.
Okay.
And because valuation doesn't matter.
No, I know that, but it's never mattered for you when you've either bought or sold the stock. That's why
I'm playing with fire. You know it, Judge.
No, maybe not. Okay, Josh, for you, Teladoc from Jim in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, so I started talking about the stock on the show at about 60 or 61. I am still long the name. I still believe that this is one of the most exciting companies that sits at the nexus between technology and healthcare. Huge cost savings. Insurance companies love this idea. Seeing doctors virtually when you don't have the time or the interest in schlepping out to a clinic or an office or even making an appointment. This is going to be a growth business, and Teladoc is the only publicly traded pure play. I'm staying with this name. I like it a lot.
Okay. Weiss, to you from Ehrlich in New Jersey. Cisco. What's the outlook on Cisco?
I have no idea. It was a trade for me. They missed 2 quarters in a row. I just found that I can buy reliable growth and stick with reliable growth like Microsoft. Cisco's been a perennial underperformer. I know that off and on you've liked it, but I put it in the category not as good as Intel, but the old line tech companies that just going to lag. So I'm not interested.
Okay, Shannon, to you. Laura in Nevada.
What do you do with Netflix? Do you sell it and take some profits?
I wouldn't sell it here. I think that we've seen some significant pressure, especially on the Disney Plus launch. However, I look at the international subscription base, and I think combining that with the data they have and their desire to go into local language programming, I think there's some upside here for Netflix over the next few years.
Okay, Doc Bertrand in California, the outlook for the XLU.
We talked about this one, Scott, twice now in the last month, I think, or 3 weeks. First time it was a winner. They bought XLU puts and it went down. Second time, XLU went up, puts went down. So I paid about 40 cents for those puts. They're mainly worthless right now, Scott. So I'd say I would not touch it right now. I'd just walk away from this trade.
Should I split my sixes, Doc?
Yes. If you're asking me as the house, yes.
Well, obviously, you're headed to Atlantic City after the show, so I just want to make sure I'm cool on it.
If I'm the house, I'd say split your sixes. If I'm you, I'd say absolutely not.
Okay.
I mean, I look good anyway, but sitting between these two,
All right.
I'm like a fashion
So
player.
up next, our Josh Brown was part of Fortune's annual investor roundtable. We're going to touch on the risks and opportunities for 2020. We'll do it straight ahead on the half.
Ask Heft.
On 3, our unlimited data is actually unlimited, like 4 Reels. That means you can scroll and scroll and scroll through all the Black Friday deals.
Because we have no speed limits, no data caps, and you'll be 5G ready at no extra cost.
Wow, so many savings.
Our Black Friday deals are now on. Save up to £480. Switch to 3, in-store or online. See 3.co.uk/unlimited-data. Savings on selected phones on 24-month contracts. Ends 5th of December. Terms apply.
If you're planning on driving this weekend, expect delays on the A406 North Circular Road. There'll be road closures between Tottenham and Edmonton from 10 p.m. on Friday the 22nd of November to 5 a.m. on Monday the 25th of November, while we carry out essential maintenance and repairs. All roads in the surrounding area will be extremely busy, so please allow more time for your journey and expect delays in the area. Plan ahead and check alternative routes at tfl.gov.uk. To the Mayor of London and TfL, every journey matters.
Going, gone.
Some things just don't hang around, like a great deal in Tesco Mobile's best ever Black Friday event. Right now you can get the Samsung Galaxy S10 for just $29.99 a month. But this deal ends Sunday 1st of December. Catch it before it's gone. Tesco Mobile's best ever Black Friday event. Tesco Mobile. Every little helps.
Best ever Black Friday based on range of products in promotion was £35.99, now £29.99. Offer ends 1st of December. 36-month credit agreement, rolling monthly usage agreement, subject to status, phase, policy applies. See tescomobile.com/terms.
Looking for a great phone to take brilliant photos, like an incredible iPhone 7 with a 12-megapixel camera? Then look no further than Tesco Mobile's best ever Black Friday event. You'll find an iPhone 7 for just $14.49 a month, our lowest ever price. Be quick, this deal ends Sunday 1st of December. Tesco Mobile, every little helps.
Best ever Black Friday based on range of products in promotion was £19.75, now £14.49. Offer ends 1st of December. 36-month credit agreement, rolling monthly usage agreement, subject to status, phase, policy applies. See tescomobile.com/terms.
The swagger of a perfect dunk. The rush of a three made from all the way downtown. The adrenaline surge of great defense. Can you feel the goosebumps yet? There's nothing like live NBA and nothing like listening live on TuneIn.
Giannis down the lane to the rim, throwing right corner three. Another
TuneIn Premium brings you every minute of the NBA season, so you can be there when it matters most. Never miss the action as it happens. Hear the ball you love. Hear it live on TuneIn. Search NBA today to start listening.
In case you didn't know, TuneIn lets you listen to the same radio stations you pick up on your home or car radio, except you can hear them from anywhere. If you want to find a station from somewhere else in the world, navigate to the By Location section under Browse. Keep exploring with TuneIn.
All right, our very own Josh Brown, featured in Fortune's Investor Roundtable, sharing their best ideas for 2020. There's Josh and Savita, who's a regular on this network as well. Congratulations on being included in that. Nice to see you doing that.
Thank you very much.
Excited about healthcare?
I am.
Financials?
So I was trying to think about like really, really big picture themes and the things that I feel like you can take to the bank almost regardless of a lot of different shorter term events, like will there be a trade deal, who's going to be the presidential nominee. I think healthcare is just one of these secular megatrends that is unstoppable given the demography of not just the United States but the world. And I think it's a pretty safe bet that the boomers here in America are going to spend the next 20 years trying to replace every part of them that they can and live forever. And there's nothing wrong with that. I'll be doing the same thing. So if you look at some of the best performing sectors, subsectors within healthcare, I just want to mention medical equipment and devices, anything to do with that, have just been absolutely on fire. I think that can continue. And the XLV in general, Scott, broke out 2.5 weeks ago after a year or so of consolidation, has not had a good year, first starting to move, and I think that trend can persist into 2020.
Okay. Financials?
Yeah, I think financials have gotten to a place where they have some of the strongest balance sheets in the entire market, and that's something that people have kind of taken for granted. But if we're still in this realm of shareholder capital being returned and this combination of dividends and buybacks, there are no other sectors in as good a position to deliver that as financials are here in the U.S. So my big name in that arena is J.P. Morgan, but I like the whole space broadly.
Okay, good stuff. Again, this is what the cover of the magazine looks like. Check it out.
Pick it up on newsstands when you go to get your baby Ruth.
There you go.
And we'll see you in print.
All right, good stuff. Thank you for that.
Thanks to Fortune.
We will take a quick break. We'll come back with final trades.
Consistency delivers.
At Lidl, we're big on all those Christmas parties. The season to be jolly. Try our Party Time Indian snack selection for only $2.99. And our Party Time mac and cheese bites for just $1.19. Big on a Christmas you can believe in. Now that's big on quality and always Lidl on price. Subject to availability, selected stores excludes an eye.
On 3, our unlimited data is actually unlimited, like for reals. That means you can scroll and scroll and scroll through all the Black Friday deals.
Because we have no speed limits, no data caps, and you'll be 5G ready at no extra cost.
Wow, so many savings.
Our Black Friday deals are now on. Save up to £480. Switch to 3, in-store or online. See 3.co.uk/unlimited-data. Savings on selected phones on 24-month contracts. Ends 5th of December. Terms apply.
If you're planning on driving this weekend, expect delays on the A406 North Circular Road. There'll be road closures between Tottenham and Edmonton from 10 p.m. on Friday the 22nd of November to 5 a.m. on Monday the 25th of November, while we carry out essential maintenance and repairs. All roads in the surrounding area will be extremely busy, so please allow more time for your journey and expect delays in the area. Plan ahead and check alternative routes at tfl.gov.uk. To the Mayor of London and TfL, every journey matters.
Looking for a great phone to take brilliant photos, like an incredible iPhone 7 with a 12-megapixel camera? Then look no further than Tesco Mobile's best ever Black Friday event. You'll find an iPhone 7 for just $14.49 a month, our lowest ever price. Be quick, this deal ends Sunday, 1st of December. Tesco Mobile, every little helps.
Best ever Black Friday based on range of products in promotion was £19.75, now £14.49. Offer ends 1st of December. 36-month credit agreement, rolling monthly usage agreement, subject to status, phase policy applies. See tescomobile.com/terms.
Going, gone.
Some things just don't hang around, like a great deal in Tesco Mobile's best ever Black Friday event. Right now you can get the Samsung Galaxy S10 for just $29.99 a month. But this deal ends Sunday 1st of December. Catch it before it's gone. Tesco Mobile's best ever Black Friday event. Tesco Mobile, every little helps.
Best ever Black Friday based on range of products in promotion was £35.99, now £29.99. Offer ends 1st of December. 36-month credit agreement, rolling monthly usage agreement, subject to status, phase policy applies. See tescomobile.com/terms.
Welcome back. We're always tracking the traders' latest moves. And Shannon, you made a trade. Interesting one. One of the oldest in the book, as you said during the break. You sold Coca-Cola, you bought Pepsi.
In the most cliche trade of all time.
Right.
We did. We sold Coke and bought Pepsi. We think that the opportunity exists in Pepsi to really grow top-line growth in the salty snack area. We think that Coke is going to continue to see a lot of competition in the more fragmented coffee and water business. And so we like the opportunities for Pepsi. And there's potential way for them to monetize better their bottling business, similar to what Coke has done historically. So we think there's some upside here.
Okay, good stuff. All right, let's do final trades. We have about 45 seconds to go. Farmer Jim, why don't you start us off on this Friday?
All right, one of my investments long-term is Cleveland Cliffs. However, I like it as a final trade today because it is breaking out of the doldrums that it's been in for a few weeks.
Okay, Shan?
Other than Pepsi, we actually we own Schwab, and like Schwab here, we think that they're going to be able to monetize the TD acquisition, despite the fact that a significant amount of TD's revenue was garnered through commissions.
Okay, Doc?
Upside calls, next week expiration, Disney, Scott. I already owned it. I added to it with these calls during the show.
Okay, Steve.
ABC, Amerisource, Bergen, 2 ways to win. Fundamentally, it looks like it's going high, but I also think it'll be sold part of Walgreens boots.
Appropriately, the vest?
Yeah, tell a doc I am invested in this name.
All right, good stuff. Enjoy the weekend. The exchange starts now.
Scott, thank you very much. And here's what's ahead on the exchange for a Friday. President Trump and President Xi want to make a deal, but the former says he's not anxious to hash one out. And the latter says China's not afraid to fight back. So how should investors read this latest war of words? Plus, the vaping debate heads to the White House with Juul's CEO set to meet with the president as the administration gets pushback on banning flavored vapes. We will bring you the latest. And Tesla's Cybertruck shatters expectations while WeWork's board meets to work out its future. That's all ahead in Rapid Fire. But we begin today with the markets, and Dom Chu has the numbers. Hey, Dom.
I appreciate the punniness for sure, Tyler Matheson. Let's take a look at the numbers so far. It's been green pretty much all session long, but it's fairly tight, the range. At the highs of the day, the Dow Industrial's up about 105 points. At the lows of the day, we were up 7. So yes, marginally higher to higher most of the day so far. The S&P 500 tight range as well. The NASDAQ just about flat. So that's the way the state of play is shaping up right now. Retail has been a huge focus this week, a slew of them coming out with their results. And on balance, you can see today it's up 1%. But over the week, consumer discretionary as a sector in the S&P, one of the worst performers. And by the way, this particular ETF that tracks retailers is down about 2% over the course of this last week. So maybe on balance, retail not as positive as we thought earlier on. And then if you take a look at the stock of the day, consumer still in focus, a staples company, Smucker's is up 4%. At one point, it was up 8% in the day. They come out with a mixed earnings report. Yes, earnings were better. Sales come in a little bit short of expectations, and they cut their forecast, saying that premium pet foods are still soft on their end. Still, though, a company with 6% of its shares outstanding short, perhaps some of that action is driving that upside in GM Smuckers today. Tyler, I'll send things back over to you.
All right, Don, thank you very much. And we begin with President Trump saying that the U.S. is, quote, very close to a trade deal with China. We've heard this before, but both he and Xi don't seem to be in any rush. Let's bring in Kayla Tausche, who's been following the story from Washington. Hi, Kayla.
Hey, Tyler. President Trump yet again saying a deal could potentially be very close, but without providing much detail on why. He also says again that it can't be an even deal because China's gotten an unfair head start. But two new complicating factors arose this week. Today, an FCC order preventing telecom carriers from using government funds to purchase Huawei and ZTE equipment, which Huawei called unlawful. And then there's the bipartisan bill supporting the Hong Kong protesters, now awaiting President Trump's signature. But Trump suggested he might not sign it. He said this morning in an interview, quote, I stand with freedom. I stand with all of the things that I want to do. But we are also in the process of making one of the largest trade deals in history. And if we could do that, it would be great. Certainly adding bargaining chips to the negotiating table as the two countries remain at odds over what to do with all of those tariffs. Tyler?
Do you read the president's words there as suggesting he might not sign that resolution?
Signals he's leaving the door open, Tyler. He wouldn't say one way or another whether he would in fact sign it or whether he would potentially veto it. Of course, there are some laws around what happens to it if it just sits there without a signature. So certainly it adds to the pressure on China for what needs to happen in the intervening weeks.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe it passed both houses of Congress with one negative vote.
Correct.
Amazing. Kayla Tausche, thanks very much. The major averages are taking a sort of wait-and-see approach to these latest signals, mixed signals on trade. Let's bring in Jeff Krumpelman, Chief Investment Strategist and Head of Equities at Mariner Wealth Advisors. Naila Richardson is Investment Strategist over at Edward Jones, and Derek Scissors, an Asia economist at the American Enterprise Institute. Mr. Scissors, let me begin with you because you have an interesting take on all of the trade headlines that swirl around, and it is this. The far more important trade pact to push through is not any deal or a niblet of a deal with China, a phase one deal, but the USMCA. Why do you say that, and what do you expect to happen?
Thanks for the question. 3 reasons. Number one, the USMCA has a sunset clause at 16 years, which means it provides the certainty that traders want. A China trade deal probably has a sunset clause of 16 weeks. We're not going to stick with it. Canada and Mexico are now both larger trade partners than China, which means the volume of the deal is much more important in USMCA than a China trade deal. And the deal would be passed by the Congress, if it does pass, which means it would be set in law rather than be reversed in an election year or after an election if we get a new administration. So for all those reasons, USMCA dwarfs the China talks in importance. Unfortunately, this week, Speaker Pelosi looked to be gaming the deal a little bit. And time is not on the side of the deal because it's hard to pass trade deals during an election year. So with every week that goes by, the odds for USMCA fall. That would be a much bigger blow to the American economy than a failed China deal.
As an Asia economist, Derek, how do you interpret what Kayla Tausche just read of the president's words about whether he is inclined to sign or not sign the joint resolution that came out of Congress siding with the protesters in Hong Kong?
Well, the president, as we know, can be very clear when he wants to be, and he decided not to be clear there. So I think he knows exactly what he's doing. It would be very unwise and risky for him to ultimately not sign the document, as you guys pointed out. It was overwhelmingly supported by Congress. It would make the Chinese think they have a hold on him with regard to the trade deal, but he's going to milk it for all it's worth, because if he can get the Chinese to make concessions in the interim, why not wait?
All right, Neela, let's talk a little bit about the markets and their sort of captivity to trade headlines, because that's what it's been. Good trade headline, market up. Bad trade headline, market down. Is that what we should expect for the next 6 weeks of this year and into 2020?
I think that's going to be more of the same. Last week, we saw the market reach 4 fresh highs based on positivity around trade. The market's not moving very much, but when it does move, it's generally because of rhetoric tied to trade, not necessarily action tied to trade. This phase 1 deal is pretty small compared to all the things that are on the table in terms of a negotiated agreement, and we're still struggling to get through phase 1. So yes, expect in 2020 more of the same, and I think more volatility attached to trade, because we're far from late innings in terms of the trade talks.
Jeff, let me turn to you as we turn from 2019 into 2020. What kind of market do you expect to see next year based on your outlook for the economy, based on where stock prices are today, based on the possibility of impeachment proceedings and an election and all of it?
So we have a favorable outlook on 2020, and I think the setup going into Q4 of 2019 is so much better than a year ago, where there was a lot of fear out there. It looked like the Fed was going to hike to infinity. Xi and the Donald were not getting along in any degree. And you had these tough compares with earnings where they had been very robust in 18 and they looked to slow significantly in 19. And I think we have the opposite of that perfect storm going into 2020, where you have the Fed actually behaving pretty well here. Certainly not Armageddon in trade. It's not solved, but it's not Armageddon. And you have earnings that are stubbornly positive. They're not great, but they're stubbornly positive, which we think is a pretty good setup going into the year.
So what are the likelihoods, Jeff, of a correction in 2020? We went through this year really without one. 2018 we had one, but there are a lot of things out there that could trip stock investors, aren't there?
Yes, certainly that wall of worry list has been out there actually all the way going back to 2009. And there's a whole list of kind of headline-oriented items, and you mentioned a couple of them. You know, the election, trade is still not solved, but we've called it the wash, rinse, repeat cycle, where these emotional items get out there, the market sells off, you get that correction. We think that's highly possible as we go out through the year. I heard the other speaker talk about volatility. We think it will be there, but when the data is released and it proves to be better than feared, that's when you get that rally and we move on to higher highs. And we think that's what's going to happen again. I would be very balanced with what I own, however, and I wouldn't make a heroic shift to cyclicals or value. I would be very balanced between growth and value as part of that kind of volatility that we'll see. Risk on, followed by risk off, followed by risk on.
Quick final thoughts to both of you, Derek and Nila. Derek, what do you think the odds are that ultimately the USMCA gets passed by Congress? Better than 50%?
I think the odds are falling below 50%. It's obviously a tough call, but you push into an election year with a Democratic primary dominated by anti-trade candidates, none of which have supported USMCA. That puts Speaker Pelosi in a very tough position. I really would love USMCA to pass, but I think we're at 49% now and dropping.
All right, Nila, final thought here. 2019 was better than many people expected for bonds. What do you think 2020 looks like?
We will not see that kind of performance. You know, rates are so low, yields are so low. We do think that they increase at some point during the cycle, but we're not going to see bond yields drop any further, much lower down in order to generate this large return. So yes, we're expecting lower returns both in equities and in bonds, but still growth. Still the bull market continues. It's just trotting, not running.
Nila, thank you very much. Derek, thank you. And Jeff, we appreciate your time. We have some developing news on WeWork, and Deirdre Bosa is live in San Francisco with the details. Hi, Deirdre.
Hey, Tyler, I have some details from WeWork's all-hands meeting this morning from a source that was there. Executive Chairman Marcelo Claure spoke for over an hour, and he took 30 minutes of Q&A. He outlined a new strategy with 6 key areas of focus. Most critically, though, he said that WeWork aims to be adjusted EBITDA positive by 2021 and free cash flow positive by 2023. Remember, guys, the company lost more than $1 billion last quarter alone, so that is a long path to get there. In terms of these 6 areas of focus, they include things like monetizing spaces, expanding geographically in a smart and profitable way, diversifying the way the business is operating by looking at more JVs, revenue sharing, and potentially franchising in the long term. Guys, more details to come out of that, but WeWork declined to comment. Back to you.
All right, Deirdre, thank you very much. Deirdre Bosa in San Francisco. We are just moments away from a vaping meeting at the White House. The idea is kind of neck snapping, featuring a diverse group, including representatives from the vaping industry, medical associations, and advocacy groups. Eamon Javers is outside the White House with details. Hi, Eamon.
Yeah, Tyler, that meeting starts within the hour. We've been seeing some of the presidents and CEOs of these various companies and organizations arriving here at the White House for this meeting with President Trump. Interestingly enough, we don't know yet exactly who from the administration is going to be taking part in this meeting with President Trump. Remember, the president said back in September he wanted a ban on flavored e-cigarettes. He said he was finalizing that ban in September. That hasn't happened yet. So the industry folks who are here today are eager to hear from the president to find out what exactly he has in mind, and he's calling this a listening session that he's going to conduct with those industry executives. I just talked with the president of the American Vaping Association as he walked in for this meeting just a couple seconds ago. Here's what he told me.
Prohibition failed for marijuana, it failed for alcohol, and it will fail miserably for nicotine vaping products. Over 10,000 small businesses are counting on the president to do the right thing. And the right thing is actual regulations and sensible policy, not prohibition.
And Tyler, one wild card to watch here. The president of the Vaping Association told me he doesn't know whether Melania Trump, the first lady, is going to be in this meeting or not. Remember, she is a big anti-vaping activist. She's been pushing the president on this. The president said this issue is very important to her back in September, but when he talked about this ban initially going into place, we'll see whether she decides to attend this meeting or not, guys.
One of the cards that I assume the industry is playing is the number of jobs that are tied up in the vaping industry, either through retailers, distributors, manufacturers.
Yeah, that's right. And they're calling this a small business issue for a lot of those small vape shops that you see in shopping malls across the country these days. But they're also here are some of the big tobacco companies, Reynolds, Altria, and others are here represented as well. So there's a big industry piece to this, absolutely as well.
All right, Eamon, thanks very much. Eamon Javers. Here's what else. Here's what else is ahead on the exchange.
Coming up, don't worry about China? Why, one of our next guests says their economy is destined to decline. Plus, Uber gets an upgrade, while its CEO gets a thumbs down from an early investor.
And WeWork's board is working on a new 5-year plan. Plus, SoftBank may be taking a look at Newman's billion-dollar exit deal. This is The Exchange on CNBC.
When Harlequins take on Leicester Tigers, it's always a big game. But this year, it's the big game. Hosted at Twickenham, you can expect fireworks on the field and off it. Pre-kick-off, enjoy music, entertainment and a truly incredible atmosphere. Then watch 2 Gallagher Premiership rugby giants go head-to-head. Tickets from just £17 children, £27 adults. Go to tickets.quins.co.uk or search Big Game 12. Kick-off 4:30pm, Saturday 28th of December, Twickenham Stadium.
For the independent bookseller who found you that first edition. For the baker who brings the smell of freshly baked breads to your door.
And for the barista, who never needs to ask your name.
We've all got a part to play.
Every little tap keeps your high street alive.
And helps your communities thrive.
So if you love where you live, shop small.
Shopping on your local high street can make a big difference. Shop small. Only by American Express.
I love Black Friday. Busy shops, crazy people, average deals. It's so much fun.
Said no one ever. So be savvy and do Black Friday the easy way with Smarty. Grab a huge 100 gig data SIM for just £17 a month on the Mega Plan. And with no credit checks, speed restrictions or contracts tying you down, you can kick back with the best Black Friday deal around. Now that's Smarty. Search Smarty Mobile to find out more, but hurry, as this deal won't be around for long. See smarty.co.uk for terms.
At Lidl, we're big on all those Christmas parties. The season to be jolly. Try our Party Time Indian snack selection for only $2.99. And our Party Time mac and cheese bites for just $1.19. Big on a Christmas you can believe in. Now that's big on quality and always Lidl on price. Subject to availability, selected stores excludes an eye.
At Argos, our Black Friday deals are on. Plus other hot products and so much more, including top brands like Samsung, Beats, Fitbit and Dyson. Go online to shop our full range of Black Friday deals. With Argos, you're good to go. Black Friday deals on 3rd of December, subject to availability while stocks last.
If you're planning on driving this weekend, expect delays on the A406 North Circular Road. There'll be road closures between Tottenham and Edmonton from 10 p.m. on Friday the 22nd of November to 5 a.m. on Monday the 25th of November, while we carry out essential maintenance and repairs. All roads in the surrounding area will be extremely busy, so please allow more time for your journey and expect delays in the area. Plan ahead and check alternative routes at tfl.gov.uk. To the Mayor of London and TfL, every journey matters.
China, impeachment, the 2020 election, all three could affect the economy and the markets, but will they? And if so, how much? Let's bring in syndicated columnist George Will, who's an MSNBC and NBC News political analyst. Mr. Will, welcome and welcome back. Always good to see you.
Glad to be with you.
You know, I know that you're a lifelong Washingtonian, as I grew up there. Well, I just want to start by saying go Nats, right? We're happy about that.
We sure are.
I know you're a Cubs fan. The markets, I'm sure you have noticed, have been setting all-time record highs. And one can look at those numbers as either an affirmation or a prediction of economic performance. The president, with not unreasonably, says it's a referendum on his stewardship of the economy. But day by day and hour by hour, it all seems to trace back to China and trade and the possibility of a deal there. What is your view of our trade policy with respect to China and more broadly around the world? How is our economic competition and rivalry with China likely to play out? How worried should we be about that? And third, how should American businesses be approaching China, a country that is imprisoning thousands in Western China and looking like it's about to crack down in Hong Kong? Complicated question, but you can unpack it.
Well, first of all, it's more than 1 million Turkic Muslims in Western China and something that looks like ethnic cleansing. And this is relevant because America's Sinophilia, this tendency to look with starry eyes at China, is, I think, crashing. It's crashing in part because of Hong Kong. And by the way, people watching the market should pay attention to the fact that the House passed with only one dissenting voice and the Senate passed by unanimous consent a bill imposing sanctions on Hong Kong officials for what they're doing there now. The president can hardly veto it because those are veto-proof majorities. If he signs it, imagine the tantrum China could have, considering just what they had when a Houston Rockets executive tweeted something sympathetic to Hong Kong. Furthermore, by the way, the president could wake up some morning on the wrong side of the bed and decide that imported automobiles from Europe are a national security threat, and suddenly you would have Germany, the German economy, dealt a body blow, which would hurt all of Europe, which would hurt the rest of the world. So, which is to say, as you said in your question, we have a lot of variables varying right now.
Let's talk a little bit about our broader rivalry with China. We have certain advantages. They have certain advantages. I know you've written about sort of the dangerous demographics that are hanging over China.
It's an aging population, and it may be the first country to become old before it becomes rich. We tend to forget that there are maybe 300 million Chinese at least who are most concerned about finding potable drinking water. It still is in many parts and in many ways and with many hundreds of millions of people, a peasant country. I know no one, and I was just in Asia talking to people, I know no one who trusts China's national income statistics. Mm-hmm. They say they're growing only at 6%. There are some people over there who say that's probably twice the rate, and it could be negative right now. Now, that threatens the stability of a regime that is said they have a transactional relationship with their own people. You give us obedience, we'll give you prosperity. As prosperity becomes more attenuated in China, you see them resorting more and more to nationalism. Well, right. Hong Kong, they try and fight Hong Kong by arousing nationalism among their people, but Hong Kong is stirring the nationalism of the Taiwanese. This year began on January 2nd, 1919. President Xi gave a talk saying, really, the test of China's dream, as he calls it, is to bring Taiwan into the fold. Well, they're about to have a presidential election there, and the opponent of the one country, two systems doctrine is very apt to win. Another setback for President Xi.
I want to get to impeachment and the election. Let's start with impeachment. Just your general impressions of what has taken place over the last 2 weeks, and do you see impeachment affecting either the markets or the economy, or does anybody seem to care?
I think it affects neither. I think that there's a foregone conclusion here. Those who dislike the president see that there's a smoking gun on the table. Those who like the president say it's not smoking and it's not a gun. This will play out in the Senate. The Senate might, in hard Republican gamesmanship, try to prolong the trial to keep a number of Democratic senators off the campaign trail and to prevent them from talking about things that the American people might actually vote on, impeachment not being one of them.
Let's turn to the election very quickly. I find an irony in the idea that President Trump partly won office based on running against the elites, on championing the cause of the underrepresented, saying that the system was rigged. And now at least two and maybe more Democrats, Ms. Warren and Senator Sanders, have staked out the same turf. Basically, the system is rigged. I'm against the elites. I'm against the wealthy. How do you see that collision playing out?
There are just not enough of those disaffected, white, non-college educated voters to go around. The president's going to get his share. He's going to keep most of what he got last time. So the Warren-Sanders wing of the Democratic Party, or as they like to say, the Democratic wing of the Democratic Party, is going to have to go hunting ducks elsewhere. My strong feeling is that the Democrats are not going to nominate Elizabeth Warren. I'm feeling this stronger than ever before because I think she did herself serious injury when she actually responded to the bait from her rivals and spelled out how she proposed to finance Medicare for all. Her answer was so preposterously a bouillabaisse of cooked numbers that I think she hurt her stature as the thinking person's progressive. And at this point, I think that people are going to start looking around for someone who, A, doesn't cook the books as much as even Mr. Trump does, and therefore someone who can actually perhaps beat Mr. Trump.
George Will, thank you so much. Have a great weekend, sir.
Glad to be with you.
Appreciate it. Still ahead, housing supply has reached a critical level in some areas of the market. and not in a good way, a closer look at where and whether it's time to worry about the broader state of housing.
It was Sophie's big day.
What if your email was organized by project and not by date? What if everyone looked at the same thing instead of their own inbox? Then it wouldn't be email at all. Forget your fragmented, jumbled inbox and make the change to channels in Slack. Spaces dedicated to individual projects, topics, or teams. All your communication is neatly organized and everyone is on the same page. Slack. Choose a better way to work. Get started at slack.com.
At Lidl, we're big on those little reasons to be jolly. Like our delicious Favorina all-butter mini Stollen bites for just $1.99. And 6 deluxe mince pies for just $1.35. Big on a Christmas you can believe in. Now that's big on quality and always Lidl on price. Subject to availability, selected stores excludes an eye.
Are you prepared for Black Friday? Are you going to get up at 4 in the morning? Is your queuing strategy sorted? Relax. The Black Tag event is now on at Carphone Warehouse. Get the Samsung Galaxy S10 for £39 a month with 90 gig of data. Or save £70 on the Google Pixel 3a, now $329. The Black Tag event, now on at Carphone Warehouse. Galaxy S10, $49.99 upfront cost. Select 24-month contracts. Google Pixel 3a, while $399. T's and C's apply. See website for details.
If you're planning on driving this weekend, expect delays on the A406 North Circular Road. There'll be road closures between Tottenham and Edmonton from 10 p.m. on Friday the 22nd of November to 5 a.m. on Monday the 25th of November, while we carry out essential maintenance and repairs. All roads in the surrounding area will be extremely busy, so please allow more time for your journey and expect delays in the area. Plan ahead and check alternative routes at tfl.gov.uk. To the Mayor of London and TfL, every journey matters.
Christmas is such a magical time of year for little ones. But why should the big kids miss out? This season, take the family to Santa's Wonderlab at West London Audi. You get to test drive the latest Audi models, and the children get to test drive the latest toys with Santa. There's something for the whole family. Visit santaswonderlab.com to find out more about how to register for your place at Santa's Wonderlab this Christmas.
Welcome back to The Exchange, everyone. I'm Sue Herrera. Here's what's happening at this hour. The parents of Otto Warmbier, who died after being held in North Korea for 18 months, say they are going to hunt illegal North Korean businesses and shut them down. Cindy Warmbier says she has something to say to North Korea, and she is going to the DMZ to say it.
I hate you so much, but you can't hurt me anymore, so I'm coming out to see you. I want to look you in the eye and see evil and face it and know that as good people, we will win.
Secretary of State Mike Pompeo greeting the Emirati foreign minister at the State Department earlier today. President Trump said Pompeo loves what he's doing, but if he thought there was a chance of losing the Kansas Senate seat, he would run and win in a landslide. And Bumblebee Foods is filing for Chapter 11 bankruptcy protection with an agreement from its largest creditor to purchase its assets for about $925 million. In 2017, the tuna maker pled guilty for price fixing, paying a $25 million fine for forming a cartel with Chicken of the Sea and Starkist tuna. You are up to date. That's the news update this hour. Ty, I will send it back to you.
All the cartels I could ever have imagined.
Yeah, a tuna cartel is not what comes to mind,
The canned tuna cartel would have eluded me. Sue, thank you.
You got it, Ty.
Here's what else is coming up on The Exchange.
Ahead, Bitcoin tumbles, and China could be to blame. Plus, can WeWork's board work out its future? And Tesla's new Cybertruck shatters expectations. Literally. That's all coming up on The Exchange.
At Lidl, we're big on all those Christmas parties. The season to be jolly. Try our Party Time Indian snack selection for only $2.99. And our Party Time mac and cheese bites for just $1.19. Big on a Christmas you can believe in. Now that's big on quality and always Lidl on price. Subject to availability, selected stores excludes an eye.
On 3, our unlimited data is actually unlimited, like for reals.
That means you can scroll and scroll and scroll through all the Black Friday deals.
Because we have no speed limits, no data caps, and you'll be 5G ready at no extra cost.
Wow, so many savings.
Our Black Friday deals are now on. Save up to £480. Switch to 3, in-store or online. See 3.co.uk/unlimited-data. Savings on selected phones on 24-month contracts. Ends 5th of December. Terms apply.
Rainy, 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 rainy.
Sergey, why are you in such good mood?
It's raining.
And?
Rain means we take meal pups to cinema. And cinema means they'll be entertained.
Ah, and entertained means they're also quiet for a couple of hours. Oh, let's go. Enjoy more time together with 2-for-1 cinema tickets from Meerkat Movies with the Meerkat app when you buy through Compare the Market.
Qualifying purchases, Tuesdays or Wednesdays, participating cinemas, 2 standard tickets only, cheapest free. T's and C's apply.
Looking for a great phone to take brilliant photos, like an incredible iPhone 7 with a 12-megapixel camera? Then look no further than Tesco Mobile's best ever Black Friday event. You'll find an iPhone 7 for just $14.49 a month, our lowest ever price. Be quick, this deal ends Sunday, 1st of December. Tesco Mobile, every little helps.
Best ever Black Friday based on range of products in promotion. Was £19.75, now £14.49. Offer ends 1st of December. 36-month credit agreement, rolling monthly usage agreement, subject to status, phase policy applies. See tescomobile.com/terms.
Going, gone.
Some things just don't hang around. Like a great deal in Tesco Mobile's best ever Black Friday event. Right now you can get the Samsung Galaxy S10 for just $29.99 a month. But this deal ends Sunday 1st of December. Catch it before it's gone. Tesco Mobile's best ever Black Friday event. Tesco Mobile. Every little helps.
Best ever Black Friday based on range of products in promotion. Was £35.99, now £29.99. Offer ends 1st of December. 36-month credit agreement, rolling monthly usage agreement, subject to status, phase policy applies. See tescomobile.com/terms.
At TUI, we can help you find the perfect getaway for two. We fly to over 70 destinations worldwide, so wherever you have in mind, we'll help you get there. Book now and choose from thousands of holidays under $399 per person and pay £0 deposit when paying with direct debit. Book online or in store with one of our travel experts. At TUI, we cross the T's, dot the I's and put you in the middle. Offer available on selected holidays for a limited time and subject to availability. Booking T's and C's apply. At or protected.
All right, let's catch you up on a few stories that should be on your radar. It's time for Rapid Fire. Here with their takes, Leslie Picker, Robert Frank, Seema Modi. Welcome to all of you. Nice to be with you. First up, the SEC filings show that Uber founder and former CEO Travis Kalanick has sold nearly $1.5 billion worth of stock since the company's lockup period expired on November 6th. That leaves him with a mere 45 million shares, or 45 million shares, or about 2.5% of the company he founded. Meanwhile, early Uber investor Bradley Tusk, not to be confused with Elon Musk, joined Squawk Box this morning with some strong words on the company and its current CEO.
From when Travis left till today, Uber's worth less than half of what it was when Dara came in. But if it's a company based on radical innovation and the market doesn't believe the CEO is capable of being a real innovator, they're not going to reward them by buying the shares. The market has clearly voted with their feet on Uber. But at the end of the day, either you believe this person can really transform transportation or you don't. The market does not believe he can.
So Tusk also noted that he is selling his shares, but he isn't fully sold out. Meanwhile, Stifel upgrades the stock to a buy from a hold, saying in part that its valuation presents a more reasonable entry point. After a 4-minute intro, that will leave us about 40 seconds to discuss all of our topics here today. I guess my question here is, Mr. Tusk seems to lay the blame for the fall in the stock on the current CEO, Dara Khosrowshahi. Did I pronounce it right?
Yeah.
Close enough.
Yeah, that was good.
Is that fair?
I don't know if it's totally Dara's fault, why the stock has not performed well. It's hard to say because he's been CEO ever since this company has been public. And so it's hard to know kind of like what part of the business model execution was something that was more of a Travis legacy versus, at the heels of Dara. I know that's been a concern for analysts for quite some time. But if you look at the contentious nature by which Travis was ousted from the company 2 years ago, it's not super surprising to see that he would be selling his shares. I mean, I think a lot of people were surprised by which, the timing of it, that it was so quick after the lockup agreement that he decided to do that. I don't know if it's necessarily a direct reflection on his view on Dara. I think, he's just like, I founded this company, they ousted me.
And
yes,
plus,
I'm still director, but I don't want to, I just want to move my money and
he
put it
has
elsewhere.
a new company, right? He has Cloud Kitchens, which is a company that buys real estate, then uses them to for restaurants to make food for food delivery companies. And they recently got new funding from the Saudi Sovereign Wealth Fund for $400 million. And from what I understand, Travis is using a lot of the proceeds that he's raised from the Uber sale to put into his new company. So he's got a new company. I don't think it's a big surprise.
And investors like companies that make money.
They do.
Right? They do like that, but this one hasn't.
Yeah, and it's hard to say. I don't think you can just blame Dara for what could be a fundamentally flawed business model.
Yes, yes.
And you know, who knows, if Travis was still there, you would still have the underlying problem of not being profitable.
You might have even more
and of having
losses.
a fundamentally flawed business model.
Yeah.
Let's move on to Bitcoin. It's plunging to a 6-month low. China's central bank has launched a fresh crackdown on cryptocurrencies. Bitcoin down 6% right now. Seema, how big a blow is this to cryptocurrencies or Bitcoin particularly?
Well, the Chinese for a long time have been trying to crack down on cryptocurrencies and Bitcoin trading. I think what is interesting is that this does coincide with a number of reports that suggest that China is working on a state-backed digital currency that would compete with the likes of Facebook's Libra if that ever gets on the market. But the idea is China really wants to create its own government-backed digital currency. And if that's the case, then they really don't want Bitcoin to be around.
China doesn't like what it can't control.
No, and I think everyone was underestimating the degree to which Bitcoin was supported by Chinese offshoring. So remember, we had a whole period of time, 2013, 14, where the Chinese were pouring all this money overseas, real estate, art, everything else. The Chinese government cracked down. Where did that money go? It went to Bitcoin, especially last summer when the yuan was weakening. The Chinese wealthy wanted somewhere to put it. So I think this is going to be a big downward pressure on Bitcoin going forward.
On we go to another company that has faced some challenges lately. WeWork holding an all-hands-on-deck meeting with employees today amidst a series of job cuts. Deirdre Bosa reporting that the company unveiled its strategic plan to be EBITDA positive by 2021. I love when we use those kind of words. And free cash flow positive by 2023. Meanwhile, executives at SoftBank are reportedly looking for a way to reduce the size of its $3 billion offer to buy out WeWork and pay off its founder.
The question is it going to be community-adjusted EBITDA positive?
Yes,
Remember those metrics, the accounting metrics that they were looking at? I think this is a ship that is going to have a really hard time righting itself. And they gave themselves a long timeline to do so, but obviously some really deep pain in the near term with these job cuts. They're looking to unwind some of the recent acquisitions they made, which would result in even more job cuts. And these things take a lot of time to move forward. So it's not an easy job that they have at their hands.
This is a real WeWork out, right? This is a workout for WeWork.
I'm surprised it's not deeper. I'm surprised that the
cuts, you mean?
Yeah, the cuts, the whole restructuring. I just thought they were going to go in there and just start slashing and burning and find the value, which could be there, but at a much smaller scale. And it just seems like drip, drip, drip. Now they're going to come in, they're going to reduce the offering price, they're going to have to go through 3 or 4 more layoffs because this round was not nearly what people expected.
Well,
go ahead, finish.
Oh, sorry. I was just going to say that if SoftBank is actually looking to reduce the $3 billion worth of the bailout that they were, planning on giving to WeWork, does that make it, cause for even steeper cuts and even steeper types of reductions there? I don't even know if they can rework that at this point. It sounds like they would face a bunch of lawsuits.
What's interesting is when you think about Uber and WeWork in the same sentence or the same block as we just have, you have 2 sort of unicorn companies with very controversial founders that had internal cultural issues going on as well, and now are both one way or another getting worked out.
Absolutely.
Let's move on to the shatter heard around the world. I haven't seen this video. Tesla's chief designer threw a metal ball against the billed as bulletproof window of Tesla's new all-electric pickup truck at its unveiling. And let's just say it didn't go as planned. The video has gone viral. So was this an epic fail, or did Tesla strike social media gold, or both? Julia Worston may have some thoughts. Julia?
Tyler, it's absolutely both. It was an epic fail, and it's striking social media gold. I'm surprised that you hadn't seen it yet because it seems like everyone has seen it. It is the shatter, the rock hitting the window, really has gone viral on Twitter, Facebook, also millions of views on YouTube. Now, it's worth noting, if you look at the statistics here, the unveil of the Tesla Cybertruck has had nearly as many mentions in less than 18 hours than the unveil of of the Ford Mustang Mach-E had since Sunday night. Look at that. So 442,000 in less than 7 days versus 412,000 just in the past day for Tesla. So we're just showing how if you have a fail like that, it can sometimes drive even more attention. Now, it is worth noting that the buzz around Cybertruck, it started a week ago because there was so much curiosity about what it would look like. It really spiked after The Rock broke the unbreakable glass window. It's also getting a lot of attention, Tyler, because it's so funny looking.
Yeah, I want to. Yeah, the car itself or the truck itself is. I don't see a lot of people in Oklahoma and Texas buying that as a pickup.
But you know what? I still think this product launch potentially was a success for Tesla because guess what? We're all talking about it. It may be ugly. It may not be something we see ourselves driving, Tyler, but we're talking about it. And I think that's exactly what Elon Musk wanted.
Under the all publicity, any publicity is good publicity rule, right? I mean, I guess you could say that. Can we show the video again? I just want to see it. I haven't even seen it. Can we show it again while we talk it through? Go ahead, Robert.
Yeah, no, I think that this was, there was one meme where it had...
I ought to be the guy from those Allstate commercials, and Mayhem, throwing it through there,
And then
right?
he threw it too hard, so then Elon says, well, let's throw it not quite as hard. So he throws the second one, and the second one breaks, even though he just kind of tosses it against the window.
I wonder if that guy still has a job at Tesla.
Yeah, see, that was
just
the,
a little,
that was the light
a little
touch.
dainty toss, a little
Still
soft
cracks
toss.
the window.
Wow.
You do have to wonder how many of these impressions on social media, though, actually turn people into buyers of this car, or is it just, look at this Mars rover style truck that is...
And it just makes you wonder their production values, and how could they have not sort of done a test first before you do this?
Got to leave it there. Julia, thank you very much. Folks, Leslie, Robert, Seema, thank you. Up next, a new CNBC investigation has video of brazen stealing from the nation's retailers. And here comes Courtney Reagan to tell us about that. Court.
Hi, Tyler. This is bigger than shoplifting. It's organized retail crime, largely connected to the opioid crisis. As this type of crime hits all-time highs, retailers like Home Depot are taking action and taking down crime rings. I have the investigation coming up on The Exchange.
At Lidl, we're big on all those Christmas parties. The season to be jolly. Try our Party Time Indian snack selection for only $2.99. And our Party Time mac and cheese bites for just $1.19. Big on a Christmas you can believe in. Now that's big on quality and always Lidl on price. Subject to availability, selected stores excludes an eye.
On 3, our unlimited data is actually unlimited, like for reals. That means you can scroll and scroll and scroll through all the Black Friday deals.
Because we have no speed limits, no data caps, and you'll be 5G ready at no extra cost.
Wow, so many savings.
Our Black Friday deals are now on. Save up to £480. Switch to 3, in-store or online. See 3.co.uk/unlimited-data. Savings on selected phones on 24-month contracts. Ends 5th of December. Terms apply.
Like all good tradespeople, Ford likes an early start too. That's why our Black Friday has already begun. Enjoy amazing savings across our hard-working range of new commercial vehicles. Save between £2,500 and £9,650 off the recommended retail price. Why wait until the 29th of November, when you can have that Black Friday feeling today? Plus, there's 0% APR representative on Ford Acquire. Search Ford Black Friday. Ford, backbone of Britain.
Exclusions apply. Combined promotions available till 30th of November 2019 at participating dealers. For Ford Acquire, finance subject to status and deposit restrictions apply. Free post Ford credit.
At TUI, we can help you find the perfect getaway for two. We fly to over 70 destinations worldwide, so wherever you have in mind, we'll help you get there. Book now and choose from thousands of holidays under $399 per person and pay £0 deposit when paying with direct debit. Book online or in-store with one of our travel experts. At TUI, we cross the T's, dot the I's and put you in the middle. Offer available on selected holidays for a limited time and subject to availability. Booking T's and C's apply. At or protected.
Welcome back to The Exchange. Home Depot has a theft problem, and it's bigger than your typical small-scale shoplifters. In the latest CNBC investigation, Grab and Go, Courtney Reagan got a first-hand look at organized retail crime.
Yeah, Tyler. So retail crime losses are at an all-time high, according to the National Retail Federation, and it's hurting retailers' profits. Earlier this week, Lowe's and Home Depot both reported earnings and a negative impact from increasing theft. Home Depot gave us exclusive access to see how it fights a never-ending battle against stealing.
brazen retail theft. The suspects are so sure they won't get caught that some even get aggressive when stopped, as this surveillance video from Home Depot shows. Most likely, these people aren't shoplifters or people who steal items for their own use. Instead, it's a bigger problem known as organized retail crime, with criminals working together to steal for profit. Home Depot's Jamie Bourne investigates the theft. It all starts with boosters.
A booster is somebody that is basically a professional shoplifter. They're doing it for profit, just for personal use.
Are they just guessing what items are in demand? Do they know it from history? I know that I can sell a lot of drills.
There are many locations out there that are giving lists to the boosters.
Well, if they're giving lists, they're part of the crime too, are they not?
Absolutely.
One of those locations was this pawn shop. The manager was charged with selling stolen property. The case is ongoing. Our next stop, this raid.
Police, search warrant!
Bourne and his team helped when law enforcement served a search warrant on this Utah home.
When we do search warrants with law enforcement, we can provide them the value of the merchandise.
The suspect allegedly sold stolen power drills and other tools on Facebook. He was arrested. Law enforcement seized a pallet full of items from the home. They were brought to this warehouse. It may look like Home Depot, but this is actually an evidence room. Inside is over $1 million worth of stolen product seized from a raid of 7 pawn shops.
We'll actually see on the inside of a pawn shop, they'll say Lowe's and Home Depot's price, $129.99. Our price, $79.99.
Chris Walden is a special agent with the Utah Attorney General's office.
How is it that some of these secondhand merchants are selling it for less than what a big box retailer like Home Depot or Lowe's can even buy that product for?
They found the answer in these sting operations.
Trying to do? Sell them? Pawn them?
Yeah, sell them.
This is undercover video of law enforcement selling items that seem stolen to those pawn shops. The case led to a new Utah law that makes it harder for pawn shops to buy unopened product.
Since we passed the new law, it seems like it's getting a little bit better. What we've seen is a shift over to e-commerce.
Just like the power tools we saw confiscated during the raid. Here they were for sale on Facebook. Organized retail crime is growing and costs the industry nearly $800,000 per every billion in sales. Home Depot said its profit took a hit in the last 3 quarters because of higher shrink or loss of goods, which includes organized retail crime.
While we don't comment on our particular numbers, we are seeing shrinkage rates rise across the country.
Scott Glenn is in charge of asset protection for Home Depot.
Organized retail crime drives other crimes. It drives drugs. It drives guns. It drives human trafficking. I think the opioid and drug epidemic is a piece of it.
Why should consumers care that this is happening? Isn't Home Depot big enough to absorb this issue?
We have been very good about not raising prices as a result of our shrink equation. But if it gets to a point where we cannot continue to do business this way, ultimately we will have to pass it along.
And just yesterday, charges were announced against 5 people from 2 pawn shops in Rochester, New York for selling stolen goods, among other charges. Home Depot, Target, Walmart, and grocery store Wegmans cooperated with law enforcement in those cases. The 4 retailers recovered millions of dollars worth of product.
A couple of questions. How do they get the stuff out the door?
Oftentimes, they walk right out with it. And Home Depot is basically...
And alarms don't go off?
Alarms may go off and they keep walking and often don't get stopped because Home Depot has told their employees not to stop them. Many of these people are armed. As you saw in some of that surveillance video, some of them will fight back and push back. And so they don't want the employees or the customers to be put in harm's way.
Let me ask you the other thing. You call it organized retail crime. How organized is it and by whom? Are these small-scale local operators or is it something bigger operating behind it?
It can be both. In the case in Utah, they were talking to us about a crime ring of about 100 people. And sometimes they're given lists directly from someone, perhaps at a pawn shop, or someone else that's a middleman. Often they are giving it to someone who has a drug problem. They need cash immediately.
Cash.
They go in, they steal the product, give it to the person that directed them. They give them cash, and then that product gets resold.
Gets pawned or resold. Courtney, fascinating stuff. Courtney Reagan,
Thank
you. Coming up, new data shows major U.S. cities are experiencing double-digit % drops in housing supply Is there a new housing crisis looming? That's ahead on The Exchange.
At Lidl, we're big on those little reasons to be jolly. Like our delicious Favorina all butter mini Stollen bites for just $1.99. And 6 deluxe mince pies for just $1.35. Big on a Christmas you can believe in. Now that's big on quality and always Lidl on price. Subject to availability, selected stores excludes an eye.
On 3, our unlimited data is actually unlimited, like 4 reels. That means you can scroll and scroll and scroll through all the Black Friday deals.
Because we have no speed limits, no data caps, and you'll be 5G ready at no extra cost.
Wow, so many savings.
Our Black Friday deals are now on. Save up to £480. Switch to 3, in-store or online. See 3.co.uk/unlimited-data. Savings on selected phones on 24-month contracts. Ends 5th of December. Terms apply.
If you're planning on driving this weekend, expect delays on the A406 North Circular Road. There'll be road closures between Tottenham and Edmonton from 10 p.m. on Friday the 22nd of November to 5 a.m. on Monday the 25th of November, while we carry out essential maintenance and repairs. All roads in the surrounding area will be extremely busy, so please allow more time for your journey and expect delays in the area. Plan ahead and check alternative routes at tfl.gov.uk. To the Mayor of London and TfL, every journey matters.
Looking for a great phone to take brilliant photos, like an incredible iPhone 7 with a 12-megapixel camera? Then look no further than Tesco Mobile's best ever Black Friday event. You'll find an iPhone 7 for just $14.49 a month, our lowest ever price. Be quick, this deal ends Sunday, 1st of December. Tesco Mobile, every little helps.
Best ever Black Friday based on range of products in promotion was £19.75, now £14.49. Offer ends 1st of December. 36-month credit agreement, rolling monthly usage agreement, subject to status, phase policy applies. See tescomobile.com/terms.
Did you know that at Boots.com, there are thousands of amazing gifts to choose from? And if you order online, they can be delivered to the boots of your choice for collection. So gift like you get them at the fantastical choice of thousands of gifts to order and collect boutique. Charges may apply. See Boots.com for details.
How can I help you?
Just a latte, please.
Grande. Guatemalan bean.
Oh.
Hazelnut syrup.
Wow.
Whipped cream.
All right.
That's $5.25, please.
Oh.
You can't always control what you spend, but you can save as you spend with Save the Change. When you use your Lloyds Bank debit card, we'll round up the amount to the next pound and transfer the difference to your nominated Lloyds Bank savings account. Feel in control every day with our mobile banking app. Lloyds Bank, by your side. T's and C's apply.
Welcome back to The Exchange, and here are some of the movers this hour. Shares of Foot Locker are down more than 4% after its fourth quarter and full-year guidance disappointed. The retailer also announced it will no longer provide detailed quarterly guidance in the future. Nordstrom shares up nearly 9% after that company reported earnings that handily beat estimates while missing on revenue. Full-year guidance also a little bit stronger than expected. And finally, L Brands up 3% on an upgrade from Evercore ISI on the strength of its Bath and Body Works brand. The Victoria's Secret parent company also announcing it is canceling this year's Angels fashion show as viewership has slumped over the past 5 years. New numbers from Zillow show housing shortages near crisis levels in some parts of the U.S. A look at the numbers and what it means for the real estate market is next.
Smart Sports Wagering Talk is now on TuneIn. This is Brett Musburger. The Better Network is now on TuneIn. Search BETR. Be better informed. Be better prepared. And remember, cash and tickets is what it's all about.
A lot of people aren't aware that TuneIn lets you listen to the same terrestrial stations that you pick up on your FM AM dial, except you can hear them from anywhere. To see all the stations broadcasting in your area, find the local radio section on the home screen. Keep it local with TuneIn.
We can't make traffic move faster during rush hour, but we can help you catch up on the news with TuneIn. With live around-the-clock news from MSNBC.
In the UK, they're significantly worse. When the president gets up to the podium...
CNBC and Fox News Talk.
The Fox News poll sizing up the race for 2020 found that each of the 5 top Democrats...
You can use your stop and go for good by staying in touch with the world. Search news to hear what's happening now.
From ESPN and the award-winning producers of The Sterling Affairs comes the latest season of 30 for 30 podcasts. 4 brand new stories of espionage,
He wanted this team to be the Barcelona of women's basketball.
Resilience.
I started to scream. I tried to get away.
Corruption.
It's the culture of win at all costs.
And rebirth.
How will we ever rebuild it?
30 for 30 Podcasts, Season 6. Listen now to 30 for 30 Podcasts on TuneIn.
The puck drops. 12 players face off to win. The suspense is pure torture, but you wouldn't miss this for the world. TuneIn brings you every minute of the NHL season. Listen live to hockey when it matters most on TuneIn.
Hey, NFL fan, can't watch the game? Can't be there? No biggie. With your TuneIn Premium membership, you already have an all-access pass to every team and every game in the league. Amazing, right?
Steps up, floats it towards, at the goal line, it's intercepted!
Listen live as the action unfolds or on demand when you can. Anytime, anywhere, all season long.
Right side, it is caught, it is in for the right side for the touchdown to Keenan.
Search NFL today. Ah, finally another commercial, said no one ever. Visit TuneIn.com/premium to upgrade now and get over 45 commercial-free music stations.
Welcome back to The Exchange, everybody. Housing supply across the country is falling hard, according to new data. And for some cities and price points, the numbers are getting really worrisome. Diana Olick joins us now to explain. Hi, Di.
Hi, Ty. So at the end of October, housing inventory nationwide fell to a record low 3.9-month supply, according to the realtors. That's how long it would take at the current sales pace to sell all of the nearly 2 million homes available for sale. Now, a healthy market balance between buyers and sellers, that's considered to be a 6-month supply. But all real estate is local. Some markets are seeing supply drop more dramatically. And it's not just the California markets. We're seeing Seattle, Phoenix, Cincinnati, Pittsburgh, St. Louis, Kansas City, and right here in D.C., all down double-digit percentages in supply compared to a year ago. Young workers are flocking to cities in the Midwest and South where housing is cheapest, but nationwide supply is falling most at the low end of the market, while the luxury supply is growing. Tyler?
All right, Diana, stay with us, if you will, as we bring in Gregory Dacco, Chief U.S. Economist at Oxford Economics. Greg, welcome, and Diana, chime in as you see fit here. Why is inventory so low? Are people, Greg, just choosing not to move?
Well, I think it's largely a supply story. We've seen very weak construction activity over the past few years. It's a story in which the cost of labor, the cost of lots, and the cost of lumber have really increased and have reduced supply. And in that environment, we're not seeing much inventory rise. What we did see over the past 18 months was some inventory rise because there was reduced activity on the demand side. But more recently, with lower interest rates, we have people coming back into the housing market, and that's pulled down inventory even lower.
And certainly, Diana, I would assume that to the extent that building new units is the issue, building them at the low price point is even more the issue.
It's absolutely the issue. And the builders are starting to pivot toward that lower end side of the market, but it's very difficult for them to make their budgets because they have increased costs for land, labor, materials, and for all kinds of rules and regulations that they need to do for building. But I'd wonder from Greg, do you think that it's more people moving to the Midwest because they're seeing better jobs there or because of the affordability?
Well, we're seeing some migration in the U.S., but yesterday the U.S. Census data actually showed that migration in the U.S. is the weakest it's been since World War II. So we are even seeing less migration. Part of the effort in terms of migration has been linked to higher cost prices on the coast of both sides of the country. But that migration effect, even today, is weaker than it's been any time since World War II. So that effect is not helping either. And the demographics with people aging is leading to people staying in place longer and not really moving out of housing and therefore constraining inventory on the housing market.
What would unlock supply, Gregory? What would make builders build?
Yeah, I think to unlock supply, you need to have the cost of labor to be somewhat lower than it is today. We know that wages in the construction sector have risen and are a constraint in terms of building. You need to have an environment in which builders see the potential for stronger demand for lower income households and for lower cost housing And in the current environment where we see a weakening in economic activity and slower income growth in the next year, I don't really think you're going to see that anytime soon.
And the lower end of the market is presumably the least profitable end, right? Greg?
That's in part why we haven't seen builders jump into this low-end market. Builders have really focused on the high-end market where the luxury end has been doing relatively well and where buyers with a lot of cash on hand were able to really buy into the market. In the current environment where costs are higher for labor, for lumber, and for lots, you're not going to see builders edge in that much into the lower end of the market.
15 seconds, Diana. Existing homes, which means previously built homes, that's where the big inventory decline has come down. I go back to the question I asked earlier. Are fewer people moving because they can't afford or don't want to move up?
I think very fewer people are moving, and especially the baby boomers who we thought were going to move and downsize, they are staying put. Kids are moving home. They're multi-generational living. So we're not seeing the kind of migration out of those larger homes into perhaps retirement communities that we've seen in past generations.
Diana, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Always a beautiful shot you got there. And Greg Dacco, thank you very much as well. And that does it for the exchange. I'm going to go join Melissa on Power Lunch, which starts right now.
Come on over. We'll see you soon. I'm Melissa Lee. Here's what's new at 2 on Power Lunch. A top executive at Airbnb is out ahead of its expected IPO. WeWork is laying off thousands of workers, and former Uber CEO Travis Kalanick is dumping billions of dollars worth of stock. Are unicorns losing their magic touch? Plus, it's a Bitcoin bloodbath. The crypto universe in disarray as Bitcoin is suddenly sinking double digits this week. So what's wrong with the cryptocurrency? We'll explain. And later, dairy disruption. Alternative milk like almond, soy, oat are moving up in consumer diets, creating chaos as food companies rush to adjust. But the National Federation of Milk Producers is in utter disbelief, saying don't buy the hype. Power Lunch starts right now. And let's take a look at the markets here. The Dow hanging on to gains here. We are up by just about 1/3%, while the S&P 500 and NASDAQ are also in the green right now, on track. If it finishes lower, on track to snap a 7-week winning streak, while the S&P 500 pacing to break a 6-week winning streak. Check out the big winner, though. Target, the best performing S&P stock this week. Shares jumping double digits after its earnings report earlier. The stock sitting near record highs. Well, with those weekly winning streaks in jeopardy, are stocks setting up for the winter blues? Bob Pisani's at the New York Stock Exchange. Bob.
Hello, Melissa. It's way too early to get bearish. Just take a look where we are. Yes, we're down fractionally for the week, but look at that big move up, 3% the last few weeks here. We're just 0.6% off of the historic highs. And for the month of November, all the right stocks have been moving, the right sectors, I should say. And that's cyclical sectors. So you'll notice the banks are up, the industrial sectors are up, energy is even up, perpetually lagging energy. Healthcare is doing great. Biotech's having a great month. Of course, that's a little more defensive. But the other deeper, more defensive sectors, REITs, consumer staples, utilities, they're all lagging. Where is the markets right now? It's important to remember why we're at highs. There's 3 reasons why we're hitting new highs. The Fed is neutral and has been expanding its balance sheet. They may not like saying that, but they are. Tariffs, there is no expansion of the tariff war yet. The market believes there will not be December 15th new tariffs. If there are, that will be a problem. For now, the market believes there will be some way to avoid that. And the global economy, there may be some signs that it's stabilizing. That may be the most important thing. Did you see what happened overnight in some of the numbers, the manufacturing numbers? So over in Japan, manufacturing data, the market manufacturing data, a little bit better than expected. Europe, a little bit better than expected now, 2nd month in a row. And, of course, we had Germany and France, same numbers, a little bit better than expected there as well. That important thing here is that kind of bottoming, that will help the earnings outlook for next year. And maybe, just maybe, we'll actually get an expansion. 2019 earnings flat, 2020, well, maybe up 5, 6, 7, 8%. Back to you guys.
All right, Robert, thank you very much. So should investors be prepping for another December downer? Remember last year it was a rough one. Let's bring in Dan Genter. He's CEO and CIO of RNC. That's a lot of letters there, Dan.
It does a lot.
That's a lot of letters.
It's almost like the
of
government.
Jenner Capital Management, and Kevin Caron. He is a senior portfolio manager with Washington Crossing Advisors. Dan, what do you think? I mean, the market looks like it may be, it's peaked in recent days, now moving a little bit sideways. What do you expect between now and year end?
Well, it's certainly running out of gas, and everyone has an overhang with regards to what's happening on the trade deal. You know, there's a lot of noise that's out there, and the fact of the matter is you're just in a point where earnings are beginning to turn down. We're going to slow to probably a 5 to 6% rate. You know, multiples are at 17.5 or a solid 2 PE clicks above normal. And with the slowing economy, it's hard to push it from here. It's hard to really see any impetus to be able to go faster than just tracking earnings and have any kind of PE multiple from here.
Kevin, do you agree with what Dan just said? And if you do, or if you don't, where would you be putting money for a time horizon of 12 to 24 months?
Well, I agree to the extent that valuations are a little bit full, and we've had a good run of it. But what we're looking at here is the potential for some improvement in the momentum for the data, not just the level of the data, but some improvement in the momentum. So we saw the PMI data come in from market, for example. That was a good number. If we set up the bullish case, which is that this lull we've had in global growth for the last year or so maybe gets some reprieve into the early part of next year, we could see some earnings growth come back into the picture. So at the moment, the catalyst would be a reigniting of some growth, maybe a step up in earnings. There's no expectations there now. And maybe just interest rates staying where they are would be just the sweet spot the market needs to get a more bullish outcome as we move into 2020, I guess.
I mean, interest rates staying where they are, Dan, has got to be a real help to supporting some of these multiples. I mean, when we are nearing 2% and we're 2 turns above the average S&P 500 multiple historically, you might be concerned. But here we are, we're back at 1.7. Right. I mean, there's tremendous volatility granted in the bond market, but this is really supportive. Plus, you've got seasonal tailwinds, right. I would think.
Absolutely. I mean, and that's the real catalyst, and that's what you have as a support level, is that the interest rates are extremely low. So obviously it changes the cap rates. It looks at the rate of return is much more attractive than what you have in the bond market currently. And it really leaves investors with very little alternative, frankly, if you look at it functionally. And I think you have another tailwind that people really haven't looked at, and that is you have huge embedded capital gains. So as Tyler had mentioned earlier, you're going to see a Santa Claus slide, if you will. And the reality is that many people are not going to do any selling, certainly not until after the first of the year, because you have massive embedded capital gains, and they're not going to take that. And so they're certainly going to push into the rest of the year, and that gives you some additional support.
Kevin, one of the sectors that you say for value is worth a look is energy. There are lots of different parts of energy. Where specifically within that broad universe?
Yeah, I just think the big integrateds would be kind of a natural place to go, maybe some of the drillers. But ultimately, what we're looking at are, at this point in the cycle, there are 3 things to focus on. First and foremost would be the quality of any company, and for that we would go to the consumer sector, consumer staples or durables. Mm-hmm. When we look at balance sheets at this stage of the cycle, we want to look for very strong balance sheets, not a lot of debt. Technology makes sense, but the valuations in some cases are a little stretched. Energy would be a place where we might see some compromised balance sheets and maybe some uncertainty about the outlook for those businesses. But if you're a value investor, you might spend some time looking around there, because clearly the valuations are looking good, even if you normalize earnings. So those 3 characteristics would be all things you want in a portfolio: quality and durability, good balance sheets, and value.
All right, Kevin Caron, Dan Genter, thank you both.
Thank you.
Thank you.
President Trump is holding a meeting at the White House at this hour addressing the teen vaping epidemic. Eamon Javers is live with the very latest. Eamon.
Yeah, Melissa, we thought that this was going to be behind closed doors today, but the White House just changed the game plan on us a couple of minutes ago. They've now brought reporters into that meeting, so we will be able to see a piece of it. Interestingly, we are told by reporters in the room that Mitt Romney is there attending this vaping session. They're billing it as a listening session for the president to hear from stakeholders on all sides of the issue. So you've got some American Cancer Association folks, you've got vaping industry folks, you've got tobacco executives in there, all making their case around the table on this issue. Remember, the president said back in September that he wanted to push for a ban on some of those flavored e-cigarettes. He hasn't done that yet, though, and there's some question about the politics of all of this. Are there single-issue vaping voters out there in the president's base where this could be a difficult political issue for him, maybe a little bit more difficult than he realized politically? The president said that the First Lady, Melania Trump, was the one who pushed pursue that ban in the first place because of their son Barron. Perhaps they're hearing from Barron and his friends about the epidemic of vaping among middle and high school children that we're seeing across the country. We had the chance to catch up with the president of the American Vaping Association just before he went in here a couple of minutes ago. He told us something very interesting. He's framing this in a political lens. Mayor Michael Bloomberg has been very active on the anti-e-cigarette front, pumping in $100 million or more into that anti-e-cigarette effort. He said that might be one of the things he mentions with the president. Here's what he said to us.
Our message to the president is that prohibition does not work. When Michael Bloomberg, an arch enemy of President Trump, is funding $160 million to try to ban flavored vaping products, there's another story to this. Michael Bloomberg is wrong. President Trump should not be following what Michael Bloomberg's so-called public health examples are.
So why might it be a useful political strategy to bring up Michael Bloomberg in a meeting with President Trump? Well, Michael Bloomberg just may be a candidate for president against President Trump next year. We'll wait and see if that happens, but that could be one of the political subtexts to the meeting that's going on right now, guys.
All right, Eamon, thank you very much. Eamon Javers. And coming up, the hottest stock in the market right now, Karuna, the big kahuna, Therapeutics, up nearly 400% this week on hopes for its schizophrenia treatment. The company's CEO will join us shortly. And can the drug deliver on the promise, or have the markets gotten a little bit too hyped? And Adam Newman shouldn't start spending that $1.7 billion just yet. Bad publicity mounting as the company cuts thousands of jobs. Could SoftBank rework Newman's exit deal? Power Lunch will be right back.
Whatever job you're searching for, you can find it on LinkedIn. First jobs, flexible jobs, work from home on a Friday jobs, advertising jobs, accounting jobs, HR, PR, even ER jobs, Soho jobs, Shoreditch jobs. Keep me away from the central line jobs. Banking jobs, building jobs, never ever boring jobs. Small jobs, big jobs, lunch in Borough Market jobs, or even voiceover jobs, which is how I ended up recording this ad. Search millions of jobs on LinkedIn and find one meant for you.
'Tis the season to be hunched over your laptop. Not on our watch. In real life, you can fill your senses and your baskets. Feel all the sights, sounds, lols, and OMGs. Wear laughing emojis on actual smiley faces. Battery is running low. Take the kids to Santa's Grotto. In real life, you can find just the right present using the most advanced search engine in the world. Your eyes. We heart in real life. Brent Cross, London. Free parking for all sleighs and cars.
Now is the time for a little kindness. It's easy to feel overwhelmed these days, and everyone deserves a time out. Head to austria.info/kindness to tell us about someone who should win a holiday to Austria's beautiful ski slopes. With a pinch of luck, they'll be enjoying the snow, sun, and serenity of a winter paradise in no time. Visit austria.info/kindness now.
It's hard to find a children's gift which doesn't have a short shelf life. They'll eat all the chocolates in 5 minutes, finish their video games by the end of the week, and grow out of their trainers before you know it. So instead of buying them something just for Christmas, buy them something that's for life. Premium bonds from NS&I. Every month they'll have the chance to win cash prizes. And now you can buy premium bonds for any child. Start their savings journey from just £25. Search Gift Premium Bonds to find out more.
At Lidl, we're big on those little reasons to be jolly. Like our delicious Favorina all butter mini Stollen bites for just $1.99. And 6 deluxe mince pies for just $1.35. Big on a Christmas you can believe in. Now that's big on quality and always Lidl on price. Subject to availability, selected stores excludes NI.
Dell celebrates your small business this November with early Black Friday deals. Our biggest Black Friday ever starts right now. Save up to 50% on business tech, including Windows 10 computers, powerful servers, and the latest award-winning monitors, all with free delivery. Call 0800 085 4878 to talk to a Dell advisor today. That's 0800 085 4878. Or visit dell.co.uk/SB deals for Dell's biggest Black Friday ever. Limited time online offer. Hurry while stocks last. T's and C's apply.
A top Airbnb executive is out ahead of the company's expected 2020 IPO. Deirdre Bosa broke that story and joins us now with the latest on it. Hi, Deirdre.
Tyler, it is a major loss for the company at a critical time. Airbnb's chief operating officer, Belinda Johnson, told employees this morning that she's stepping down to prioritize more time with her family. Now, Johnson will join the company's board of directors, but her departure comes at a time when scrutiny of Airbnb is ramping up. The company's facing regulatory disputes over taxes and rental rules with a number of city governments, including New York and New Jersey, where residents voted overwhelmingly to impose greater regulation on short-term rentals. Now, CEO and co-founder Brian Chesky credits Johnson, his number 2 and the first executive he ever hired back in 2011, with Airbnb's approach to policymakers. In a statement, Chesky says, quote, "She told me that we should meet the people that don't like us." Now, that has helped lead to Airbnb's image as a friendlier disruptor versus, say, an Uber, but that image is certainly being tested recently in the lead up to its 2020 listing. Now, Johnson will stay on until March 1st, and the company won't be replacing the COO role. Instead, they'll look for a VP of operations. Back to you guys.
All right, thank you very much, Deirdre. And the other troubled unicorn, WeWork, has been holding an all-hands-on-deck meeting today. What can you tell us about it?
That's right. Executive Chairman Marcelo Claure, which comes from SoftBank, updating the staff after they let go of 2,400 people in the workforce. And I think the most interesting thing he said is that WeWork is aiming to be EBITDA positive by 2021, echoing what we've heard from a lot of the other unicorns as focus on profitability, and that WeWork intends on being cash flow positive by 2023. Certainly no small feat, Tyler. Remember, this is the company that lost more than $1.2 billion last quarter.
All right, Deirdre Bosa, thank you very much.
So as WeWork's top brass meet with employees on their future, SoftBank's exec reportedly aimed to slash Newman's exit package, saying that it may be too generous. All this comes as Senator Elizabeth Warren tweeted today that Newman's golden parachute is, quote, another example of a rigged and corrupt system. Here to unravel WeWork's malaise is Dan Premack, the business editor at Axios. Dan, great to have you with us.
Thanks for having me.
Renegotiating an exit package, isn't that in the books? They can do that at this point?
It's unclear that they can do this. I mean, legally, I think it would be almost impossible, right? I mean, part of this exit package was designed explicitly so that Adam Neumann would give up his voting rights to SoftBank. He's done that, I believe. So if he's given up the voting rights to SoftBank, which is the reason SoftBank's able to put in its people as executives and do the layoffs, that's done at this point. Look, it's terrible PR. It was arguably a bad deal, but for SoftBank, if they're trying to argue to prospective investors in this Vision Fund 2, we know what we're doing, what exactly does it say to them when they're changing their own mind on this company 3 weeks later, a month after they signed this deal in the first place?
It seems like they would have trouble. I mean, they already had trouble going into the fundraising round for SoftBank Vision 2, right? And then this just adds piles on top of it. I would think that they would have a difficult time getting any more money at this point.
Yeah, look, it's a mess. And there's reports, obviously, that SoftBank's trying to raise debt to fund this. There are questions about why didn't they get that process rolling before they agreed to do this particular tender offer. You know, SoftBank folks or folks associated with SoftBank kept saying that JP Morgan's offer, which was the rival offer, the rival bailout offer, they kept suggesting, well, they don't really have the money. It appears SoftBank didn't really have the money either. They just went ahead with the bid. Again, I have a hard time believing they're ultimately going to slash this tender. It's just not something I see they're going to ultimately do. Looked like a trial balloon, went out to the press, and has gotten stomped on pretty hard.
How dented is SoftBank?
It's dented. I mean, it's dented, but the thing that's important to remember about SoftBank is it's not the first time it's been dented, severely dented. Remember, Masa and SoftBank, coming out of the dot-com bust, were absolutely destroyed and left for dead. They got Alibaba. They did an investment in Alibaba. They rode back to the top, and then they became very, very risky. They did more and more deals. But Masa has been through this before. He's not the kind of person who's going to shrink back and say, oh, you know, woe is me, and throw up his hands.
But in the tech bubble, there are so many other casualties. So many other companies were dented as well. Here they are in their own company when it comes to making poor judgments and throwing good money after bad effectively.
It seems like, look, you know, the argument right now, or the thing that SoftBank is saying to its portfolio companies, particularly the ones that they've made major investments in, is you were hyper-growth companies. We invested in you as hyper-growth companies. We now want you to be more responsible, more sustainable growth companies. And as Deirdre said, you know, they're saying to a lot of their CEOs, just like Lyft and Uber have told their people today, 2021, profitability by 2021. That's apparently a magical year for all these tech companies. Don't worry about 2020 so much, but 2021, it'll all be okay.
Can't wait to 2021.
Yeah.
Yeah. Lots going to happen then. Dan, great to speak with you. Thank you. Dan Primack of Axios.
Well, one unicorn that is not struggling right now, by some measures at least, is Uber. The stock is up more than 10% this week, and some quarters of Wall Street are getting bullish on it. Plus, the dairy industry crying foul over the word milk. With alternative milk on the rise, should drinks made from soy or almond or oats be called milk? We'll discuss it.
I love Black Friday. Busy shops, crazy people, average deals. It's so much fun.
Said no one ever. So be savvy and do Black Friday the easy way with Smarty. Grab a huge 100 gig data SIM for just £17 a month on the Mega Plan. And with no credit checks, speed restrictions or contracts tying you down, you can kick back with the best Black Friday deal around. Now that's Smarty. Search Smarty Mobile to find out more, but hurry, as this deal won't be around for long. See smarty.co.uk for terms.
At Lidl, we're big on all those Christmas parties. The season to be jolly. Try our Party Time Indian snack selection for only $2.99. And our Party Time mac and cheese bites for just $1.19. Big on a Christmas you can believe it. Now that's big on quality and always Lidl on price. Subject to availability, selected stores excludes an eye.
At Argos, our Black Friday deals are on. Plus other hot products and so much more, including top brands like Samsung, Beats, Fitbit and Dyson. Go online to shop our full range of Black Friday deals. With Argos, you're good to go. Black Friday deals on 3rd of December, subject to availability while stocks last.
If you're planning on driving this weekend, expect delays on the A406 North Circular Road. There'll be road closures between Tottenham and Edmonton from 10 p.m. on Friday the 22nd of November to 5 a.m. on Monday the 25th of November, while we carry out essential maintenance and repairs. All roads in the surrounding area will be extremely busy, so please allow more time for your journey and expect delays in the area. Plan ahead and check alternative routes at tfl.gov.uk. To the Mayor of London and TfL, every journey matters.
Dear noble shopkeeper, is 25 the magic number?
That's right. For one night only, the Lotto birthday jackpot is £25 million. And it must be won this Saturday.
Lotto, celebrating 25 years of the National Lottery. Your numbers make amazing happen. Rules and procedures apply. Players must be 16 or over.
Christmas is such a magical time of year for little ones. But why should the big kids miss out? This season, take the family to Santa's Wonderlab at West London Audi. You get to test drive the latest Audi models, and the children get to test drive the latest toys with Santa. There's something for the whole family. Visit santaswonderlab.com to find out more about how to register for your place at Santa's Wonderlab this Christmas.
Going, gone. Some things just don't hang around, like a great deal in Tesco Mobile's best ever Black Friday event. Right now you can get the Samsung Galaxy S10 for just $29.99 a month, but this deal ends Sunday 1st of December. Catch it before it's gone. Tesco Mobile's best ever Black Friday event. Tesco Mobile, every little helps.
Best ever Black Friday based on range of products in promotion was £35.99, now £29.99. Offer ends 1st of December. 36-month credit agreement, rolling monthly usage agreement, subject to status, phase policy applies. See tescomobile.com/terms.
Welcome back to Power Lunch. I'm Mike Santoli at the New York Stock Exchange. It is time for Trading Nation. Could this be Uber's turning point? Shares of the ride-hailing company catching a bid today after two bullish analyst calls, adding up to a nearly 11% gain for the week for the stock. What is ahead for this troubled name? Still down about 34% from its IPO price. Joined now by J.C. O'Hara of MKM Partners and Steve Chavarone of Federated Investors. JC, not a ton of history here, just a little over 6 months worth of trading, but anything in the charts suggest to you that this might be a durable turn for the better?
Well, I could really appreciate this recent short-term positive momentum, especially after we got past the lockup expiration earlier this month. But again, if we take a step back and look at this 6-month chart, we find that we are still in a defined downtrend, right? We have price trading below a declining 50-day moving average. We have a series of lower highs in place as well as lower lows. So I think it might be too premature to say the worst is behind us. I think if we do manage to push up and break above the October highs in that $34, $35 area, I think I would be a little bit more confident at that point in time that the worst is behind us and the base suggests that we can move higher at that point.
Steve, this turn, at least tentatively, in the stock off the lows has come as the company has tried to focus on the possibility of turning cash flow positive in years to come and trying to run a little bit of a tighter ship financially. Any of that sway you? How do you size up this company right now, fundamentally?
Yeah, I think scalability is the issue, and we focus on incremental margins. You know, you've got insurance costs here that grow as the company expands, and that raises questions about scalability. So as we evaluate IPOs, particularly through our Kaufman Growth franchise, what we're looking for is companies that are asset light, can scale the business, and are generating incremental margins. I'm not sure we find that here.
So in those terms, is there just no other way that you would seek to play this kind of fast-growing area of consumer behavior, ride-hailing?
We have not been exposed to this area at Federated. And in terms of IPOs, again, we're looking for those companies where we can see a clear pathway to cash flow growth, because that ultimately is going to be where the value is. And so we have not played this space.
Yeah, that seems like where the market is also coming down, that bit of discipline. We'll see how it goes. Steve and JC, thanks very much for joining me today. For more Trading Nation, head to our website or follow us on Twitter at Trading Nation. Melissa, back over to you.
Mike Santoli, thank you. Ahead on Power Lunch, clean up in the dairy aisle. Milk sales are spoiling amid the rise of dairy alternatives. There's soy milk, almond milk, coconut milk, and now yogurt brands are expanding into the oat milk space. The industry is having a cow saying plant-based options should not be called milk. And they want to make yogurt out of that oat milk.
Oat milk yogurt.
Because oats don't lactate. So are plants putting the milkman out to pasture? We'll ask him. Power Lunch is back in 2.
And now, the latest from tradingnation.cnbc.com and a word from our sponsor.
Some people refer to the VIX as the market's fear gauge, but I like to refer to the VIX as a gauge of uncertainty. Because while an elevated VIX may imply that the market's headed for big moves, those moves could either be to the downside or to the upside. I'm Randy Frederick, and Schwab is the better place for traders.
You know that tech stock we talked about?
For the independent bookseller who found you that first edition. For the baker who brings the smell of freshly baked bread to your door.
And for the barista who never needs to ask your name.
We've all got a part to play.
Every little tap keeps your high street alive.
And helps your communities thrive.
So if you love where you live, shop small.
Shopping on your local high street can make a big difference. Shop small. Only by American Express.
At Lidl, we're big on those little reasons to be jolly. Like our delicious Favorina all butter mini Stollen bites for just $1.99. And 6 deluxe mince pies for just $1.35. Big on a Christmas you can believe in. Now that's big on quality and always Lidl on price. Subject to availability, selected stores excludes NI.
On 3, our unlimited data is actually unlimited, like for reals. That means you can scroll and scroll and scroll through all the Black Friday deals.
Because we have no speed limits, no data caps, and you'll be 5G ready at no extra cost.
Wow, so many savings.
Our Black Friday deals are now on. Save up to £480. Switch to 3, in-store or online. See 3.co.uk/unlimited-data. Savings on selected phones on 24-month contracts. Ends 5th of December. Terms apply.
At Argos, our Black Friday deals are on. Plus other hot products and so much more, including top brands like Samsung, Beats, Fitbit and Dyson. Go online to shop our full range of Black Friday deals. With Argos, you're good to go. Black Friday deals on 3rd of December, subject to availability while stocks last.
If you're planning on driving this weekend, expect delays on the A406 North Circular Road. There'll be road closures between Tottenham and Edmonton from 10 p.m. on Friday the 22nd of November to 5 a.m. on Monday the 25th of November, while we carry out essential maintenance and repairs. All roads in the surrounding area will be extremely busy, so please allow more time for your journey and expect delays in the area. Plan ahead and check alternative routes at tfl.gov.uk. To the Mayor of London and TfL, every journey matters.
London,
There's nothing like coming back to a warm home after a long day at work, especially when you've been stuck in rush hour for what seems like an eternity. Luckily, with Hive Active Heating, you can turn your heating on from wherever you are. And with our Black Friday offer, enjoy 25% off, plus a free Amazon Echo Dot. Search Hive Heating to buy now. Hive services require broadband and Wi-Fi. Terms apply. Offer ends 2nd December.
Welcome back, everyone. I'm Sue Herrera. Here's your CNBC News update at this hour. President Trump participating in the NCAA Collegiate National Champions Day. He joined more than 15 collegiate championship teams from across the country for a luncheon at the White House. He congratulated them on their achievements. Flu activity is slowly increasing across the country. According to the CDC, 6 states are already reporting widespread activity, with 9 states reporting regional activity. The CDC continues to urge everyone ages 6 months and older to get that flu shot. Prince William honoring African wildlife conservationists for their work in protecting endangered species. He handed out several awards, one of which bears his name.
I've seen firsthand the hugely important work that people like our finalists do, day in and day out, to protect Africa's wildlife. Africa is still on the front line of conservation, and nothing brings that home more starkly than the sobering roll of honour that we have just seen.
You are up to date. That's the news update this hour. Ty, I'll send it back to you.
All right, thank you very much, Sue. Stocks are nearing the highs of the session. The Dow up triple digits, as you can see there, 103 points. The S&P and NASDAQ both slightly higher. However, all 3 indexes still on track to snap multi-week winning streaks for the week of trading. The oil market closing for the day, and Leslie Picker is following it for us at the commodity desk. Hi, Leslie.
Hey, Tyler. Oil market in the red this Friday. You've got WTI down about 1.2%, 57.87 a barrel. ICE Brent down about 0.75% for 63.50 per barrel. Once again, traders attributing today's moves to concerns about getting a resolution to that trade war, and any disruption to the trade picture, as you know, can pressure oil prices because it crimps demand. Now, the declines today do reverse gains made earlier this week after reports showed OPEC and Russia likely to extend production cuts. Guys.
All right, Leslie, thank you very much. The so-called fake food frenzy rages on as plant-based disruption sours the dairy industry. Get ready, there will be more puns in here, I'm sure. In the last few weeks, America's largest milk producer, Dean Foods, filed for bankruptcy, blaming in part decreasing demand, and leading yogurt brand Chobani has announced its expansion into oat-based products. So are consumers moving on from milk? Over the past 20 years, America's consumption of milk has fallen 26%. And last year, the Dairy Farmers of America reported a $1.1 billion drop in sales. On the flip side, sales of oat milk have skyrocketed 636% in the past year alone. And plant-based milk now makes up nearly 10% of the industry. I have to slow down here, but the traditional dairy industry is having a cow, saying these drinks shouldn't even be classified as milk, and these numbers don't really tell the whole story. Jim Mulhern is CEO of the National Milk Producers Federation. I appreciate you for indulging our comments there. In my household, I have a 13-year-old. I'll bet you we go through 2 gallons of milk a week. Where is dairy product sales falling? Is it liquid cow's milk, or is it in other parts of the dairy complex like butter and cheese and yogurt and ice cream and that stuff?
Well, great puns there, Tyler. We could go on all day, I suppose, telling lots of good dairy puns. But the decline that you're seeing is only in the fluid milk, is mainly in the fluid milk category. And that's for lots of reasons. There's lots of competition in the marketplace, a lot of market segmentation. When you look at overall dairy demand, it's an opposite story. We're at a 57-year high in dairy consumption in the United States, the highest level since 1962. So what you see is movement within a category in these various products. With fluid milk has been on a slow downward trajectory for about 25, 30 years. It's a slow one, and there's lots of factors involved in that. Frankly, the plant-based food, the imitation milk products, if you will, have a very small part of that. The biggest reason for the decline in fluid milk consumption in terms of substitution is water. Companies figuring out that there's money in marketing water, bottled water to consumers. That's about half the decline in milk consumption. Next is coffee, then tea, and then juice. In fifth place of all of those products is the impact of imitation milks on the market. So, yeah, they have a lot of growth, but it's off of very, very small numbers.
I also hear that people are eating less cereal at breakfast, and obviously that people often put dairy milk on those products. So let me ask you the question we talked about a little bit just a moment ago, and that is whether these plant-based liquids ought to even be able to call themselves milk. I mean, they have a milky consistency, I suppose you'd say,
right.
But what do you think about that?
Well, the issue there, and this has been a major concern of the dairy industry and dairy producers across the country, the major concern there is these products are marketing themselves as milk, as a replacement for milk, but they don't match the nutrition of milk. So there is a real consumer confusion in the marketplace. Not that consumers are buying something that's labeled as soy milk or almond milk and thinking that is has cow's milk in it. Although I would note that even their own research done by the plant-based food people found that 25% of Americans surveyed were confused on that topic. So that would mean that 80 million Americans don't know that that the product they're buying, they think it may have milk in it. But that's really not the issue for us. The issue that we're concerned about is the nutritional equivalency. Every glass of milk that people consume has exactly the same amount of nutrition in it. Milk is the leading provider of 9 different nutrients in the diets of children. Every glass of milk has the same level of calcium, potassium, phosphorus, magnesium, I could go on and on, in that glass. The only variation in a glass of milk is the fat content, whether it's skim, 1%, 2%, or whole. You look at the alternative beverages that are being positioned as imitators of milk, none of them match the nutrition profile that milk has, and they're all over the map. It's the Wild West when you come to these products. People think these products have a high level of nutrition or equal nutrition to milk, and they don't. And that really is the issue with the false labeling.
That seems, Jim, sort of up to the consumer. I mean, the labeling is all there. It's up to them to read and compare the labels. But putting that aside for just a moment, do you take a look, and I know you're squarely focused on the dairy industry, but do you take a look at what's going on more broadly with plant-based substitutes and think, that's what happened to us when you take a look at the Beyond Meats of the world and the Impossible Burgers challenging the beef industry, for instance?
Right. We look at the broad category, and certainly we're going to see as technology improves, as food technology improves, we're going to see more and more of these products come into the marketplace. That's why it's so important to label them clearly. And that's been our concern in dairy, whether that is with these plant-based products we're talking about. Someday, there are already companies today trying to make dairy ingredients, the components of milk, in the lab and market those. Now, they can't make a glass of milk because, we know the fat, the protein, the lactose, and the other products of milk. But there's lots of micronutrients and components of milk that we don't even really understand today. So you're never going to be able to do that in the lab. But you can make dairy protein in the lab, for example. And that's what companies are trying to do. That should be labeled very clearly. It's a synthetic product. It is not coming from a cow. And that is the marketplace's choice to make. Consumers are free to do that. The concern is the consumer should know what it is they're buying, and that's really the bottom line on this in our view.
Our milk glass is half empty right now, which means we're running out of time, but I don't want to let you go without asking about trade, which is very, very important to American dairy farmers. It was at the heart of the negotiations with Canada and Mexico over the USMCA. It is also deeply embedded in our dealings with China. What's the trade posture of the American Dairy Association, American milk growers?
Well, we need more markets. The reality is that today we produce about 15% more milk than we consume in the United States. That's 30 billion pounds of milk. We need more access to overseas markets to sell that product. So trade is increasingly important to this industry. And the problem is we have lots of barriers. We see it in China. We see it absolutely in Canada. So all the progress we can make on trade is central to the future growth of this industry.
Milk is my favorite drink, Jim.
Mine too.
At least during the day. In the evening, I switch to something else. But
yeah, I do too.
That's
I'll admit to that.
Thank you, Jim.
Thank you very much.
Bye.
Time now for a special crypto edition of Power Movers. Bitcoin getting wrecked this week, down a whopping 16%, falling a 6-month low. So what is wrong with Bitcoin? Let's bring in the OG crypto baller original. Yeah.
Oh, is that what that is?
Yeah.
I was going to say the OG. Because
I think
I'm
he'll
not
accept
woke.
either. Brian Kelly, founder of Brian Kelly Capital and a fast money trader. BK, good to see you.
Yeah, good to be here. Calling me a gangsta is
your original gangsta.
Yeah, thank you.
So there was a lot of optimism about China endorsing blockchain and the possible use of blockchain there. What's happened since then?
Yeah. So what happened with Bitcoin was at the end of October, Chairman Xi came out and said China needs to embrace blockchain. There is going to be a digital arms race. Speculators, including myself, started to read the tea leaves and thought, okay, wait a second, maybe China is going to start cryptocurrency trading again. And what they've systematically done since that announcement have said, you know what, blockchain is not cryptocurrency. And what happened specifically today is the People's Bank of China came out with a note reminding people that, you know what, cryptocurrency trading in China is still illegal. And so that got the speculators selling, and here we are down 16% for the week.
And then that has sort of snowballed into the miners capitulating.
Yeah, so right around this level, and let's call it around the 7,000, 8,000 level, is where miners, some of the high-cost miners become break-even or start losing money. So when you get to this level, that becomes an accelerant, and that's kind of what we saw this morning.
And what are the regulatory headwinds that Bitcoin's running into right now?
So, I mean, the regulatory headwinds in terms of, you know, in China just saying, one, that it is still illegal to trade Bitcoin. But here in the U.S., some of it has actually gotten cleared up a bit. The new chairman of the CFTC has said that both Bitcoin and Ethereum now are commodities. So we're getting a little bit of clarity there. But it's still kind of hard for institutions to come in. They're coming in, but they're coming in slowly. It's hard to wrap their head around, you know, what is the regulatory structure of this? Where does it fit in within the U.S. regulations? I think we're leaning more towards it's a commodity.
BK, we'll see you tonight on Fast Money at 5.
BK, the OG.
The OG crypto baller, to be specific. A great rotation taking place in transports, money moving out of trains and planes and into aerospace. Seema Modi's got that story. Hey, Seema.
Hi, Melissa. One of the standout sectors within the industrial space has consistently delivered big returns, and that is aerospace and defense, up over 30% so far this year, outperforming airlines in transports so far in 2019. Now, part of the reason is the rise in geopolitics and the increase in spend by governments on weapons and new technology. Plus, the sector is seen as defensive in nature, many of these names offering a dividend, and you can see the gains are really widespread. Lockheed Martin, Raytheon, United Technologies, and Northrop Grumman, all up about 45% or more this year. But the outperformance in the defensive sector, in the defense sector, has pushed investors to look for under-the-radar names like Huntington Ingalls. That's a large military shipbuilder. It's up 30% this year, but still trading at a discount to its peers. Guys, I'll send it back to you.
All right, Seema, thank you very much. Michael Bloomberg getting serious about a presidential campaign. He's about to spend millions on ads targeting key states, including many states that they don't even know who he is. More on that story coming up. Plus, Tesla unveiling its highly anticipated new Cybertruck, but it literally cracked under pressure. There you see it. Wall Street not impressed. We've got all the breaking details.
On 3, our unlimited data is actually unlimited, like 4 reels. That means you can scroll and scroll and scroll through all the Black Friday deals.
Because we have no speed limits, no data caps, and you'll be 5G ready at no extra cost.
Wow, so many savings.
Our Black Friday deals are now on. Save up to £480. Switch to 3, in-store or online. See 3.co.uk/unlimited-data. Savings on selected phones on 24-month contracts. Ends 5th of December. Terms apply.
If you're planning on driving this weekend, expect delays on the A406 North Circular Road. There'll be road closures between Tottenham and Edmonton from 10 p.m. on Friday the 22nd of November to 5 a.m. on Monday the 25th of November, while we carry out essential maintenance and repairs. All roads in the surrounding area will be extremely busy, so please allow more time for your journey and expect delays in the area. Plan ahead and check alternative routes at tfl.gov.uk. To the Mayor of London and TfL, every journey matters.
Gosh, can we put the heating on?
Sorry, it's broken.
Can I play some tunes on my phone then?
Yeah, afraid not. Play CDs, though.
This car belongs in a scrapyard.
I know, but I get nothing if I scrapped it.
Actually, you can get at least £2,000 off a new Ford for it.
Really?
With Ford's new for old scrappage scheme, you can get between £2,000 and £4,250 off a new Ford car if you scrap an eligible vehicle with us responsibly. Also, there's 0% APR representative on Ford options. Ford. Together, we go further. Search Ford Scrappage. Exclusions apply. Contracted and registered by 31st of December 2019 at participating dealers. Age and ownership criteria apply to scrappage vehicle. Subject to status. Free post Ford credit.
College football is live on TuneIn. Listen for free to games from more than 140 schools all season long.
To the 10, all the way to the checkerboard. But he stays on his feet and scores.
Number 2 Ohio State looks to clinch the Big Ten Eastern Title Division outright and a spot in the Big Ten Conference Championship game as they host the 9th-ranked Penn State Nittany Lions in Columbus. This Saturday at 12 p.m. Eastern. Listen to every call and every game of your school all season long for free on TuneIn. Penn State at Ohio State. Just search college to listen today.
Pascal gobbles up the rebound and slams it down.
Catch your favorite NBA team right here on TuneIn.
A step back deep three is up and in.
Search NBA on TuneIn and hear all the action. The NBA lives on TuneIn.
The puck drops. 12 players face off to win. The suspense is pure torture, but you wouldn't miss this for the world. TuneIn brings you every minute of the NHL season. Listen live to hockey when it matters most on TuneIn.
He may be getting a late start, but Michael Bloomberg is sprinting into the race to 2020. The former New York City mayor spending at least, and it's probably gone up from here, $12 million on TV ads across dozens of states. Brian Schwartz, CNBC.com politics reporter, joins us now for more. And I just heard you say it's not $12 million anymore.
Not $12 million. Now we're up to $19 million and counting. And that's according to a data analytical firm. It's tracking this as the numbers come in and how much the totals come in for Mike Bloomberg's investment in TV ads. And these are ads really across the country and in a lot of key states: Texas, California, Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania. And this comes as he's contemplating and leaning toward running for president. And to keep making this really clear how much this is more in terms of investment than some of the candidates have on cash on hand going into the fourth quarter. It is a massive, really a symbolic moment for Mike Bloomberg, showing how much resources he's going to have going into this election, when and if, we hear likely when he gets into the race. And it's a big moment here for Mike Bloomberg as he looks to get into the 2020 primary.
I know these numbers are changing as we speak, but when you take a look at what is being spent in which markets, what can you glean from this?
Well, I mean, clearly he's trying to make inroads in these Super Tuesday states. Let's call it what it is. His team has said that they want to focus a lot on those kind of big primary states that you can capture and gobble up a lot of the delegates. Texas is one of them.
California is a Super Tuesday state, which has always been a late state.
California is another one. He's going to probably hit at least 1 million in that state in terms of TV ads. And this, from what I've read and what I've heard, was really the plan all along. It's flooding the airwaves with ads, showing the people who may not know Mike Bloomberg who he is through these different TV ads.
And a lot of people don't know him.
Exactly.
I mean, it's surprising for those of us who live here. Right. He's a fixture.
And that's the calculus, right? I mean, yeah, he can go do interviews, but why? He's got the money to put in. He's worth $55 billion, guys. I mean, he has the money to put in and flood the airways with these ads to show the American people who he is, what his story is as the former New York mayor.
He found $19 million in his couch.
That's right, exactly. Right. And that's, again, this is just the beginning. It's really been an amazing thing. Earlier today when we ran this story around 12:30, it was $5 million. Mm-hmm. Within 2 hours, now we're up to, it's been calculated to be $19 million at least of TV ads with Mike Bloomberg.
All right.
And we should expect him to run soon.
Got to leave it there, Brian. Thanks very much. We'll talk more about this, I'm sure. And for more coverage on Mr. Bloomberg and the race to 2020, you can find it all at CNBC.com.
Check out this chart. Karuna Therapeutics shares have quintupled this week. Could the stock possibly go even higher? Up next, the CEO will join us. Plus, Disney's Frozen is on fire. Can the sequel let it go straight into the record books? Power Lunch, be right back.
We're getting pushback on the Turner project.
If you're planning on driving this weekend, expect delays on the A406 North Circular Road. There'll be road closures between Tottenham and Edmonton from 10 p.m. on Friday the 22nd of November to 5 a.m. on Monday the 25th of November. while we carry out essential maintenance and repairs. All roads in the surrounding area will be extremely busy, so please allow more time for your journey and expect delays in the area. Plan ahead and check alternative routes at tfl.gov.uk. To the Mayor of London and TfL, every journey matters.
The world is a noisy place, but whether I'm here or here, my phone calls are always loud and clear on my Doro 6620. Hi, love. Yes, I can hear you perfectly. I'm 10 minutes away. Get your Doro 6620 from Amazon, Tesco, and O2 today.
You love TuneIn for live breaking news from CNN, MSNBC, Fox, CNBC, and more. But when you can't catch your favorite show as it airs, it might just be a click away as a podcast. Search your favorite news station to explore all the on-demand news shows on TuneIn.
Want to hear about the latest and greatest things to listen to on TuneIn? For reminders of the biggest live sports games, debates, and breaking news stories, follow @TuneIn on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram to stay connected with the audio that matters to you.
The Better Network is now on TuneIn. This is Brent Musburger. Search the Better Network. That's the BETR Network. And then let us get you better prepared to better enjoy the day in sports. The NFL, college football, basketball, hockey, baseball. Sharpen your edge. The Better Network is now on TuneIn. Be better informed. Be better prepared. Search the Better Network. That's BETR.
Bootlegs out to the left, looking to the left, firing, caught, 10, 5, touchdown!
NFL fans, the action continues this weekend on TuneIn Premium. This Sunday, TuneIn has every NFL football game starting with the Miami Dolphins at the Cleveland Browns at 1 o'clock p.m. Eastern and closing out Sunday night with the Packers at the 49ers at 8:20 p.m. Eastern. At home or on the go, hear the home and away call of every NFL game this season on TuneIn Premium. Upgrade today.
Stuck in traffic during the big game? With TuneIn Premium, you can listen to your favorite NFL team on the go. No TV required. Even during rush hour, you won't miss a single touchdown. Listen to the NFL on TuneIn Premium today.
Stories we're following today. For the first time in forever, a fall release for an animated film could skate past the $100 million mark in its opening. Frozen 2, or 2, hits theaters this weekend. Already it holds the record for an animated movie's advanced ticket sales. The box office booster is needed as domestic revenue sits 6% lower than last year's. Disney has been on fire, though, as the stock has soared 9% since the release of its streaming service. It's not Disney's problem that the box office is lower. Disney's been having a great year.
No, it's a box office problem.
It's a box office problem, yeah.
Well, the high demand of AirPods is music to Tim Cook's ears. Apple is expected to double its shipments of AirPods to 60 million. This according to reports. The release of the AirPod Pros and an updated version of the original model is leading to a sales surge. The release of the AirPod Pro at the end of October sent shares higher.
All right, Tesla tried shattering expectations for the new Cybertruck. Instead, it shattered windows. The futuristic truck includes armored glass in the windows. The lead designer of the truck threw a metal ball at the window to show the durability. Twice he did it, and both times the glass broke. The truck will cost almost $40,000 when it hits the market. It will cost several hundred to repair those windows. Shares of Tesla hit the skids today after last night's debacle. Bernstein's Tony Sacconaghi, who was on the program yesterday, said in a note the truck looks weird, like really weird. I agree. I think it's back to the drawing board for this truck.
Really?
I do.
I think that it really differentiates itself from the F-150.
Well,
it's not
you can say that
It's not
again.
a competitor to the pickup truck. That's true.
No.
It's a completely different class
I don't
of
know
vehicle.
where you put things in that truck.
To be fair, the ball didn't go through the window.
It just bounced off and broke the window.
Right. So maybe the windows do work.
Yeah.
But they should sell the balls because obviously the balls really work well.
Yeah. Use those.
At
Yeah.
breaking bulletproof glass.
All righty. Coming up, one of the hottest stocks in the market this week, Karuna Therapeutics, up 400%. Look at that. The CEO will join us right after the break to tell us how and why.
Catch the Market Zone today and every weekday on...
I love Black Friday. Busy shops, crazy people, average deals. It's so much fun.
Said no one ever.
So be savvy and do Black Friday the easy way with Smarty. Grab a huge 100 gig data SIM for just £17 a month on the Mega Plan. And with no credit checks, speed restrictions or contracts tying you down, you can kick back with the best Black Friday deal around. Now that's Smarty. Search Smarty Mobile to find out more, but hurry, as this deal won't be around for long. See smarty.co.uk for terms.
If you're planning on driving this weekend, expect delays on the A406 North Circular Road. There'll be road closures between Tottenham and Edmonton from 10 p.m. on Friday the 22nd of November to 5 a.m. on Monday the 25th of November, while we carry out essential maintenance and repairs. All roads in the surrounding area will be extremely busy, so please allow more time for your journey and expect delays in the area. Plan ahead and check alternative routes at tfl.gov.uk. To the Mayor of London and TfL, every journey matters.
Hey, can't watch the big NBA game because your life's just too busy? I've got some news for you. TuneIn Premium is the answer to all your problems. Hear every home and away game live or on demand everywhere you go. Just search NBA to listen.
Want to hear about the latest and greatest things to listen to on TuneIn? For reminders of the biggest live sports games, debates, and breaking news stories, follow @TuneIn on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram to stay connected with the audio that matters to you.
Hey NFL fans, can't watch the game? Can't be there? No biggie. With your TuneIn Premium membership, you have unlimited access to every team and every game in the league. Listen live as it happens or on demand. Anytime, anywhere. All season long. Search NFL today.
This is not a commercial. This is a reminder. With TuneIn Premium, you could be listening to more music commercial-free. Get over 45 commercial-free music stations. Visit TuneIn.com/premium to upgrade.
College football is live on TuneIn. Listen for free to games from more than 140 schools all season long.
To the 10, all the way to the checkerboard. Somebody stays on his feet and scores.
Number 2 Ohio State looks to clinch the Big Ten Eastern Title Division outright and a spot in the Big Ten Conference Championship game as they host the 9th-ranked Penn State Nittany Lions in Columbus. This Saturday at 12 p.m. Eastern. Listen to every call and every game of your school all season long for free on TuneIn. Penn State at Ohio State. Just search college to listen today.
Welcome back to Power Lunch. Now to a booming biotech stock that has had a week to remember. Karuna Therapeutics is up nearly 400% this week alone. The company had strong results from a clinical study of its experimental schizophrenia drug. And here with more on that is Meg Terrell. Meg?
Hey guys, so schizophrenia is estimated to affect more than 1 million Americans. It is less than 1% of the U.S. population, but it's heavily burdensome. The disease is one of the 15 leading causes of disability worldwide, according to the National Institute of Mental Health. And the market for schizophrenia drugs is large. According to Cowen Research, it represents about half the total $11 billion market for antipsychotic drugs. Still, it needs better options. Many available now come with side effects that can make them hard to take. Karuna's data on its drug called KarXT took the market by surprise this week, offering what Citi called a potential game-changing therapy, a new way to treat schizophrenia that appears to be effective and safe. But the drug still needs to go through the next phase of clinical trials to prove that out, which the company said it aims to start, guys, by the end of next year.
All right, Meg, stick around. Here now for a Power Lunch exclusive is Dr. Steve Paul, the Chairman, President, and CEO of Karuna Therapeutics. Dr. Paul, great to have you on.
Great to be here, Meg. Thanks for having us on.
Actually, it's Melissa right now, but Meg's here sitting
Melissa.
next to me.
Terrific.
I will start the interview off for now, Dr. Paul.
Okay.
And my first question is, Megan made clear that there has to be another round of trials in order to actually prove this drug works effectively, et cetera. But analysts are already calling this a blockbuster drug. Analysts are already predicting profitability by 2023. Are they on the right track?
Well, let me just say our results that we announced this past Monday, the results of a phase 2 study, fairly large phase 2 study, were really quite exciting, quite encouraging. We saw really nice beneficial effects of this drug over the 5-week trial, beginning at week 2 and then significant statistical significance all through the trial. Very nice effect in terms of the magnitude of the antipsychotic effect. And again, without the troubling side effects of the current standards of care, no weight gain, no sedation, none of the motor movement problems, we call them extrapyramidal side effects that occur with the current standards of care. So we're pretty excited by the results. Now we have obviously more work to do. We have to bring this compound through phase 3 in order to get it to patients.
Dr. Paul, it's Meg this time. I wanted to ask you about the study design, because in the phase 2, you actually checked all of these 182 patients into the hospital for those 5 weeks, right? And took them off their currently prescribed drugs and then had them on the trial. So how would that potentially work in a larger trial? Could you replicate that in phase 3, or would the FDA want to see more potential real-world type settings testing this in a larger setting?
Oh, absolutely. So the phase 2 design really is going to be pretty much what we do in phase 3. We'll probably enroll a larger number of patients. Traditionally, these studies initially are done as inpatients. These patients are taken off their meds. They can become quite sick during the course of the trial, and that's why they're treated as inpatients, to be very careful with them. We will attempt to replicate this. We're cautiously optimistic given the robustness of the clinical data that we reported this past Monday. We will need some longer-term open-label extension safety data, undoubtedly, but we need to meet with the FDA at what we call an end-of-phase 2 meeting, which will happen sometime early next year, maybe second quarter next year, and really map out the path to get this new medicine to patients.
Dr. Paul Tyler Matheson here. I want to go back to the question of side effects, and you described what some of them are on the existing medications, which make them hard to take and hard to stick with. And you said that this particular drug, did I understand you correctly, eliminates those side effects or reduces them by a factor of X%? And what, if any, other side effects does this medication have?
Yeah, great question, Tyler. So we didn't see some of the side effects I mentioned. So no sedation relative to placebo, no weight gain relative to placebo, and none of these extrapyramidal motor symptoms, the sort of Parkinsonian-like motor symptoms that occur with the current standard of care. So that's a big win for this molecule, and I think will be very helpful to patients. On the other hand, we did have some side effects. All drugs have side effects. These tend to be mild to moderate in this study, and none of the patients dropped out of the study because of side effects. Right. So we think it's really quite manageable, and relative to the standard of care, very good tolerability.
Dr. Paul, a pleasure speaking with you. Thank you very much. Dr. Steve Paul, the CEO of Karuna Therapeutics, now the best performing IPO of the year. Meg Terrell, our thanks.
Hard to beat that.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you for watching Power Lunch.
Closing bell starts right now.
Welcome to the Closing Bell. I'm Morgan Brennan in for Sarah Eisen at the Nordstrom Post. In what has been a week of wild retail swings, shares at JWN are up 10% right now on the heels of earnings. Broader markets are higher too. We got 59 minutes left until we put this trading week to bed.
I'm Carl Quintanilla in for Wilfred Frost. Get a look at what's driving the action on this Friday afternoon. Got some positive comments from both Washington and China, calming investor worries over deal negotiations. The data pretty good today as manufacturing and sentiment beat expectations. The Nasdaq is set to snap a 7-week win streak, and tech is the second worst performer in the S&P. Joining us for the hour today, Barbara Durant from BDA Capitals here at Post 9. Talk more about a market, Barbara, that appears to be happy as long as trade tensions are not escalated, pretty much, right?
Yes, that is for sure. And I think a lot is being discounted in the market in terms of global recovery. The Fed is on hold, but watching carefully. And we have yet to see, the effect of the interest rates next year. So, but trade, I think what people are expecting is that there'll be no more bad news. I think hoping for something more like a rollback of tariffs would be a bit much, because this seems to have morphed into a geopolitical, technological conflict. But I think the downside is limited also for just those same reasons, plus people are defensively postured and so on. But I think what it's going to take is next year, having to see what the earnings are going to be. And there's not a lot of visibility at this moment.
But I do feel like we've got some messaging from President Trump this week that there is the possibility that that next tranche of tariffs could kick in the middle of December. Is the market even considering that possibility? Is that priced in at all here?
Well, I think it is priced in. I think people are expecting that we won't have more tariffs. And even though we've heard this many, many times, this phase 1 has been going on for the last 3 months. But I think it's probably with the election looming next year, and he's heard from a lot of CEOs, I think it could happen.
All right, let's drill down on the big stories we're watching today. Eamon Javers is covering the White House meeting on vaping. Kayla Tausche brings us up to speed on the latest China headlines, and Carl has a look at how Vietnam is cashing in on the trade war. Also, Phil LeBeau has details on Tesla's Cybertruck. But let's kick things off with Eamon. Eamon.
Yeah, you know, they've just wrapped up this meeting here at the White House. It was about an hour long. We expected the whole thing was going to be behind closed doors here, and then at the last minute, they brought some cameras into the room, so we will see the entire meeting. Reporters who were in the room tell us that this session got fairly heated in the conversation and back and forth between the pro and anti-vaping camps. The big surprise guest here was Senator Mitt Romney of Utah. We didn't necessarily expect he was going to be there. He did attend, was debating on the anti-vaping side, saying that Utah is a Mormon state, but he said a lot of high school kids in Utah are vaping in the bathrooms in the high schools, something he's very concerned about. And believe it or not, guys, they were debating the idea of unicorn poop, which is apparently a flavor of flavored cigarettes that kids have been using, and debating whether a product like that is designed to bring in children as customers or not. The tobacco side and the pro-vaping side were making the argument that they can do this responsibly, and that prohibition is not something that the United States has had a lot of success with, whether it was marijuana or alcohol. It didn't work in the past. They say it doesn't work now. We're standing here on the corner just outside Pennsylvania Avenue, just outside the White House, and we're going to talk to some of the CEOs when they come out here. We'll bring you anything they have to say about what else went on behind closed doors here at the White House, guys.
All right, Eamon, the headlines are flying. We'll come back to you, our Eamon Javers. Meantime, stocks, as we said earlier, moving higher today on renewed optimism for a trade deal with China. For that, we're going to turn to Kayla Tausche. Kayla.
Hey, Carl, President Trump continues to say a deal is potentially close, but in a Fox and Friends phoner this morning, he acknowledges the primary setback, that it can't be an even deal. He said, quote, I told President Xi this can't be like an even deal because we're starting off from the floor and you're already at the ceiling. So we have to have a much better deal. The two sides are at odds over which country must remove more tariffs, and they're currently at a stalemate. There are two additional complications this week. In a new FCC ban on federal funds going to ZTE and Huawei. That happened today. And also a bipartisan bill backing Hong Kong protesters. Trump did not commit to signing that bill, potentially dangling another bargaining chip for Beijing. Carl?
Kayla, thanks for that. Meantime, we're looking at some new data from IHS Markit showing that U.S. imports from China are down more than 13% year on year in the first 9 months of 2019. But imports from Vietnam are up nearly 35. Back in June, we visited Vietnam, took a deeper look at how the country is benefiting from some of these trade disputes. We are live in Hanoi. 6,000 factories in the garment business alone. This is just one of the lines where they're making a fleece for Nike. Stacks of finished Nike fleeces, Air Jordan. Samsung has changed the picture more than anyone, investing $3 billion in this industrial park. Containers carry things like apparel, electronics, and auto parts. At the time, we talked a lot about the challenges of ramping up supply chains in Vietnam, but every additional day where tariffs are in place is one more opportunity for a manufacturer to diversify their supply chains out of China.
Those numbers, I mean, up 35% imports from Vietnam certainly speaks to how quickly some companies seem to be making these adjustments. Having been on the ground there just a couple of months ago, are you surprised?
No, not really. These numbers sound about right. I do think we need to keep in mind getting a new supplier, vetting them, getting contract work done is a very long process, especially for manufacturers where they're already got orders, right? It's hard to bring on new orders.
No, it is, particularly if it's technology, which can be some very sophisticated stuff. I think the low-hanging fruit has already happened, and I think for a while, business executives weren't sure what to do, but it's been 18 months now, so I think people are just really, moving as quickly as they can, given certain, if they've got complex manufacturing needs, that is not so easily filled.
Yeah. Tesla, meantime, is lower today after unveiling its highly anticipated electric pickup truck called the Cybertruck last night. It's been trending on Twitter all day. Analysts expressed mixed thoughts on the new vehicle. Oppenheimer saying a, quote, majority of consumers will not be inspired, while Baird says, quote, over time, we expect impressive features will win over a larger audience. And Bernstein's Tony Saganaki just saying the Cybertruck, quote, looks weird, like really weird.
That's exactly what he said. Twitter also weighing in on the
cool.
Cybertruck's design. Ford's North America product communications manager tweeting this gif of Ryan Gosling laughing. Another user showing the Tesla Cybertruck in the Paint app, tweeting Elon and print. And another tweeting, finally, my boy at Elon Musk made the car I always drew when I was 5. You like this design?
I think it's cool. I'm also not a pickup truck owner, So maybe I'm like part of that demographic that would see this and, likes the design and, would be the niche that everybody keeps debating about that this would speak to. But it's also made with the same materials that they're using for their new SpaceX rocket. So I guess I'm partial.
Well, that's what I thought. I thought they used the designer from one of his space company.
Nerd pickup. Musk, meantime, has said he drew inspiration from Ridley Scott's Blade Runner. Take a look at that original trailer.
Just one outfit making replicas that superhuman. The Tyrell Corporation.
November 2019, Los Angeles. For more on this, let's bring in our Phil LeBeau and Micah Muzio from Kelley Blue Book. Phil, I don't know what you find more interesting, the actual design and its reception or the obvious demonstration that went awry today?
Well, I have enjoyed both, to be honest with you. As somebody who has gone to a number of these events, Elon Musk does not like to see anything fail. He is a perfectionist. So when he saw the demonstration of the shatterproof windows shattering not once, but twice, he tried to put on a brave face there. But having been at these events and having watched him up close, you could tell that this was not sitting well with him. It's one thing to say, we've got a great vehicle, but to sit there and tout that you have shatterproof windows and then to see this happen, that's what stood out the most from the unveil yesterday.
Micah, the specs seem to be pretty solid. They seem to be pretty impressive. Did you take a test ride in this vehicle? Is that the case? If so, what was your takeaway?
I did take a test ride in the Cybertruck. My takeaway was that it did not feel as quick, as blisteringly quick as the rides I've taken in some of the other Tesla products like Model S and Model 3. It has plenty of room in the back seat, and it's got a really cool jump seat in the middle, so you can have 6 people in the truck. It seems a little incomplete for production purposes because there are no side mirrors and the wheels and tires do not look production ready. I've got more questions than answers.
Phil, now that we've seen this, once it's Mary Barra's turn to show her own electric pickup, what's the likelihood it's going to look old-fashioned in comparison?
Well, it'll look like most of the pickup trucks. Look, General Motors has 31% of the pickup market. They realize that electric vehicles are coming and that they need to have an electric pickup truck. But they are not going to sacrifice the cash cow, which is the full-size and heavy-duty pickup market that they have a huge presence in. So as a result, what you will see when General Motors and Ford and the traditional automakers roll out their electric vehicles, you'll see more functionality tied in with the fact that these are electric vehicles, greater capability, the ability to use tools and accessories off of those vehicles, but you will see a more traditional pickup truck design. It's proven itself over the last 80 years. Yes, I know that Elon's fans, I know that they will say it's boring, but for somebody who's in Kansas City, Kansas, or Kansas City, Missouri, wherever, if they're driving around a pickup truck, they want functionality. They don't want to look cool. That's not what they're in for.
Micah, you mentioned questions around whether the truck is production ready or not. What do you think this is going to do to the production lines at Tesla when they do start to manufacture it? We've seen what the hiccups were for Model 3. This seems like a whole other design and manufacturing situation altogether.
I suspect there are going to be challenges with making a truck out of stainless steel and then doing that at volume and then doing that to a price point under $40,000. I'm not an economist, but I'm struggling to do the math on how that's going to work out. I have no idea what they think they're going to do and whether or not this will actually appear as it was presented in 2021. I wouldn't be surprised if the timeline gets pushed back a little bit.
Well, and we've seen that before. Phil, while we have you, we also want to ask about this ongoing back and forth between Elon Musk and Tesla short seller David Einhorn. Musk initially wrote to Einhorn on November 8th telling him that he made numerous false allegations against Tesla in his company's investor letter. Einhorn wrote back that day, questioning the company's accounting practices, and now Einhorn just tweeting another letter to Musk, writing in part, quote, "I haven't heard back from you, and I followed up by contacting your investor relations team more than a week ago. Silence." What's your take on this?
It strikes me that this is how we will see them communicate in the future, over social media. I'm surprised that there's any communication between investor relations for Tesla and David Einhorn. And I bet you we will probably hear back from Elon Musk at some point through social media that obviously, hopefully, is being vetted first by the board. But that seems to be the way that these two are communicating. It's like they like to have a little sparring, a little public sparring, as opposed to actually communicating.
Yeah, well, we know who has the bigger bullhorn, at least on Twitter. It's
and
not
who
Einhorn.
has the short shorts.
Right. Phil, Micah, thanks, guys. Appreciate it very much. Still ahead this afternoon, despite this week's pullback, stocks are still within a whisper of record highs, but an upcoming event could inject a dose of volatility into the market. Santoli's going to explain.
And later, we're rounding out, our Watch This Space series with a leader in space and venture capital. X-Prize founder Peter Diamandis joins us to break down the biggest growth areas in the galaxy. As we head to break, here's a check on our data tracker. The November flash manufacturing PMI beating expectations, coming in at 52.2, and consumer sentiment topping estimates as well in November with a reading of 96.8. Closing bell, we'll be right back.
'Tis the season to be hunched over your laptop. Not on our watch. In real life, you can feel your senses and your baskets. Feel all the sights, sounds, lols, and OMGs. Wear laughing emojis on actual smiley faces. Battery is running low. Take the kids to Santa's grotto. In real life, you can find just the right present using the most advanced search engine in the world. Your eyes. We hunt in real life. Brent Cross, London. Free parking for all sleighs and cars.
At Lidl, we're big on those little reasons to be jolly. Like our delicious Favorina all butter mini Stollen bites for just $1.99. And 6 deluxe mince pies for just $1.35. Big on a Christmas you can believe in. Now that's big on quality and always Lidl on price. Subject to availability, selected stores excludes an eye.
On 3, our unlimited data is actually unlimited, like 4 reels. That means you can scroll and scroll and scroll through all the Black Friday deals.
Because we have no speed limits, no data caps, and you'll be 5G ready at no extra cost.
Wow, so many savings.
Our Black Friday deals are now on. Save up to £480. Switch to 3, in-store or online. See 3.co.uk/unlimited-data. Savings on selected phones on 24-month contracts. Ends 5th of December. Terms apply.
If you're planning on driving this weekend, expect delays on the A406 North Circular Road. There'll be road closures between Tottenham and Edmonton from 10 p.m. on Friday the 22nd of November to 5 a.m. on Monday the 25th of November, while we carry out essential maintenance and repairs. All roads in the surrounding area will be extremely busy, so please allow more time for your journey and expect delays in the area. Plan ahead and check alternative routes at tfl.gov.uk. To the Mayor of London and TfL, every journey matters.
Christmas is such a magical time of year for little ones. But why should the big kids miss out? This season, take the family to Santa's Wonderlab at West London Audi. You get to test drive the latest Audi models, and the children get to test drive the latest toys with Santa. There's something for the whole family. Visit santaswonderlab.com to find out more about how to register for your place at Santa's Wonderlab this Christmas.
Want to know a quick, easy way to see if your favorite podcasts have a new episode available? Just go to the home screen on your TuneIn app and see the latest editions under the Your New Episode section. Happy listening.
$44 minutes left of trade. Major averages are higher right now. Let's send it over to Mike Santoli for today's market dashboard. Mike.
Morgan, thank you very much. We're going to start with something of primary concern. Wall Street starting to turn its attention to the whole campaign sequence next year. And then probably goes without saying, no leader is infallible. We'll see what that means for the stock market, some leadership groups. And then the message of the masses, what's the average stock, the crowd of stocks saying about the overall index action, then pocketbook issues, consumers, and their mood about their own finances. So first of all, a primary concern, this is a chart from Wells Fargo's Derivative Strategy Group showing the forward expectation of the markets for volatility levels. It's essentially the pricing of volatility index futures and other derivatives, and it shows you by calendar slice here when the market believes you might see a concentration of volatility or a little bit of a spike in volatility. What's this date right here? Well, it's early March. That is when these super Super Tuesday primaries are. Perhaps it's considered the kickoff to the real heart of the election season. There's some other folks, strategists out there like Michael Hardin at Merrill, saying that the market seems to have a clear ride until perhaps that point. So whether it's true or not, whether it's really predictive or just shows you, I think, the kind of habits or predilections of how the market thinks about elections, that is interesting that we're already seeing a kind of welling up of bets in that range of the calendar, guys. Mike, you got to tell viewers about Hartnett's target in the threes. Yeah, he's been saying 33 for the S&P 500 on 3/3, which is March 3rd. I think it's an intentionally cute forecast, but it does tell you directionally this idea that perhaps the market has some more room to the upside, but maybe it's going to have a little bit more chop once we get into election time.
All right, Mike Santoli, thank you. We've got 42 minutes before the bell. The Dow is currently up 102 points, moving back towards highs of the session. The S&P is also higher right now, 0.2%. NASDAQ and Russell also in the green, although keep in mind we're poised to finish the week in the red for all the major averages. Up next, drones are coming. That's according to a new note from Loop Capital, which identifies the U.S. companies that stand to benefit from commercial drones. We're going to break that down next.
And later, give them a break. Tesla's viral window smash is not the first high-profile demo that's gone wrong. We're going to look back at some of the other big misses from the likes of Facebook, Microsoft, Apple, and we'll talk about that with Steve Jobs biographer Walter Isaacson.
It was Sophie's big day. For the independent bookseller who found you that first edition. For the baker who brings the smell of freshly baked bread to your door.
And for the barista who never needs to ask your name.
We've all got a part to play.
Every little tap keeps your high street alive.
And helps your communities thrive.
So if you love where you live, shop small.
Shopping on your local high street can make a big difference. Shop small. Only by American Express.
At Lidl, we're big on those little reasons to be jolly. Like our delicious Favorina all butter mini Stollen bites for just $1.99. And 6 deluxe mince pies for just $1.35. Big on a Christmas you can believe in. Now that's big on quality and always Lidl on price. Subject to availability, selected stores excludes an eye.
On 3, our unlimited data is actually unlimited, like for reals. That means you can scroll and scroll and scroll through all the Black Friday deals.
Because we have no speed limits, no data caps, and you'll be 5G ready at no extra cost.
Wow, so many savings.
Our Black Friday deals are now on. Save up to £480. Switch to 3, in-store or online. See 3.co.uk/unlimited-data. Savings on selected phones on 24-month contracts. Ends 5th of December. Terms apply.
If you're planning on driving this weekend, expect delays on the A406 North Circular Road. There'll be road closures between Tottenham and Edmonton from 10 p.m. on Friday the 22nd of November to 5 a.m. on Monday the 25th of November, while we carry out essential maintenance and repairs. All roads in the surrounding area will be extremely busy, so please allow more time for your journey and expect delays in the area. Plan ahead and check alternative routes at tfl.gov.uk. To the Mayor of London and TfL, every journey matters.
Far wing, elevates, triple bucket.
The roar of the crowd. The shot clock ticks down. Will the ball go in? The suspense is pure torture, but you wouldn't miss this for the world. And the replays just don't cut
To
it.
the sideline, the man fleet for 3.
TuneIn Premium brings you every minute of the NBA season streaming live, so you can be there when it matters most. Hear it now, hear it live on TuneIn.
Fake in the lane, turnaround jumper from 8 feet is good on the
Search
right block.
NBA today to start listening.
Welcome back to Closing Bell. Let's get the word on the street this afternoon. Stifel upgrading Uber to buy, citing its growth opportunity and 2021 profitability target. SunTrust naming Uber its favorite transportation disruptor of 2020, saying Uber Ride should provide valuation support for Uber's entire portfolio. Stifel upgrading L Brands today to Inline. Firm says despite the challenges facing Victoria's Secret, Bath Body Works' continued outperformance is undeniable.
The drones are coming. The drones are coming. That's according to Loop Capital's latest note on commercial drone package delivery. The firm says China will continue to be a leading market for commercial delivery drones due to the rapid pace of technological innovation. But it also says UPS and Alphabet have an early lead among U.S. operators due to upgrading devices from constrictive drone-specific regulatory frameworks. to more flexible and expansive FAA rule sets. Barb, is there a name here that you specifically like? I mean, L Brands in particular, in a week that's been busy for retail, has...
You know, I read the note, and L Brands, they basically went to a hold, which doesn't mean buy, because Victoria's Secret is taking much longer to turn around. Yes, Bath and Body Works is doing very well, but their same-store sales were still negative. That's always a very bad sign for me. And I think the analyst was saying, well, the stock's down 45% since the summer, so the risk-reward is more attractive. So I think he's right that there is a limited downside here, but I think it's been a long time before you make real money in this stock. So I would not be a buyer.
Uber's had a ton of news. Dara's bought some stock. They've talked about exiting Eats markets where they're not number 1 or 2. Is there a turn here or not?
Well, it's interesting because the fact that they're now willing to sort of, if they need to, they said maybe 12 to 18 months they'll decide on Uber Eats. Meanwhile, they're going to cut back. They're not going to just go for broke and, you know, expand at any expense. They're going to focus on target markets for Uber Eats. And the fact is, they've got 30% market share worldwide. The addressable market is estimated some $400 billion. I mean, it's huge. And they've got the scale, they've got the management talent, and I think it's probably a good call that, you know, we're through the IPO lockup, all that stuff, the extraneous factors. So I think it's not a bad call. And the valuation certainly has become more attractive over the last few months.
It's been a long ride since 45, that's for sure.
Yes.
Well, just about 38 minutes until the closing bell. The Dow obviously up 111 here, S&P 3110. When we come back, we've got your last chance trade.
And after the break, the former chair of LVMH North America joins us to talk about the company's potential tie-up with Tiffany and the state of luxury retail. And as we head to break, here's a check on bonds. Yields moving lower today and turning in their second straight weekly decline. Closing bell, we'll be right back.
The independent bookseller who found you that first edition. For the baker who brings the smell of freshly baked bread to your door.
And for the barista, who never needs to ask your name.
We've all got a part to play.
Every little tap keeps your high street alive.
And helps your communities thrive.
So if you love where you live, shop small.
Shopping on your local high street can make a big difference. Shop small. Only by American Express.
On 3, our unlimited data is actually unlimited, like 4 reels. That means you can scroll and scroll and scroll through all the Black Friday deals.
Because we have no speed limits, no data caps, and you'll be 5G ready at no extra cost.
Wow, so many savings.
Our Black Friday deals are now on. Save up to £480. Switch to 3, in-store or online. See 3.co.uk/unlimited dash. Savings on selected phones on 24-month contracts. Ends 5th of December. Terms apply.
If you're planning on driving this weekend, expect delays on the A406 North Circular Road. There'll be road closures between Tottenham and Edmonton from 10 p.m. on Friday the 22nd of November to 5 a.m. on Monday the 25th of November, while we carry out essential